right, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So I want to welcome everyone to Ramsey County Budget Committee of the Whole. Today we will focus on the Health and Wellness Service Team. On September the 2nd, we heard from County Manager Budger, who provided an overview of the 2024-25 proposed budget. The proposed 26-27 budget calls for a levy increase of 9.75% in 2026 and 7.5% in 2027. Meetings with serving teams on their 26-27 budgets are taking place from September the 15th and will go through September the 22nd. The full meeting schedule is available on our public website, ramseycounty.us. Today, I'm excited to hear from our Health and Wellness Service team. Each department director will present details on their department priorities and proposed budget, including an overview of major changes and a discussion on how the county values and County Manager Budger's priorities are reflected in their budget. After each presentation, I will open up the floor for any questions and discussion by the County Board. Commissioners are asking a number of questions of our department directors as part of these budget hearings. A question-answered link will be added to the county's Finance and Budget webpage, where all of our budget-related materials are available to the public. The easiest way to find the budget materials is to search ramseycounty.us and click the budget information link under popular topics. The County Board encouraged residents' participation in the budget process. We want to hear your voices. 2 public hearings are scheduled. Both public hearings will be held in this building, and free parking will be provided to residents who attend in person. Residents are welcome to submit written comments at any time. All written comments received are shared with each commissioner. Written comments are considered as carefully as comments made verbally in a public hearing. You can sign up to comment at a hearing as well as submit written comments on the ramseycounty.us website. The first public hearing will be held on Monday, September the 22nd at 5 p.m. Parking vouchers will be provided for Victory Ramp located at 344 Wabasha Street. On Tuesday, September the 23rd, the board will set the 2026 maximum property tax levy. The second public hearing will be held on Thursday, December the 11th at 6 p.m. Prior to that hearing, residents and business will receive their proposed property tax statement. This will include details on the proposed levy and for all the taxing jurisdictions, the county, city, school board, and others, and provide details on how these proposals impact your property. Residents and business owners should look at that information in the mail in mid to late November. At a board meeting in November, the board would discuss changes to the 26-27 requested by board members, if any. On Tuesday, finally, December 16th, the county board will give final approval to the 26-27 budget, including any changes approved by the committee, and set the final 2026 property tax levy, and that would happen on December the 26th. So with that, I would like to have our budget committee, that's me, I would like to have Nadir Abdi open up with the Health and Wellness Service Team budget overview. Welcome.
Oh.
Good morning, Madam Chair, esteemed commissioners,
County Manager Becker, and everyone joining us today, both here in person and virtually. As we begin this year's budget presentation for the Health and Wellness Service team, I want to ground us in why we're here. Every number, every line item, every decision we discuss today connects to the lives of Ramsey County residents, to children who need safe and stable homes, to families working to make ends meet, and older adults who rely on our services for their dignity and independence. This budget year has been among the most challenging in recent memories. You will notice recurring themes throughout today's presentation and reflect not only the complexity of balancing resources, but also deep sense of responsibility we feel to ensure that our decision strengthens, not only strains, the well-being of those who we serve. For those of you who may not know or be aware, our Chief Financial Officer, Coots, graciously served as the interim Deputy County Manager for the Health and Wellness over the past year. She partnered closely with our team to make sure that she prepared this budget process and will provide a comprehensive budget overview very shortly. Before I turn it over to CFO Coots, I would like to pause and express gratitude for those who made this possible. My colleagues, the Deputy County Managers of Ramsey County, I want to say thank you for your guidance, collaboration. It has been invaluable as I stepped into my role. Your partnership has kept me focused on the solutions for Ramsey County residents. Our health and wellness directors, who are all here today, and you'll hear from them very shortly. Their leadership and passion ensures that our residents receive not just services, but the support and dignity they deserve. Our controllers, Janelle and Francis, who are both here, and all of our finance teams who helped prepare for this budget to make sure that we operate with transparency and accountability. Their work ensures that we can responsibly steward the taxpayers' dollars for the benefit of the community. Our entire health and wellness staff, who show up every single day to support residents, often during the most vulnerable moments of their lives. Your commitment and compassion are the heartbeat of the service area, and I'm proud to stand with you. Our executive administrator, Jamie Levine, who's sitting back there, who kept us organized and moving forward during an intense budget cycle, ensuring that this work could be done with clarity and efficiency. Our Chief of Staff, Sarabia, who was part of my onboarding team and has been a constant source of encouragement and steady hand, ensuring that I had resources to be successful in this position when I first stepped into it. Our CFO, Alex Coots, who's sitting right next to me, who has shared her wisdom, partnership, and steady leadership during the transition, and have shown compassion. And I can see the passion that she has for this work as she wears multiple hats at all times, and she does it really well. And of course, I want to thank County Manager Becker for ensuring and entrusting me with the privilege of leading the service area. Your vision for One Ramsey County continues to inspire me. Breaking down the silos and work together for the greater good of the entire community is something that I deeply care about as well. And then finally, to the board, I want to thank you for your unwavering guidance, partnership. Your leadership allows us to keep our focus where it belongs, on our residents who depend on us. Now, I will close by reminding us that behind every policy, every number, every recommendation we share today are real people. This budget is not simply a financial plan. It's a statement of our values and a reflection of our commitment to helping Ramsey County residents live healthy, stable, and thriving lives. Thank you. And with that, I'm honored to turn it over to CFO Kutz, who today will serve in a dual role again as the interim deputy county manager for the health and wellness. She will help us walk through the details of this budget for the health and wellness service team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, DCM Abdi. Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Thank you so much for having both of us here today. My name is Alex Kutza. I am currently the Chief Financial Officer, but over the past year, as he mentioned, I served as the interim Deputy County Manager for Health and Wellness. So in that role, I spent much of my time developing this budget that you're going to hear today, which is why I have the honor of getting to present with my partner, DCM Abdi, today. Today, you'll hear from each department present. You'll hear each department present on the important work that they do and the major changes in this budget. I want to share the story of how we got to today as a team. The team you see in this room, all of the directors, controllers, deputies, their staff, and so many more, started this work last October. We met every month for half and full day sessions to learn together, develop an understanding of the base budget, make decisions together, and ultimately develop the budget that is before you today. This journey was not easy. It was full of trade-offs and hard decisions. It was also full of support, partnership, and a clear focus on serving our residents with excellence and on one Ramsey County. You will hear about that today when Director Long talks about Project Bridge and her partnership with the Ramsey County Sheriff's Office. You will also hear about it today when Director Thompson talks about the community work she has done around child protection and the needed investments in that area. You will hear about it from Director Ali and his all-hands-on-deck work and the coming together of EAS and FAS teams to really make one door for our residents. You'll hear about it from Director Karen with the grants that she's leveraging to do really important prevention work in public health. Health and wellness has many of the county responsible services, and this budget shores them up on many fronts and makes hard decisions required right now. I am honored that I got to be a part of this team, and we developed this great budget together. I could not have asked for a better group to work with. They are dedicated, passionate, smart, hardworking, strategic, open to new ideas, and the very best of Ramsey County. Thank you to the team for sticking with me through the whole process. A special thank you to Janelle White and her team. It is not easy to do a budget when the CFO is your DCM. They answered every call and all of my many questions on all the text, Teams, phone calls, all of it. Thank you. And thank you to the entire exec team. Carissa, William, Francis, Ali, Monica, Sophia, Christina, Dana, Jamie, Nadir, and Chris. Best team ever. And special thank you to all the staff who show up every day to do the most important work on behalf of our residents. With that, I'll turn it over to Controller White to present on the Office of Health and Wellness.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex Kutza, CFO. Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners and County Manager Becker. As stated, my name is Janelle White, and I am a controller in the Health and Wellness Service Team. The Office of Health and Wellness begins on page 442. Before I present the budget for the Office of Health and Wellness, I would first like to recognize and thank a few people that were instrumental in preparation of this budget before you today. It's a long list because it's a big budget. I would like to thank CFO Kutza in her interim role as Deputy County Manager for the Health and Wellness Service Team. She was invaluable in her guidance and the vision of this budget. I'd also like to thank Fiscal Service Manager Enrique Rivera, Principal Accountants John Zulke, Melanie Mahan, Andrew Lowe, and Desiree Metz. My fellow colleague controller, Francis Odiambo, Alex Gale, Amber Solar, the department directors and deputy directors, our partners in finance, Susan Earle, the former budget manager, and our principal financial analyst, Lance Benninghoff. This budget reflects our entire team. The Office of Health and Wellness includes the Deputy County Manager, his direct support, as well as administrative support across the service team. The Office of Health and Wellness reflects the 2025 centralization of all health and wellness fiscal staff to form the Division of Fiscal Services. This is the increase in FTEs from 2024 to 2025, 57.8. Uniting the fiscal staff creates collaboration across all fiscal areas, bringing consistency to practice while streamlining processes to advance strategic performance. I'll come back to the Division of Fiscal Services in a minute. As County Manager Becker stated in her presentation, there is an increase of 3 FTEs in this budget. These positions will strengthen our ability to capture all eligible federal funding and for compliance. 2 of the positions will focus on random moment revenue, which is federal funding obtained by the county for administrative time staff spend on eligible activities. The positions will partner with social services and financial assistance services to ensure the staff are responding accurately to the random moments. This will be done through the analysis of data and training of staff, thus maximizing the reimbursement on eligible services and compliance with federal regulations. The 3rd position will concentrate on Medicaid support, the assessment of claims, those paid and those not paid, and the assurance that all potential claims are submitted for reimbursement. This will also include Medicaid enrollment efforts, all leading towards revenue maximization. There is also 1 reduction of an FTE of a planning specialist due to changing work priorities, and this will take place through attrition. The Office of Health and Wellness embodies the one Ramsey County priority. Best practices and partnerships are utilized across health and wellness departments, as well as areas we work with throughout the county. This brings to light common goals and enables us to work together to achieve those goals. Our work with finance to align with county processes in our new fiscal service division lifts up the priority of one Ramsey County. The development and implementation of the new ERP system is another example of the work across the county focusing on one Ramsey County. Now back to the Division of Fiscal Services. The formation of the Division of Fiscal Services centralizes all fiscal functions, which is consistent with EGCI's organizational structure. We knew there was a better way to structure fiscal services due to the size, complexity, and numerous funding sources for our service team. This was a 2-year process, which began in the Better Together Fiscal Quality Improvement Initiative. It was built utilizing a bottom-up approach to team development. The staff who do the work were key contributors from the beginning. It was vital they had a voice in the process, and when the centralization became a reality, their excitement was contagious. The core team leading the initiative included the Health and Wellness Racial Health Equity Administrator and a Racial Health Equity Liaison to ensure that the transformation was through a racial equity lens. All fiscal staff attended training led by our racial equity leaders to focus on what fiscal's role is in racial equity. Other key stakeholders were included in the process, such as health and wellness departments and finance, to understand their needs from a centralized fiscal service team. My friend and colleague yesterday, Tom Ock, talked about EGCI wanting to become the gold star of the finance team. However, I know that the Health and Wellness Fiscal Service Division is on their way to becoming a platinum star. Sorry, Tom. The work of the Office of Health and Wellness and the Division of Fiscal Services is focused on the people we serve, both the internal stakeholders, such as the employees, finance, and the county manager, to name a few, and our external stakeholders, the people we serve, community partners, and our vendors. It is because of the people we serve, the Office of Health and Wellness and the Division of Fiscal Services holds itself to work with integrity. This builds trust with the internal departments and the residents of Ramsey County. The work done in fiscal services affects people's lives. An example is residents and businesses depending upon accurate and timely payments, as this often impacts their ability to provide basic daily needs. We focus on people and lead from a position of servant leaders, prioritizing the needs of the team and the communities we serve. It is important to develop leaders at all levels. This results in a collaborative and inclusive environment for the team and ensures many perspectives are heard. The vision for the Division of Fiscal Services was shared and inspired staff to be part of making this vision a reality. I want to thank CFO Kutza when she was interim Deputy County Manager for Health and Wellness, and Deputy County Manager Berg when she was interim County Manager, for their support to continue the journey to make the Division of Fiscal Services come to fruition. I am looking forward to the 26-27 budget and working with Deputy County Manager Abdi in its implementation. Thank you for your time today. I'll stand for questions.
All right. Do you have any questions? Commissioner Zhang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question about just the addition of the 2 staff for the random moment time study and why that would be needed. I'm just curious if that's work that is already being done, and if or could training be offered to provide current staff to lead that work?
Okay, we'll get it to our Chief Financial Officer.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang, thank you so much for the question. I'm answering that question because as the interim DCM, I was a big proponent. I was pushing for those. So we heard about random moments yesterday a little bit, and the random moments, how we get our revenue in for much of the work we do, particularly in financial assistance and social services. Currently, we have 1 training position. There are hundreds, if not over 1,000 employees who do random moments. The state often changes the codes and the rules around how you do random moments. To give you a sense, Hennepin has over 10 trainers for theirs, and they are very successful at bringing in revenue. This would bring us to 3 trainers, and we are half as large as Hennepin, but we serve many, many people. I truly believe that they will bring in far more revenue than it costs for them to be in those roles, but we need to test that out as we see, can we be more responsive to state changes? Can we better partner with our state partners on how we should be training and making sure we're using the right codes for the right visit? Can we be more proactive with new and also like recurring trainings? Can we think, right now we're just doing, oh, this change, we have to do this. We want to be proactive and say, oh, let's look at the whole thing. Let's look at we get data from the state every single month or quarter. Every quarter. So who's going through that data and saying, hey, this area is missing this a little bit, this area is totally on it, so this is going to give us more ability to do that. And as I mentioned yesterday, and I want to mention it again, I do truly believe that this is a way that we're shoring up in preparation for the changes that could come down in these programs from the federal and state government. We can't leave 1 penny of revenue that we deserve on the table as they reduce revenue for other things for us. That's why these are really important. You can tell I'm kind of impassioned about
Yeah,
these positions.
and
so
I really appreciate that too. And another question is then, it's essentially creating a system where counties are all having to staff these trainers, and why is this not a responsibility of the state to do the training?
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang, I think that's an excellent question. Also, I worked at DHS for quite some time. So we are a county-administered state, and so it is our job as a county to administer these programs. The state does have folks who work on random moments. There are a couple people there who do a lot of the policy around that. They set the policy for random moments. We implement. We respond to the random moments. So they do go around the state and do trainings at a regular clip, but they have 87 counties to get to. And we want to be super specific to the work that Ramsey County does, and how we experience the random moments is very different than, say, Clay County or Candy Ojai County. That it's just different. But I do like that idea of maybe we do partner with some of the metro counties to do more trainings together, but we can train, these trainers can train off of our data and say, oh, hey, I'm going to call the state and say, look, we're hitting this weird code. I'm not sure why. And the state will say, I think that's because of this and this. And then we go train our people, like you should be hitting a different code, why we're not using the right code. So it's a both and, I think.
Mm-hmm. And where may we see the increases in revenue reflected in this budget as a result of these two FTEs?
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner, I will not tell you that I raised the random moment revenue. It's in FAS and social services and housing, as you saw yesterday. Mm-hmm. I didn't raise revenue specifically for these. Those revenues are increasing. You're going to hear about that from others during this time because we're doing a good job with that. And as we add staff, we also get more revenue. I need to see it play out, right? We need to see what happens with this. Having one trainer, now having 3, let's see how we can develop the whole thing. And then ideally, once we get a few quarters of revenue in after that, then the next budget cycle, we would reflect the actual increase.
And then just following up on that, with the increases in the revenue, then would that just go to offset what goes towards the levy in staffing, or where does that additional revenue go?
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang, that revenue does offset the total cost of the program. So often you hear, like you might hear Director Thompson talk today about Min Choices and how those FTs are pretty much fully revenue reimbursed. And then you'll hear Director Ali talk about FAS, and they have a certain percentage they plan for against their FTs that they get through random moments. And so every area is a little different because it's a different program and get different revenues, but it offsets the cost of the program. So basically it's that the cost of the program less the amount of revenue that we get in, and then the levy fills in the rest.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then can you help clarify then, since earlier this year we took action to approve like an additional 70 FTEs for social services, have we done that yet then? Like have we piloted that to ensure that the reimbursements are covering for the cost of the staffing?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I would say maybe we hold that question for Director Thompson, but it looks like Controller White has.
Yeah, so, Madam Chair, Commissioner, I'm sorry. I need paper towels.
I got it.
Thank you. See, that's dangerous bringing beverages up here. Okay, hopefully I'm not going to short anything out. I know, I did a really good job. If you're going to do it right.
That's true.
So,
You may want to go sit over there while we take care of this. No offense.
so,
It's okay. We have moments like this all
We
the time
do.
in life.
It,
right?
like-
So,
it's like,
cuts the tension.
it's comedic relief, right? Okay, so, Madam Chair, Commissioner. So those positions are in the process. See, we do have paper towels. Me too. I love paper towels. So we are in the process of hiring those positions. Are they all hired yet? No. Director Thompson will speak to this. Right now, there's probably around 50-ish of the positions that are hired. So with those 50 positions hired, there also is a training portion that has to come into place. So if you remember, the board resolution of the 80 positions coming in. During that period of time for training, we also won't be receiving revenue yet, right? Because they're not actually doing the work of a min-choice social worker yet.
Yep.
And so part of that board resolution was for 2025 to utilize $1 million, I believe, of general fund in order to offset the setup costs that it's going to take for the min-choice's positions to be fully hired.
So they're still in training
Some are.
Okay.
Some are, yeah. So it's a process, and they're hiring in cohorts. So based on that hiring, they're at different.
Okay, switch sides.
Thank you. They're at different. They're at different levels of where they are in the process of doing work and being in the random moment.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, so this is an example of what happens when crisis happens. We all jump in and do our little part.
Good job.
It's one Ramsey County. It's one Ramsey County. I mean, this is proof.
Commissioner
everybody-
McMurtry, yes.
I got this out of the way, so everybody's going to be better today.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a couple of questions around random moments because I mentioned it a little bit yesterday, and really happy that CFO Kutza provided more context behind just how important this is, and I think it's also something that I would encourage, throughout this process to determine those areas where we are leaving money on the table, and making sure that we are finding ways to get the money that we need and that we should be getting as a county. Looking on page 443, the $1.3 million in increased revenue, is that random moments related specifically for health and wellness? Not countywide, just for this specific office?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I think that if you're looking on page 443, so the personnel services increase is $1.3 million.
Gotcha.
That includes both the two random moment FTs, the new
Gotcha.
FTs focused
Okay.
on Medicaid, and then the operational increase, that's the majority of it.
Gotcha. Okay. No, that makes sense.
Okay.
Do we know?
The revenue shows up in both Director Ali and Director Thompson, and then Director Yang's area yesterday.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. That is helpful. And then my next question is on the ERP and how you mentioned how the reliance on manual data entry and manipulation is a risk that continue to be monitored. From you all's perspective, with the rollout of the new ERP, what projected savings, specifically financial savings, do you think that we will be able to obtain with this new system?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I don't think we know that number yet because we're still trying to build the system. And so part of building that system is looking at, I got to stop talking with my hands. So part of building that system is looking at all of those manual functions that we do, all of the spreadsheets that we keep, to see if they can be implemented somewhere within the new ERP system that we can get reports and that can be our source, rather than pulling out and manipulating various reports and putting them together. So I think we're a little too soon to know what that savings is, but just know that we're working very hard to look at what are all those manual processes and how can we do them better with the new system.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Jefferson.
Yeah, I would just say that the importance of these kinds of back-of-the-house investments so that we're making sure to code properly, to account for the work that we're doing that is part of the mandated services so that we get the dollars that are supposed to be used to reimburse us for those mandated services. If there is a way, I will say that probably everybody around this table spends an inordinate amount of time trying to explain that to people in community. Could we maybe have a one-sheeter that just says, because I think when I've had people ask me things like, you're hiring those positions just because you can make money. And I'm thinking, no. We are mandated to provide services, of which certain dollars are set aside for us to do those services. And this is how we connect the dots between the work that we're doing and the dollars that are supposed to cover those services. And it's a complicated thing to explain, and maybe if we could have something to refer people to, would make it a little easier for them to understand why these investments are important.
It's awesome, because we're never making money. We
Yes.
utilize the money for services.
We're getting paid for things we've been asked to do.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
On this note?
Yeah, related to the reimbursements, around this question is, how do you arrive at 2 then, rather than 3 or 4, you know? And then also, what's in place to keep track of this work, and also to make sure that we are maximizing reimbursements?
I do the first one. Okay, Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'll do the second question, and then I'll let DCM, previous DCM and CFO could answer the first one. In terms of this whole area of work, because now we have 2 service teams that are going to have to like merge the kind of work around here, including health and wellness and the community support service team. I've asked the DCMs that we'll be putting together like a functional team to work on random moments, if that makes sense. So there'll be a set of accountability as a result of the work crisscrossing the service teams. Again, another reason why that one Ramsey County model sort of has to work. So we're not, putting resources in one service team and then the other one doesn't get it. It's really around the work, and it doesn't really matter where it's sitting. So you can expect to, ask more questions, and I'm happy to bring them back. But there will be a team that will be brought together to oversee random moment improvements in the county.
Great. Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang, thank you for the question. How do we land on 2? 2 things. It fit in the budget, not gonna lie. And it seemed like a good test of like, hey, okay, we have 1, let's make it 3, see what we can do. We monitor, I don't, we loosely. Many people in this room spend much of their time monitoring the random moment revenue that comes into this. With better training and better focus on those reports, we believe it will increase, and we'll be doing a better job at getting the money that there's 2 things. You want to be accurate and you want to get the most money, right? So we want to do both of those things. If it works really well and we think that team of 3 says, hey, we could use 2 more and they're bringing more revenue, we'll come back and ask for that.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner McGuire.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up on random moments, we've been talking about them, and just for those people that are watching, what random moments are is that people are doing their work and they get phone calls, right? I mean, or maybe someone else can describe it. Or it's a pop-up. It's a pop-up on your computer, and it says, what are you working on? And then you code whatever you're working on so that they can determine it's a federal or state government. Maybe I should just let you describe it so I can, that's how I'm thinking of it. Federal or state, will reimburse based on the work that you're doing. And so whatever you code, then you get reimbursed based on that. So that's how I think about these random moments. And that's why people need to be trained on what the right coding is. And I guess people get selected at random on who does random moments, or how does that work? Yeah.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, you did an excellent job of explaining random moments.
Great.
We're going to take you on our roadshow.
That's how I think about it.
That is accurate. So it is a federal and state program. You have to, with the federal government, you have to provide enough data. You can either do 100% time reporting, which means you need to say what you do every minute of every day, as folks who are serving people who are enrolled in these federal programs like Medicaid or SNAP or MinChoices. Or you can do random moments. You have to have a statistically valid number of data points. So every pop-up that a worker gets that says, hey, what are you doing right now? You have to have so many for your particular county in a given quarter to be statistically valid. And that's how they base all of the revenue we get for those programs. And it's different amounts of revenue for different programs.
And so it's just an indication. People listening to this may say, wow, that's a lot of work. And it is a lot of work. And it's a lot of work to be accountable. And we see what happens when there's maybe not as much accountability, but a lot of what we do is to show how we are using our money, to show how we're using the revenue, how we need to get reimbursed, the work that we're doing. So it is expensive, and that's why, we said, let's let the state help us. Yes, we asked the state for money for our county program aid, which goes to all of the things that we do. I would love to ask the state for more money for these requirements. They require us to do these, to get reimbursed for this money, we need to do these random moments. And so I think every chance we get, we want to ask the state for help in doing these and doing this work that they're requiring us to do. So I think it's something that we're all working on in getting reimbursed, from the state and federal government, and a lot of it is in county program aid or different other programs. And I just want to say thank you so much to Controller White, to DCM Abdi, and of course to our CFO / former DCM Kutza. This has just been such a year of transition for all of you and for everyone in your area. I want to just say thank you to have kept the ball rolling while you're fixing it, or while you're changing it, while you're readjusting it, and you've just. There's so much going on in this department, and you've really, just in your initial presentation so far, has made me feel so much more confident in how everything's going. So thank you for that, and for putting a budget together that will help us move forward into the future. I really appreciate it, and I just want to say thanks. I know the whole board is grateful for you to keep this work going, and it is such crucial work for the county. I do have one other question, Madam Chair, just to affirm, because we have these FTEs here that are going from 15 to 73, and that's just bringing people together. I just want to affirm that when we see this number, it's not adding any new. I mean, we're adding 2 new random moments, but otherwise it's just bringing the existing people together.
Yeah.
There's not
Yes,
many new, right? Yeah.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, you're correct. These are all existing positions that were throughout the service team, all coming. I got to stop it.
Yeah.
All coming together. I know, to create the centralized fiscal services.
Great. Thank you. Just wanted to affirm that.
Commissioner
Thank you.
Zone, thank you.
Yes, I just want to echo what Commissioner McGuire said about, just thank you, CFO Kutza, for your leadership during the transition and identifying this as, a space where we can grow in. I'm also curious about how this conversation transpired about like, hey, we're missing money over here. I think it's just really, it should be a model, of teams coming together to identify these things. So I'd love to hear a little bit more.
Right now, Madam Chair? Okay, Madam Chair, Commissioners, I would say it's this team right here, right? They identified things like, hey, it would really be helpful if we had another trainer, or hey, we used to have someone who checked Medicaid enrollment and we got rid of that person a while back and we haven't gotten them back. And when they brought up those things, being uniquely positioned in that, I was like, let's do that. Like, we definitely should do that. And I think, we were just, as I said in my opening, we spent a lot of time together in rooms trying to add the most important things. And when they brought those ideas to the table, these were not my ideas, these were everybody's ideas of what would help them do their work better. We tried to fit those in. Not everything fit in, but a lot of important things got fit in.
Great. Well, thank you to you all and to the team.
So I too want to just echo my colleagues and the work. This has been very interesting conversation, especially around the whole random moments. Very informative, insightful, and hopefully will have a great impact, because for sure, the status of where we are at this moment and what we see, the possibilities of what may be coming, that we cannot leave any money on the table. Right, and we have gone through many transitions with our staff, with our departments. You have to retrain people, and so just having a greater number of individuals who can do that, so that we're not missing those dollars, is critically important to the work that we need to do, want to do, and have to do here in Ramsey County. So kudos to everyone for your work. I wrote down some of the things that I heard, that we are better together. Thank you for bringing people together under our leadership of our county manager, who's really been really good about bringing people together, and just that we move out of our silos, knowing that when we come together with our thoughts and our planning, we are better together. And you stated, the bottom lead, team support. I liked all those things. We're all serving leaders, as we are also developing leaders, because everyone is a leader, and we have to hope and allow people to see that and to know that. And I think when we do that, we are all better as individuals together and as a county. So thank you so
Thank you.
much.
And thank you for your grace and for my foible. And I set the bar really low. So
I talk with my hands all the time, so I get it. All right, so we're going to move into the Division of Innovation and Strategy with Alex, our CFO, Alex Kusa.
Okay, top on. Don't worry. Chanel, I got it. All right. Okay, good morning. I'm back again. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I am here on behalf of the Director of Innovation and Strategy, Dana DeMaster. She did a great job with this budget and is sad to miss this presentation today. First, I want to take a moment to thank a few people, the leaders within this area: Melissa Porter, Mazen Alhumani, Sarah Mayat, and our accountant Desiree Kometz, and Janelle White, and Dana DeMaster. They worked really hard to develop the budget in front of you today. I'm starting this budget on page 452. So the Division of Innovation and Strategy was created in 2023 from the Health and Wellness Administrative Division. The division provides program evaluation and research and business analytic reporting, supports human services technology, and supports the electronic health records that are used in our county clinics. We're essentially the bridge between human services departments and IS, and the link between policy and planning and the departments around support of the county's strategic priorities. Our budget is also the keeper of administrative expenses for social services and financial assistance services. This is really important because you see a lot of money in this area and you think, why is there so much money in this area? Well, the reason is our administrative cost allocation, which we have to file with the state and federal government. Basically, how do you allocate all of the costs related to these programs that we're talking about today? For things like supplies, rent, overhead, IS charges, they sit here. That's the cost allocation plan that we have as the county. So you see them here. So when you see those big numbers, that's what it is. It is the overhead and costs for social services, for FAS. They are included in this budget. With the organizational alignment, some of the functions and staff in the Division of Innovation and Strategy will be merged with other areas. The evaluation team is joining the policy and administration team in the county manager's office, and our early childhood work is moving to public health, as is our family coach program, which I will talk about in a minute. I want to take a moment to highlight kind of the main areas of this department for you. So evaluation, research, and reporting is a critical service that helps the county understand its impact and whether we are meeting our goals, improving client outcomes, and operating efficiently. Human services technology has many roles, such as getting business requirements, process improvement, triaging desktop support, and providing administrative services. But the key role is understanding and managing the unique technology ecosystem of human services and its blend of state-mandated systems and county systems, because we use both to do our work. To present the Health and Wellness Administration and Division of Innovation and Strategy budget, I wish I had an acronym for that, I'm framing it in 3 of the county manager's budget goals. 1, Ramsey County, investing in operational excellence, and county responsible services. Within each of those, I will talk about our major changes. Starting with 1, Ramsey County. Over the last 2 years, we have moved contract management, the scan center, the mailroom, fiscal services, and records and data analysis. While contract management was part of the purchasing and contracting transformation consolidation within finance, the other staff were moved to be within departments they serve. So, for example, nearly all of the documents scanned in this area were for financial assistance services, so we moved the scan center to financial assistance so it's closer to the work that they do. These moves have better aligned the function within the management of the work. This budget is the final shift of this, so you see $457,000 in staff costs that is basically the remaining shifts that weren't done prior to 2024. We also, as part of One Ramsey County, shifted work and associated revenue to social services for the local collaborative time study and adjusted the revenue formula for evaluation and workforce solutions. You see that as revenue changes in this budget. This is also a budget where we recognize the operational increases related to class and comp. We want to thank you for that. That helps retain and recruit new staff in an area that is often difficult to recruit in. We also have investments in administrative overhead, liability, insurance costs, as well as the IS service fees. Again, we carry all of these costs for social services and financial assistance because of our state cost allocation plan. And we didn't mention it before, but Controller White is working on updating this plan over the next couple of years. It's a process. It's a big deal. It needs to get done. Her and her team are working on it, and then you'll see something different as we move into the future. But that's a really great investment that we're making right now with the team. Also, big news, we're moving out of the East building. Yay. Well, yeah, that deserves an applause. So to be One Ramsey County with our friends at Metro Square, we're decreasing our rent by $2 million, which is a great thing because our footprint is decreasing and we're moving all of our services to Metro Square. This is reflected in our property management charges, and there are also reductions in costs generally to run the East building, different supplies and things that we needed just to be in that space. We are also focused on One Ramsey County by operationalizing the early childhood initiative work in public health. This move supports preventative services for young families and moves 1 FTE from here to public health. I want to take a moment to talk about our Family Coach program. This is also moving to public health. As you're aware, public health has funded Family Coach services through its Maternal and Child Health Infrastructure Grant, while the Division of Innovation and Strategy has funded Family Coach through a series of one-time funds, including ARPA dollars. Moving all of the Family Coach programs to public health will enable us to streamline and simplify the program administration, and you will see ongoing funding in public health to support this work. And we're also working on other revenue streams to support the work into the future. Our second area of investment is operational excellence. This priority is reflected in our intentional investments in evaluation and research. This budget lays the groundwork to provide evaluation and research countywide, which is something we've heard from this board is a priority for the last couple of budget cycles. With research and evaluation, we were able to support 2 evaluation positions that were previously funded with ARPA funding through the use of other vacant funded positions. This helps us preserve the evaluation work that has been imperative during COVID and can be expanded now that we are, well, my public health colleagues are here, sort of beyond COVID. We also created 1 new research supervisor position to support the growing team. As you heard on Monday, the evaluation team will move to the policy administrative strategy area, and over there they are adding 2 new evaluator positions in 2027. That will continue to grow our capacity to be a countywide evaluation team. All of this together creates a solid team to expand evaluation countywide and support operational excellence for Ramsey County. The budget also continues to invest in community engagement. Our Racial Equity and Community Engagement Team, fondly known as RESEAT, is partnering with evaluation staff on a community participatory research project that will form the basis of how we build these principles into our evaluation practice as a rule rather than an exception. These concentrated efforts will hopefully lead to disparity reductions in services all across the county as we build cultural responsiveness and race equity into how we approach measuring our goals, program impact, and program development. So finally, this budget focuses on county responsible services. The Human Services Modernization Program has been a journey that began in 2021 and has come a long way. This project has dramatically changed the way that financial assistance services and social services do their work. This budget includes $550,000 annually for Northwoods Traverse and $700,000 annually starting in 2027 for CaseWorks. These are both electronic case file management systems for social services and financial assistance services. These subscription costs, which avoid much manual labor and paper processes to move to an electronic case file management, offset a burden that has been borne by staff of paper file management and frees up staff time to focus on residents' needs. The implementation of Northwoods Traverse in 2025 will move social services from paper file management to electronic file management. This is really great news. Both costs are part of our overall cost pool, so some is offset by revenue. As Commissioner Zhang asked earlier, how does that revenue come in? This goes into our cost pool that then we can charge to the state, and so part of it is reimbursable through the programs they support. We also have funding to support more work in this area in 2026 and 27, including replacing systems, older systems and FAS older systems like FAS Bureau, Tracking, CAFE, and CTR, which is a medical claims processing system. This cost is offset with reductions in consulting costs for these retired systems. So we're in a big moment here where we're moving to electronic file management. We're trying to retire some old systems. We're investing in other areas, trying to kind of move into the next phase of technology, like 20 years late, but here we are. As you know, work on the systems that support all of our critical human services work will continue in partnership with other counties and the state. Finally, and very exciting, as part of this budget, in an effort to focus on county responsible services, we are ending processing mail for the county courts and the city of St. Paul. This is kind of a big deal for a lot of people, and for many years, probably decades, we have processed mail for Ramsey County courts in the city of St. Paul for very small fees. As of October, we will no longer be doing this. There is a decrease in revenue, which is offset by decreased postage costs. And at the same time, we're switching from our print to mail vendor, so it's less expensive, and there are savings in this budget related to that. That completes my presentation on behalf of Dana DeMaster, who wrote many of these things, so I want to thank her. Thank you for the chance to share this important work with you today, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Jefferson.
All right. Well, my first question is more of a statement and just excited. So the community-based action research model is one that really does center residents in the co-creation of not only how we answer questions, but how we formulate the questions. Are we even asking the right questions? And so much of the data-driven work that we do and evaluative work that we do in bureaucracies like this is counting the things that we can count, and that misses so much of the lived experiences. And so I'm just thrilled to see that be part of the work that we're doing. So I just wanted to lift that up. And then I wanted to get into some of the technological investments. You touched base a little bit on a number of the systems that you're upgrading. And I guess for me, I would like to know what can you share about anticipated cost and time savings or user outcomes? So we've invested in it. So a few years from now, when we're integrated, we're using it and all of that, what outcomes can we expect to feel as staff and as residents?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Jebin Singh, it is too early to tell at this point, but just moving from manual systems and actually having a system where it's integrated, I think will be definitely helpful, but the numbers that are going to come out will probably be something that we'll look into the future. Right now, what's taking place is that people are actually doing things by paper, and that takes a lot of time and effort. I'm very confident that moving into this new system that we will have a lot of time saving, and it will help us make sure that we provide a better service delivery to our constituents.
Yeah, I think so too. And I guess one of the questions that I have in that is, you call out on page 456 some of the risks and, I guess some of the long-term pressures or things we need to keep an eye on. And one of the questions I have is what are some of the risks or opportunities lost in not matching staff resources to the new technology investments? So making sure that we're have enough people to train, to learn. We just talked about, not being able to have enough trainers that engage us in the time study and making sure that the staff who are engaging with these new technologies are using them in their optimum way. I'd like us to keep an eye on how, as this rolls out, to say, we've made the infrastructure investment. Have we made also the investments in our people investments to allow them to use this tool to its maximum?
Yep. Madam Chair, Commissioner Jibin Singh, we are working on that component simultaneously together, making sure that the training component for the staff is taking place while the system is also helping us. I think the comp class really helped us because it also helped us retain staff, and also it helped us get staff that are interested. This work is really difficult to do. I don't think anyone it's difficult for someone to walk out of the street and just come into this type of position, right? It takes a lot of training, it takes a lot of knowledge, and the systems that we're creating internally versus the systems that are in the state are two different things too. So we're trying to couple two things together as well. So for all of those reasons, I think we're paying attention to making sure that when we're training our staff, they have the right tools that are there, that are necessary for them to be successful. So we understand that component as well. So I think and you'll hear a lot of that in the upcoming presentations from Director Ali, Director Thompson. It's the investments that they're making into these services and making sure that retention is one of the things that we really focus on to assure that we retain our staff, we train our staff properly, and also have the proper systems to do the work that we need.
And Chair, if you just humor me, one more question on this is, I think that for those of us who have been providers and community members, engaging with these systems and advocating for people who are engaging with these systems, the common complaint I often get is, when I go to my doctor's office, I have my MyChart. All I have to do is sign a consent form, and then I don't have to spend the next half hour, 45 minutes figuring out just what forms I need to figure out, and then the next week filling out those forms in order to get the services. How close are we to having some kind of a uniform benefits or a case that follows us so that that you can do your work seamlessly, that we as residents, for providers who are trying to connect people to these services, how far, is that still like a moonshot, or are we close?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I was looking at a few people. I don't think it's a moonshot. I mean, we are very dependent on the state for some of that and data sharing. We are doing, I'm totally blanking on it right now, but we are doing an effort to try and get more of our specific Ramsey County programs into, where's Carissa? She's going to tell me what it is. What's the name of that? Bridge to Benefits. Thank you so much. I just phoned a friend there. The Bridge to Benefits program, where we get more Ramsey County programs in there so people have more of a one-door-like thing. I feel like that's probably the best the county can do. We are dependent on the state. They have gotten a fair amount of money, which we talked about earlier this week, for their IT investments. I just wanted to add to that on your earlier question also. I think some of this investment in our technology is going to avoid the need for more, as some of our programs change due to federal and state changes. I think some of this, that limiting that manual work will allow people to do other work and it's like a cost avoidance rather than a savings. So I think people will have more time to serve residents when we have to check, if we have to check their benefits twice a year versus once a year, we're gonna have more people doing less manual work that could do that. Mm-hmm. And I never miss a chance to shout out the capital project. There is a capital approved project in there to scan all of our documents, which is a major thing for health and wellness in our organization, so that we will be able to look at those documents as needed, scanned, and not go through boxes of files.
Yes to all of that. I'm thinking back to my first engagement with Bridge to Benefits, which was a bunch of providers who provided food security services to older adults and a whiteboard. I would love to see it actually operationalized in a way that honors all of the work that people in community have poured into such of these ideas over the years. So thank you for this update.
Let's see here. Commissioner McGuire.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am so excited about this newer department. I'm so grateful that the county has, that we're investing in an innovation and strategy department, because when we all know how frustrating it is, when we hear and see something new happening, and some of the work that we see in our state association, our national association, we bring it to Ramsey County, and people are so busy doing the work that they're doing, they don't really have time to look and see what might be new or what might be doing that. They're just doing their work. And so I'm just so grateful that this department is stood up so that we can take all the really good ideas that we have from our staff and from everyone that's doing this work and operationalizing it. And so just thank you to Dana, thanks to everyone who's helping make this work possible. An example that I historically was working on was the early childhood care and coordination group, and we wanted to focus more on our early childhood efforts, and there were bits and pieces being done throughout the county, but we wanted to stand that up. We set this up, and I think it sat in the county manager's office then, because there was, they maybe had some capacity and we got a grant, so we put that person, in there. And now, so that's why it started here. I'm just sort of giving maybe a little history, is that it started here because of that. And it's a great effort to bring together community and all the entities that are working on it, on early childhood, and sort of figuring out how do we, maximize all those efforts. And now it's moving into public health, which is, I think, appropriate that it goes there. So if I have questions on that, should I ask it in public health or should I ask it here?
I think, Madam Chair, Commissioner McGuire, I think that will be addressed in the public health.
Public health, great, because I, of course, appreciate that effort. And I appreciate all of the efforts that you're all working on. And I don't know if now is the time to commend, compliment, thank you, CFO Kutza, for your work. I know you sit on an Association of Minnesota Counties work group. They're so excited to have you there. And I don't know if it's related to this kind of work or financial work, but I know that you're instrumental in a statewide working group that's looking at different ways that we can do things. And maybe you could just, I don't know if it fits in here or where it fits in, but I know that we're very excited that you're a part of that to help.
We are very excited you're there.
We are very excited.
I think before you respond, I think County Manager has a statement here.
Yeah, so thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner McGuire. I'd love Alex to talk a little more about the AMC work group in a moment, but I just wanted to provide a lot of clarity about this department.
Yes, thank you. Okay.
So you referenced that we're standing up this department. We're actually changing the way this department is doing its work.
Great.
We've built up more structure and staffing capacity aligned with the county manager's office under the Division of Policy and Administrative Strategy. And so so everything that you said as the outcomes of the work remain. Our goal is not to have this be only in a health and wellness understanding. Does that make sense? So by putting in the county manager's office and increasing the capacity, it is the place where that type of innovation and strategy will be happening. And then as things get operationalized, they will show up in departments, and even when they are in departments, so the family coach would be a good example that I'd like to call out here, even the early childhood. We have many departments in the county that interact with families or actually work with the family coaches. You got a board workshop about both of those this past summer. It is expected, once again, hope people are hearing me, functional teams. I've challenged our exec team members and our deputy county managers to think about how we do work and bringing the right people around a table to execute against the work and not have it be like the work of an area. It is the work of the county. So as we work with our community and with our residents and community-based organizations, they don't want to have these conversations over and over again in multiple departments and multiple areas. They want to interact with a one Ramsey County and understand how a family coach would support across potentially child protective services, the MFIT program in workforce solutions, the maternal health work in public health. So those are going to be cross-functional teams, and that's going to be, important sort of connective tissue that the Policy and Administrative Strategy Division will support as a result of the strategic priorities that the DCMs will be holding that sponsorship responsibility to pull together. So hopefully that's helpful. The department is still a part of the work because it's holding this transitionary time of all these like internal service rates and the budget that's a part of the work. And maybe CFO could explain that a little bit more, but the people technically are all being redeployed out of this area.
Thank you so
okay.
much.
All right. I hope that clarity is
Thank you so
helpful.
much for that clarity, because you're right. That's how I'm thinking about it, and I'm glad you said whatever I was saying, but I'm glad you clarified that, because that is such a brilliant vision, and I think it's important for all of us. And thank you, and thank everyone for being a part of this work. So thank you for that.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioners, just to piggyback on what County Manager Becker said, this area does hold a lot of the overhead costs and things like that. It also continues to hold some staff, because we have the technology staff that is sitting here that works with our IS partners as a capability team, and we have some reporting staff here. And as we go into the alignment work through 26 and 27 and the administrative work we're going to do, we will look at all of those and see where the best place to land. And thank you for the AMC work group. I'm very excited to be working with them on how we think about the long-term costs of our Medicaid waivers in the state of Minnesota. I think it's like such an amazing thing to think about all the work I've done, and to get to that table, I'm very honored and excited to talk about both the finance and how we serve people differently going forward on behalf of our taxpayers.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
Commissioner McMurtry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just had a real quick question on with all the new technology that's being introduced. I know that you mentioned that part of those costs will be covered with revenue coming in from DHS and from the medical assistance unwind, but moving forward, we're going to have to look at how we're going to pay for this. Have you thought, has there been conversations around different revenue streams that we need to be looking into to potentially pick up the cost of technology that we're introducing just for the long term?
So thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner. We are putting that money in the base of this budget. So some of it was funded through MA unwinding and other money. We're constantly looking for other sources. It's revenue offset it goes into our overhead, like our administrative cost allocation pool. And so we do get some revenue for those things as we look at more and more technological solutions. I actually am going to defer to my partner here, Deputy County Manager Abdi. This is his area of passion, and I am confident he's going to find new ways to do that and money to help support that as well.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? So I will close by saying that I want to speak to technology because I cannot believe that in 2025 we're still doing work by paper.
Yeah.
You know, one of the things that on page 256 it says that the need to modernize technology and overflow and workflows continue. And it talks about the financial aid system, and I think Director Ali can contest to the many times that my office had to contact his office because people had put in an application for services that they needed. It was 30 days, 60 days, 90 days later, just because of a system that we currently have in place. And I say that because it's important that we can say that and know that we have staff who was working hard, but we had a system that was outdated, that was taking more time than needed to get the work done. You know, a system that was 20 to 30 years old, right? A system that where we was bringing in new staff to support financial aid services and other services, and we would train them, and then they would get behind a green screen and say, I can't do this, and they would leave. It costs money to train people. That's not free, right? And we was losing them. And so I do know that this was the #1 priority, not just for Ramsey County, but all 87 counties through AMC.
All right.
We have to improve technology. We have to come into the 21st century. And an investment here is a great investment all around. So I am very, very excited about where we're going, because it really is about being able to serve the residents in Ramsey County in a more efficient, immediate type of way. Because, when people come to Ramsey County for support, they are coming to us at the lowest moment in their lives, and it's critical. And so to be able to respond more effectively and efficiently is really, really important. So I'm really, really excited that, especially in this area, that we have invested good money for a good purpose. Not that we haven't done it for other areas, but this is really, really critical to the work that we want to do here in Ramsey County. So I really appreciate the work that comes from our leadership. Earlier I did when I was thanking our county manager. I just also want to give a shout out to former interim county manager Burge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and also with her ability to stay with us through this transition that we're in right now, to really look at a comprehensive view of how we can work better and do better and be better, and spent a lot of time diving deep to go through this process. And so just thank you all for the work that you do.
Thank you.
All righty. So one of my favorite persons are coming up next. You want a break? Okay, why don't we take a break? Why don't we take a 15 minutes break? 10-minute, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll come back with our Social Service Director, Sophia Thompson.
Okay.
All right. I see there was a break that was really, really needed. And with all the am I on? And with all the conversation that's happening, I know that we are connecting. And that is great. So welcome back, everyone. We're going to move into our social service team part of this morning under the direction of Director Sophia Thompson. So I open it up to you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, County Manager Becker, members of the public, and staff. I'm Sophia Thompson, the Social Services Director for Ramsey County. I stand before you this morning to present the social services budget for your consideration. Let me start by giving thanks to the amazing staff and leaders who work tirelessly to ensure residents receive the critical safety net services provided in this department. To the deputy directors, administrators, our planning manager who supported with the development of this budget. A special thanks to the entire Health and Wellness Service team for all their support during this budget process. You know who you are. The depths we went to in developing this budget is a true investment in our collective leadership. Thank you to our interim Deputy County Manager, Alex Kutza, AKA the Chief Fun Officer. She really did try to make it fun. Directors Amy Karen and Monica Long for shifting levy to support social services, and Nadir Abdi, our new Deputy County Manager, for jumping right in. This is truly the essence of one Ramsey County. This year's budget proposal reflects a renewed commitment to aligning our resources with the needs of our residents, staff, and communities we serve. Our department priorities are clear. County responsible services, investing in staff, reducing wait times, and ensuring our budget reflects the actual cost of delivering high-quality care. The Social Services Department consists of 6 key areas: our administration section, aging and disability services, Min Choices, children and family services, detox withdrawal management, Lake Owasso residents, and mental health. In the last budget cycle, the department implemented deep staffing cuts due to budget constraints. As a result, we've been operating with a workforce that cannot sustain the level of service our county is responsible for. Our team members report being overextended. This leads to delays, burnout, and missed opportunities to serve residents more effectively. Those random moments we just talked about. This budget focuses on 3 of the county manager's core budget themes of county responsible services, operating as one Ramsey County, and investing in organizational excellence. With the transferred levy within the Health and Wellness Service team and additional levy from the county manager to focus on county responsible services, the department proposes a budget that will allow us to meet our mandates in a responsible way. Now, we have a lot of major changes. I'll try to number them out as we go. The first section of major changes. I am going to go a little out of order in your budget book. I'm going to walk you along the pages, so I'm confident you'll stay with me here. We're going to start on page 478. The second bullet point under major changes is where I'll begin. With our increase. These proposed increases are designated to stabilize and strengthen our workforce. These additions are not about numbers, not just about numbers. They're strategic investments in people and capacity. The 80 FTEs this county board approved for Aging and Disability Services and Min Choices Division in March of this year aims to eliminate backlogs and long wait times for MinChoice's assessments and increase access to critical services for our residents. These critical services support with keeping residents in their homes and assisting them to pursue full integrated lives in their communities. This investment of $9.9 million in 2026 and $10.4 million in 2027 is expected to generate around $12 million in revenue in 2026 and another $13.4 million in revenue in 2027. We have hired over 47 of 80 positions, which is about 59% to the question earlier, and we are on track to have all of these positions filled by the end of this year. These positions, while authorized in 2025, they are reflected in the 2026 position number count, which is why I wanted to mention them today. Also in 2025, there was a transfer of the 26.5 FTEs from the Health and Wellness Admin Division of Innovation and Strategy that Alex Kutza just spoke about. These positions will enhance onboarding, training, and internal supports, aiming to create a culture of stability and growth in the department's admin division. These are not new positions, rather a transfer within the service team. However, these positions show up in the 2025 FTE difference in your budget book on page 476. Again, just wanting to point out there's a lot of changes and wanted to walk us through that. Additionally, we are proposing 32 new positions in the Children and Family Services Division. These will support case aides, social workers, child protection workers, and supervisors needed to meet prevention and safety mandates. These investments will allow us to respond to statutory requirements, service delivery demands, and are essential to improving family engagement, delivering culturally responsive services, maintaining active efforts, and stabilizing operations through reduced caseload sizes. This staffing investment is a $2.5 million investment in 2026 and a $4.5 million investment in 2027 to get us back to baseline. In the Mental Health Division, an investment of 5 new FTEs is proposed. This addition will not only support the surge in vulnerable adult protection reports, but also aims to ease the overtime burdens being experienced in our crisis response area. Later, I will talk more about another investment in the mental health area in our partnership section. In the 24-25 budget session, to successfully meet budget targets, it was decided that we would leverage money from the Child Protection Allocation Grant. It's a grant we received from the state. Not only did this help with the budget shortfall during that session, it also helped retain necessary children and family services staff. Social services was successful in shifting positions from the levy at that time into the grant. Now we are shifting those positions from the grant back into the levy because we now have the levy to support it. Thank you. Moving forward, these 13 FTEs are shifted back. And this is an example of how we've seen a problem looming, we solved for it, and this is the type of work we are doing in social services. Our second major change, now shifting back in your budget book to page 477. Thanks to this board for approving recent investments in compensation and with improved revenue management, I want to highlight our projected revenue growth. With additional staff being added to the Random Moments cost pool, so glad you guys just talked about that. We anticipate seeing an increase in revenue staff are able to generate as those Random Moment participants. $14 million is expected in 2026, and an additional $4.3 million in 2027 as a result of this personnel growth. Many of the Aging and Disability Services MnChoices positions we are adding this year will pay for themselves through this cost pool. Additionally, as we refine and improve our ability to capture clinical revenue, we anticipate a rise in this line of service. This is thanks to the dedication of the clinical leadership team at the Mental Health Center and in Crisis Services, along with clinical revenue team led by Amy Rangel. Our clinical revenue improvements we anticipate are a $1.9 million increase in 2026 and an additional $550,000 in 2027 because of the CCBHC. These are clinical services we provide to residents and have been providing for many years. We spent time to refine and understand revenue cycle management, and it starts before the person comes in for an appointment, as mentioned. We continue to improve in this area. Next, in the major changes section, we go back to page 479, where we seek to address service delivery cost. Despite service improvements, we continue to face rising placement costs, both for youth and adults. Children awaiting placement. Costs have increased 13.72% over 4 years. This is an increase of $350,000. When children are awaiting placement, they do so at local hospitals like Children's, and some of our staff here today help with that work. In 2024, 80% of the total program cost was attributed to 31 children in care, including 28 with repeat admissions. Many of these children have acute needs stemming from trauma and are exhibiting significant mental and behavioral health symptoms. They cannot safely return home, as it would pose a risk to themselves or others, and instead require care beyond what traditional foster parents can provide. We have some promising initiatives and partnerships underway supporting children, to include what we're calling no denial beds, where we will contract with providers who are willing to support children with these high levels of acuity, and the Youth Treatment Homes Project you all recently discussed in a previous board workshop. Adult commitments and Rule 20 cases. Similarly, on the adult side, we've seen a 31.7% increase in civil commitments. This is a 242% increase since 2020 in our Rule 20 cases, a 242% jump. Connected to this are extended stays and rising rates at state facilities like Anoka Metro Regional Treatment Center, also known as AMRTC. These costs continue to increase. In 2024, the cost was about $12.6 million. There is an expected increase of an additional $3.2 million in 2026 and $600,000 in 2027, bringing this line item to $16 million. Now, for those of you who've been in this budget process, you will know that's about 1% on the county levy. As we shift from hospital cost, I want to share some of the increases related to residential treatment for children. Specifically, when children require a higher level of care, like just mentioned, at the hospital, often they have to leave the state. If these placements do not border Minnesota, they are ineligible, not eligible for Medicaid reimbursement under the Families First Prevention Services Act, a critical revenue source for the county, and typically can range between $750 a day to $1,300 a day. This is an impact of $1.3 million annually. Psychiatric residential treatment facilities, also known as PRTFs. When children can't stay safe at home with family or kin, which is always the first priority, safe at home, we seek alternatives. While we continue to celebrate the lower levels of children requiring out-of-home placements, there are some who require this need of care and psychiatric level of care because of their complex needs. It's critical to underline that the need for this psychiatric level of care is based off of independent clinical diagnoses, recommendations, and approvals due to emotional and behavioral health reasons. When the 4 PRTF programs in Minnesota either do not accept, because that happens often, or do not have openings, locating outstate PRTFs take additional time. Furthermore, the cost of care to place in out-of-state PRTF when a child is on medical assistance is entirely the responsibility of the county, and reimbursement is not an option. The next section of our major changes that I'd like to propose is a change in our detox withdrawal management area. After careful consideration and much planning, we are proposing to close the county-operated detox and withdrawal management program on December 31st, 2025. Going forward, services would be delivered through community providers who have the capacity and infrastructure to meet the evolving needs of our residents. Our detox and withdrawal management program serves an average of 10 clients a day, serves an average of 10 clients, with 53% of clients being Ramsey County residents. While this is a valuable and needed service, this is not a county responsible service, and other providers do much more of this, is not a county responsible service, and other providers do much of this work today and already serve many of our Ramsey County clients, our Ramsey County residents. We deeply value the dedication and compassion our staff have brought to this work, and this transition builds upon that foundation of services as we work to ensure the community receives the highest level of care possible. Ramsey County is committed to meeting residents' needs and ensuring a seamless transition for the people we serve, while making hard but prudent long-term change needed as responsible stewards of taxpayer dollars. This change aligns with best practices in other metro counties and across the state. Ramsey County is one of only 2 counties in Minnesota that have a county-run detox. And in the other county, Clay, the closest provider is 90 miles away. This change in service provision will allow the county to invest in strengthening the provider network. Later this fall, we will announce plans for one-time capacity grants for community providers interested in offering detox and withdrawal management services in the East Metro. This is intended to further strengthen and improve detox withdrawal management services. Community providers potentially interested in these capacity grants should consider registering now with Demand Star. Overall, this change results in an annual savings of more than $2 million and eliminates 39.5 FTEs, including 36 filled positions. Our next major change is also a partnership. In the spirit of One Ramsey County and county responsible services. I'd like to take a moment to highlight the partnership social services has developed with emergency communications, public health, and the dynamic planning team in the Safety and Justice Service area as part of the Appropriate Responses Initiative. Additional levy that will sit in the Safety and Justice team actualizes this pilot program into county beyond temporary ARPA beyond temporary ARPA funding. It leverages the county responsible crisis team and social workers who will continue their efforts to provide timely, coordinated, and trauma-informed responses to individuals experiencing a behavioral health crisis. This investment in public safety, equity, and community well-being drive measurable impacts in crisis de-escalation, reduced emergency room and jail utilization, and improved connections to long-term care and support. These 17 FTEs will show up in the Safety and Justice budget. However, they are functionally supported by Social Services Mental Health Division due to supervision and continuity in programming. Our internal and external partners are vital. We cannot do this work without them. For the sake of time, because we have so many, I want to acknowledge that some of these partners are highlighted on between pages 481 and 483 of your budget book. I'm going to now shift to our organizational values. And take a sip. And thank you. This budget reflects the value we have in our staff, the community, and people. Community. The department relies heavily on community for input in its programming. Community voice is being heard through co-design work, community engagement, having staff that reflect the communities we serve, presence in evaluation panels for contracting, and investments with local community agencies. At Lake Owasso residents, this is demonstrated daily in the care provided for up to 64 residents. In the recent hiring of the new administrator at Lake Owasso residents, community, staff, and guardians were involved in the selection process. This budget reflects the value of people. The additional staffing in social services will decrease wait times for residents, easing the burden for residents and decreasing stress for staff within the department, benefiting morale. The recent compensation and class modernization process was an additional investment. Thank you for that. We prioritize those with the highest needs. We are working to collaborate across systems to reduce barriers and streamline services to residents and ensure timely, effective care both internally and externally. This budget reflects organizational excellence. While many from the administration division physically moved in 2024, it has taken time for them to be truly integrated into social services. Under new leadership, this team is coming together as one. Additional moves within the department and intentional cohesion aims to ensure this section of the department operates with a high level of efficiency as one Ramsey County. Building a stronger department-wide training, onboarding, continuous quality improvement, while enhancing our placement and revenue team, we seek to maximize resources in a time with much uncertainty. You also heard from CFO Kutza that we recently started using Traverse, the new case management system, to move us from paper to electronic file case management. My last section is our pressures. Our investments are a response to our pressures. Staffing, retention, and training. Ongoing staff departures across the department have led to increased wait times for residents, heavier caseloads, and difficulties in fulfilling statutory obligations. The resulting workload has heightened stress among remaining staff, contributing to further retention challenges. As the department receives new investments to expand staffing and navigates continued workforce shifts and changing statutory requirements, the need for comprehensive and ongoing training is becoming increasingly critical. In our infrastructure, in the previous budget cycle, the Social Services Department established that administration division. But due to limited staffing, the division has struggled to fully develop into a functional unit that effectively supports entire department operations. The small administration team has led to gaps in department-wide training, missed opportunities to optimize revenue, and diminished capacity to support compliance efforts. This budget is not seeking new FTEs as we shift within the department, but we will continue to analyze this. Reducing in funding cost shifts and unbillable services. Many of the services we provide can be covered by medical assistance or some form of insurance. With potential federal and state changes in medical assistance, these may have budgetary impacts and significant impacts for our residents. You all are struggling with this daily. There are potential state and budget cost shifts that will impact social services. The investment that the Health and Wellness Office is making to support with Medicaid will help the department analyze and reduce these shifts. We will continue to monitor what is happening and at the state and federal level so we know when to pivot. We are good at pivoting. Our grants. The department currently manages 21 grants and allocations. Many of these funding sources have remained stable over the years, with the majority distributed through the Department of Children, Youth, and Family and Department of Human Services, with several containing portions of federal funding. The department closely monitors all grants and works closely with the new grants office and allocation requirements to ensure compliance and to proactively address potential impacts on programming or residents. In addition to maintaining existing funding streams, divisions within the department continue to actively pursue new funding opportunities to support and expand our essential core services. Our mental health outreach supports. The mental health division is often asked to support community mental health initiatives. While these may not be county responsible, there is an expectation to support these efforts. It is our job. We want to be responsible partners and need to continue to work through how we responsibly do so. In closing, this budget is a turning point. It's not just about stabilizing our services. It's about county responsible work. We are investing in our workforce, responding to the needs of our communities, and building the infrastructure to deliver on our priorities. Timely, high quality, and culturally respectful support to every resident who needs us. The cost of inaction is higher than the investment we are asking for today. With your support, we can shift from reacting to crises to building sustainable, equitable systems of care for the future. Once again, I want to thank the staff who are the true safety net for Ramsey County residents. And I stand for questions.
Okay. Members, questions?
Oh, yes.
I know we have some.
Yes, yes.
And thank you for waiting.
Okay, Commissioner Jefferson.
Yes, I have a number of questions, and there's a lot in this budget, some of it really encouraging and some of it really challenging. So I'm just going to dive into the hard stuff. When we talk about the potential changes in the detox center, the closing of the detox center, I will say ever since that the potential discussions around that started coming out, we started to hear from residents and advocates and our staff about their concerns about this. And one of the things that I think people are really wondering is our community is still in the throes of an opioid and other substance use disorder epidemic. And there's a lot of needs in our community. And so I guess I would ask, what would you want community and advocates for these services to know about the thoughtful, how you came to the conclusion of the detox center? What other community supports are there for individuals to be able to access those services? And then also, how are we focusing throughout the spectrum of care, from prevention to intervention, crisis stabilization, and recovery, because it's not just a one point in time, right? We have a broad system of supports that the county is responsible for. So just putting that decision in greater context about our commitment to this issue.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, thank you for your question. And I will start by saying that shortly after I began in the role, we started really looking at detox withdrawal management. Over time, over the last few years, it had shifted from sitting in social services to public health, and really trying to make sure that we were providing all of the supports to detox withdrawal management staff and operations when we shifted from just being detox to providing withdrawal management. That was a shift that was ambitious, and we weren't fully ready for. We took a pause in 2023 to make sure that we were fully able to integrate this line of service. And we've put a lot of resources behind the scenes and up front to ensuring that this could be really quality line of service that we offer. What I will say, in doing the analysis, we provide great quality care to those who come to our detox withdrawal management facility. There is no doubt about that. Our lead medical director and nursing team, withdrawal management aides, they all provide great quality care. This process did start with several different analyses. We did some internal analysis. We had some of our planning staff pull some numbers. We did a fiscal analysis. So there was multiple analysis that were done to really look at this critical line of service. But part of that was looking at, okay, we're one of two who are still providing this line. Where are we at year over year from a budget aspect, and what would it take to really get us over the hump? And that is really where we really were taking some really critical thoughts. What type of investments would be needed? And some of those investments had already taken place. There was a weekly meeting, a financial meeting that took place to look at how we could maximize on the fiscal end. We have challenges when it comes to being able to hire what I would call clinical staff, specifically in our nursing. We are dependent on a lot of our contracts in this area. And so some of those analyses were what helped us make this decision. There were multiple options, right? There's multiple ways to go about a decision, and this is the recommendation that we put forward. I hope
The other part of that question is just, given that the community still has a lot of needs regarding substance use disorder, and wondering what other efforts is the county invested in, is your program invested in prevention, intervention, recovery, all the other pieces of care that surround a person, a holistic approach to surrounding a person who is living with this right now.
Thank you for the continued, so I can make sure I get all the points. During the planning process, we were limited in how we could engage our larger Ramsey County team. Now that we are in a position to engage, we have some unique efforts to look at transportation as one example, and to look at the other milieu. I have been in conversations and listening to what other services are out there. There are other detox withdrawal management facilities in the metro area. Learning and understanding what their capacity is. There's a demand in other spaces as well. There is opportunity for the census of what we serve to be absorbed in that space. But in Ramsey County specifically, we at the Mental Health Center, we have substance use disorder treatment that we offer for youth and adults. That is critical. No, it is not detox withdrawal management. It still supports along that continuum of care. The Appropriate Response Initiative, in partnership with public health, we have staff who are engaging in outreach in the community to touch with individuals who may need, whether it's a resource or need to get to a treatment facility. We are helping to navigate that through, and that's a partnership with Metro Transit and the city of St. Paul. We also have a relationship there where we're looking at, where some of these things are already in place. So on Wednesday evenings, for example, we have staff that are going to that Dale and University Avenue corridor and offering supports to residents who may be needed. Being able to leverage some of those supports and maybe even expand them during this critical time, we are looking at that as well. The reality is that we did have to keep a narrow focus of information prior to a few weeks ago, and now we're able to expand that, and we are hitting the ground with some additional critical planning.
Well, and this is a follow-up to that. With the dollars that are saved with this particular shift or transition, and also with anticipated county dollars coming from the opioid settlement dollars, do we anticipate continued investment in services to support our community and those and individuals impacted by this epidemic?
Thank you again, Madam Chair, Commissioner. I would anticipate, so the money from the Social Services Department is seen as one-time capacity building dollars. What we've heard, or what we're learning also, is that that one-time money will really support with bringing that investment into the East Metro. And while we may not continue to build up the capacity in a detox withdrawal management, how we work with with our partners in public health, and also some the supports at the Mental Health Center and our mental health urgent care. What we're really trying to do is, while we're not adding specific staff to that, we are looking at where we can have some additional partnerships. I'll yield to CFO Kutza if you have anything you want to add.
Thank you, Director Thompson. I just wanted to add, I think you covered everything. I wanted to mention that detox withdrawal management is a paid service in general through Medicaid and through most insurance. That is why we did one-time grants. We want to incentivize people to come, and we want to incentivize people to build in the East Metro and build capacity. It is shown as a business that is self-sustaining in the community. We pay for folks our residents who show up anywhere for detox. We pay for that today. So if a Ramsey County resident shows up at any detox facility and they get detox services, they bill Ramsey County, we pay for that. That continues to be in our budget. That is a statutory requirement. We'll continue to pay for that. We need to help incentivize and shore up this East Metro side of the detox withdrawal management to get that piece of the continuum, as Director Thompson said, built up in the East Metro. But once they're built up, this is a billable service that is a business that works for the community. And then, to her point, we look at the entire continuum of care, which includes things like, the mental health crisis work, the ARI work, the work with public health. You're going to hear even the family coach work. How do we go around families to help them access services so that we don't end up in these spots? So that, I think it's a full continuum.
Well, and I will just finish this and then yield to everybody else on the Diaz that, as somebody who has worked in this area, who's been an advocate in this area, who has a deep investment in the work that we do in the county, is that we make sure that we take every opportunity we can from every angle through all of our departments to make sure that we're not losing focus on the needs of our community. And if it's not in this particular piece of the continuum of care, where else are we working to be meeting the needs of our residents? And so I include that as a charge as we look at this budget and we look at all of the other investments that are encouraging. This is one piece of the puzzle, but it has to be taken in the totality of continued investments in this area. So I think we have room to grow in that area this year and in future years, and just putting that into the spaces alongside this decision.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that.
Commissioner McMurtry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director Thompson, for all of your work and walking us through this. Needless to say, this is really hard work. It's necessary work, and I appreciate your commitment to making sure that we're meeting the needs for the folks in our community. So thank you for all of that. I do have more questions in regards to the detox center, because I want to, you mentioned kind of the collaborative work that our teams are doing. Specifically, you mentioned University and Dale and going out and helping those folks who are in need. A couple of months ago, I had a conversation with Brooke Blakey with the City of St. Paul and their Office of Community Safety, and we were discussing some of the needs of specifically at that intersection, and detox is one of them. We can go and have the conversations with folks there, but sometimes they're at a level where we can't really have a reasonable conversation and offer that assistance. They first need to go through the detox process and come down so we can have those conversations and offer the services. With that in mind, and knowing that, the need is there, I'm hoping you can kind of speak to kind of the cognitive dissonance that I know a number of folks are going through, thinking, well, the need is there. How are we not filling 50 beds? So if I just want to allow you the time to kind of speak to, the process that we have at the detox center, and why, despite having, the beds there, we're unable to fill them.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, thank you for the question. While the facility holds up to 50 beds, we had maxed out at about 20. That has been that is the max we would be able to take at this time. And even at that 20, I think the highest we've gotten to is 16 or 17. When we look at the overall of why people come to detox withdrawal management, the highest percentage is alcohol. What we're seeing in the community at times with those struggling with opioids, they do come, and yet that level of detox takes a bit longer. And so when people come to detox withdrawal management, they're anywhere from a few hours to 5 to 7 days, right? And then we're working really hard to get them to that next level of care. What we are learning, and what we've learned during this analysis, is that many of the individuals who may be languishing in the community, they may not choose to come to our detox withdrawal management facility. It is voluntary. It is not a place where we can hold individuals against their will. And so there's a sense of individual autonomy that takes place for an individual who wants to come. Now, we want to be there because we know that there's that critical time, right, in which someone wants to receive detox or treatment. We need to be available at that time to get them there. And as we're looking at this process, that's the piece we're looking at. How do we support with that, right? If the nearest location is in Hennepin County, how do we make sure that we're able to say, okay, if this location is not available right now because we're building this capacity, how can we make sure that they're getting to another needed location where they can be served?
No, that's incredibly helpful, and I'm glad you spoke to the voluntary piece because I think that gets lost, the involuntary versus voluntary, and the fact that this is a voluntary space. It causes, it adds to the reasoning of why we're probably not seeing, as many folks come into the space or being recommended to the space. As we pivot, and I'm glad that you mentioned the capacity grants and how we're going to continue to invest in this important work. Can you speak more to the timeline? You said that they're going to be introduced this fall. How long will that process be open? How much money will we be granting to different organizations? What does that the grant process look like?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, thank you again for the question. The capacity builder grants that we intend to push into the community, we hope to have them out by mid-October. The critical piece here is we want to be really clear about what we're pushing out into the community and what we're not. At this point in time, we are not seeking to contract with a provider for the service. This is a business model that can sustain itself. So we're navigating that through the capacity grants. What we're seeking to do is push dollars to the community to more than one provider, between $500,000 and $750,000 in 2020. And this year, it will come out of the 2026 budget, and we hope to have gone through the entire procurement process. We are working with legal. Thank you to our procurement team who's been pressing to get the information. We've asked for some additional eyes. What we don't want to happen is to push something out that is that's not exactly what we want, and then we have to roll it back. And so taking the time to ensure that the grant is worded and that it legally meets all the, dots all the I's and crosses all the T's, with the hopes of getting the money out if not by the end of the year, early part of next year.
Thank you for that. That's helpful as well. And of course, once the information gets public, I definitely want to make sure we're pushing that out to folks in the community. The last question I have is understanding that there is a tremendous need that we continue to have. What do we do with this space? And I've been thinking more and more of, is there an opportunity, especially as we are investing in these one-time grants, as another tool to support these organizations to make the East Metro a location for them? Is there an opportunity for us, sublease the space to organizations that want to do this work, since we have the space and the infrastructure? Have there been conversations started on what happens next with that space?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, thank you again for that question. That one actually excites me. The 402 University Avenue building was built for detox. That second floor space was built for detox. It is a discussion that is still underway, and I believe that our County Manager Becker will be looking critically at what is the best use of the space. There are many needs of Ramsey County, and this is one critical need. There are others. There is interest. I have heard there is interest in the space, and once we are clear about what the county overall need is for the space, we will be in a better position to talk about that more freely. A decision hasn't been made, and connecting that back to the capacity building grants, that is another reason why I've pushed back a little bit on making sure we're clear on what is what, right? The building which is, again, a county-owned building. Conversations would need to happen with property management and such.
And just to confirm, the conversations that are being had on potentially what to do with the space are those things still in the realm of detox, mental health, substance use? Is it something else?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, what I can tell you is that when I sent out our provider memo, I offered opportunity for individuals to meet with me for a small, short time, 15 to 20 minutes, to hear from them. That was my first objective, back to the question of the process. I said, if you'd like to meet, often folks want to talk directly to our county manager. I'm gathering that data in order to bring back to county manager, deputy county manager, and team to say, this is what I've heard, and this is what the desire is, and then we'll move forward with what that community process may or may not look like. From my scope, yes, the need has been specifically around substance use supports and/or not mental health supports. It's been entirely around substance use supports, but I can't speak to the other conversations.
I appreciate that, and I would definitely encourage, just knowing the need is there, whatever happens to that space next, that we do center it around this important work, just to continue to show our commitment as a county. So whether it's substance use or mental health or some form of detox, I would definitely encourage us to continue to go down that direction, so we can meet the need that we know we have. Thank you.
Thank you,
County
Commissioner.
manager also respond to.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner McMurtry, for your question. Sophia did a great job kind of summarizing some of that. I want to just make sure we're really clear about two different parts. We know that there are providers that are going to be interested in the capacity grants. We are going to follow our normal procurement processes and execute against that process. As Sophia said, as the word got out about this announcement, both herself, myself, Deputy County Manager Reyes also did some communications on September 2nd. We wanted to make sure key community stakeholders knew what was going on. Different people were responding, not so much about the service provision, but were interested in talking about the building itself. And it was important for me that we don't triangulate those conversations. And so I appreciate that Sophia was cataloging those for me. Also, some people reached out to our Director of Property Management, because that would make sense out in the community who you would talk to if you have interest. I think first and foremost, when you think about capacity building and how hard it is to establish something like this, a physical space is one of the biggest hurdles, right? So we would just want to hold that just a little bit close so that this might be part of the equation as we do the capacity building. So it will be that after that capacity building phase goes through and we do or don't need it, as part of sort of helping a organization build capacity, or multiple organizations. I don't quite know how all that, how that's going to look depending on who's going to respond. But I do think that we should definitely have a conversation around aligned things that could happen in that building, should it still be available after the capacity building conversation. So again, lots of different stakeholders have talked to me. Some folks at the city talked to me, our county attorney. Lots of people have ideas because we have a lot of needs in our community. I just want to make sure we don't get ahead of ourselves and actually not serve the main output of what we are removing ourselves from, to make sure we build that capacity more quickly for some organization or multiple. Yeah. Does that make sense? Okay. Thank you, Director Thompson.
Okay, Commissioner Zone.
Thank you. Still on this topic, do we own the building right now, or are we still bonding or paying for it?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang, we do own the building.
Okay, and how much is it to operate it, to keep the lights on, heating, cooling?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang, so there are multiple people in the building. The first floor of the building consists of our crisis and mental health urgent care. We also have our civil commitment court in the bottom half of the building. The second half of the building, the top floor of the building is entirely occupied. Each section pays a rent on the building. I would have to lean into property management to answer that full question, but each area does pay a rent.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm just having, and help me to understand like the savings, right? That we're eliminating 39.5 FTEs and then only saving about 800,000 and then an additional 250 in 2027. And then I also hear that, this type of business or for detox and withdrawal, it is self-sustaining in the market, I would say in the area. So can you help to explain some of the inefficiencies or challenges for us here?
Madam Chair, Commissioner,
Okay, Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang, thank you for the question. I'll take the financial pieces of that and then let Director Thompson take the rest. So the reason you see that number is honestly because this has been under budgeted and has run significant deficits for the past number of years, between $2 and $5 million. In order to run this as we would need to, we would have had to add at least $4.5 million to the levy to make it sustainable. I hear you, because I said it before, that this is a sustainable business model for community providers. It has not been that for us for a multitude of reasons. This is not a business that we are really good at billing. It is complicated. There are organizations out there that bill as part of their, that's what they do. We also have a hard time retaining the staff that we need to do it, which provides the care that is the billable piece. In my experience, government has a very hard time due to how we're structured running this type of service, that not just detox and withdrawal management, but a billable medical service that is not always what we're set up to do really well, even if the staff is great at it. And so that's why the number looks low, because this was never sufficiently budgeted. And what happens when a program like that runs an enormous deficit is that other areas of social services and health and wellness needed to cut back in order to subsidize this area.
Mm-hmm. May I ask what the turnover rates have been for the last few years?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang, I would have to get back to you on the actual turnover rates.
Okay.
I do not have that information for you.
And then just in terms of the conversations about what to do with the center or with this type of service, have we connected with Regents Hospital? And I bring this up because in my community conversation, a constituent of mine works at Regents, and they mentioned that, the emergency rooms are, basically full, and some of this work could actually support that. But, of course, there are staff too, so I'm curious if there have been conversations with Regents about that, because, this is our program is voluntary, right? It's voluntary, and so that's why I would imagine we have very low utilization rates currently. But what about a type of partnership where people who go to the ER can go over to our withdrawal management center?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang, thank you again for that question. Our partnerships with our hospitals are critical. And while I have not had a specific conversation with Regents, part of the process here, and this is the part, back to your great question of our process, when we announced, our first priority was to staff. We recognize that this impact is devastating to staff. And so that has been the primary priority, while after the announcement coming in and notifying our critical partners, which we did. Some people received phone calls, some people received more of a memo style. As we're in the process of this next phase is where we will continue to have those structured conversations. Because budget has been in the midst of that, we've been really thoughtful about how to triage the time. Those communications or those conversations will be on the horizon. I must say that in part of our learning about our detox withdrawal management service and who those critical partners are, we learned that there are times where our hospitals will choose to send residents to other facilities and not choose us. That was hard, and their choice of recommendation. Same with some of our law enforcement partners. They will sometimes choose to send residents who are in need of this service to another provider.
Okay, So just to get on the record, so that conversation has been had then with regions or with the emergency rooms in the system here?
Madam, can I?
Yes, Commissioner.
Commissioner, there's a meeting with regions next week that Director Thompson and I are scheduled to have.
Okay.
In addition, I do think we should get back to some of those, I don't know if you want to reiterate those numbers, but, you know, like 53% of the people coming are Ramsey County residents. We are also seeing people from throughout the metro and even the state of Wisconsin, right, is my understanding. And so where they choose to go could be a variety of places. Am I, yeah. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Madam Chair, County Manager Becker, our obligation as county responsible is to pay for those who need detox services, and we do. We also currently will receive some revenue for residents who come from other counties in Minnesota. We did see an uptick of individuals coming from Wisconsin, which we were not able to receive reimbursement for some of those because they also were reevaluating how they were delivering the service. And so people were coming across the border, and we weren't able to recoup some of those, that revenue for those individuals who are not Ramsey County residents.
Okay, great, thank you. Madam Chair, may I ask on a separate topic?
Yes.
Now, because I know that this, for ARI and for the partnership between both public health and safety and justice, the appropriate response initiatives, have we considered, both using opioid settlement dollars as well as getting reimbursements for like community health workers there? And do we have community health workers within social services already?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang, thank you for those questions. I'll start with the community health workers. There was an initiative about a year and a half, 2 years ago, where we were really exploring how to receive reimbursement in the different service models. And so while public health and social services, we don't have that particular title, I want to be clear, we don't have that title as a job class unless it changed with class and comp, but I don't believe we have that. So we've been using a different job title to connect that dot there, but we have not figured out the best way to bill in social services for those community health workers. Again, there was an initiative where we were digging into that, and at least to connect them to the mental health center specifically. I can let Director Karen talk maybe more about what's happening in public health, but we have not been able to actually operationalize and make that happen. As a reminder also, we've been really trying to draw this line of when do we charge people for something that is appropriate response attached to our appropriate response initiative, as it is an alternative, right? You're calling 911 and then someone comes out. That's a really thin line we have to draw. We're not billing people. Even in the crisis team, if someone calls 911 and we send a crisis team member out, we are not billing for that. And so it would have to be after maybe a second or third visit where someone says, yes, I want this ongoing service, where we would bill. So it is an upfront cost that we are not receiving reimbursement for when they call from that perspective. It's nuanced. Mm-hmm. Does that answer your question?
Right, but I think the second piece of what you've identified is like, would you like more services? Right, and that would be the piece that I would be saying that like we should be pursuing for billable services if they opt in for additional services and support.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang, yes. So we now that we have been able to, this is changing, and I don't want to take the spotlight from my safety and justice folks who will be in front of you on Monday to talk about this, but as we are shifting from the pilot phase, we can now reimagine what appropriate response will look like and how we might put more into this investment, right? It was a temporary ARPA funded, and now we're saying, okay, this is going to be embedded in our fabric of who we are, and with embedding it into the actual ongoing service delivery, we are continuing to have those questions about what does that next phase, next iteration. I can tell you that currently, if a crisis person goes out and meets with someone on the first time, if they go out a second and or a third time, and that now they've been able to get paperwork signed and things like that, we are then able to bill for that service. What that looks like from the public health responders who are going out, I can't speak to that.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner McGuire.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate so much my colleagues' questions, and I appreciate so much your department's work and the work that you're doing, Director Thompson. I know you've just been there for all of our community questions. When we call, you're there. You go out to community and you meet with them, and I just really, really appreciate you and your department's attention to community questions and concerns. And I am so grateful that we as a county, and I thank County Manager Becker and CFO Kutza and you and everyone for how we're really assessing this entire budget. Is it a county responsible service? And are we the ones that should do it? Or should we stand up, and if it's a billing issue, do we stand up a whole billing department to figure it out, or do we have someone else do it? And so I'm just so grateful that you're asking all those really tough questions. And this is a tough budget, so things are going to change for people, and we are going to work with people that are affected by these changes and as much as we can, and we are going to try to do the best job that we can for our residents and the services that they need. So I'm just grateful that we are starting with, okay, what is it counties need to do, and what are we required to do, and are we the ones that should do it? And in some of these cases, and I know the detox withdrawal department is sensitive now. I'm grateful that we're going to still serve our residents, and we're going to figure out how to manage that work and that facility as we move forward. So thank you for your attention to asking these really tough questions and working on these really really hard issues. I am concerned, of course, as you've mentioned, the challenges that you have, which is we don't actually know what the state and federal government are going to do in some of these cases. They are still working on their budget. Some of them, we understand, are coming after the next election. They're waiting for some of these shoes to drop, which is really unfortunate. We don't really know how this is all gonna pan out. And I'm just wondering, just maybe a process question for county manager or CFO. As these programs may get cut even further, and we anticipate they may, and we've done a budget now, not sure what to anticipate. Well, we can't go back onto the levy. If we get super cuts, we're just going to have to cut into existing programs then, right? So you've done a budget that's a bare bones budget, as I understand it, and doing only what we have to do, what we need to do for our residents. But we're going to have to cut even deeper if we get these these actions from our state and federal government. And so I'm just hoping that we can. I'm just sort of stating what's to come, and I'm nervous about it. And we will just do the best we can, but to support, this budget as a moment in time, and we'll of course be working with you, and as we move forward on what we don't know is coming up. So I'm sort of just, I'm just sort of expressing my concern that we all probably have.
Yes,
So.
for sure.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any comments on how we think about
Thank you,
this.
Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner McGuire. I'll just go back to a few of the themes that I shared on September 2nd. I believe what we're advancing here as, underneath this budget and on behalf of myself and the directors is a budget of responsible choices. We're holding several things all true at the same time. You've heard that we have to make some investments, and you heard that from the service team in order to sharpen our pencil to be able to capture revenue and do our work better. We also, in social services particularly, had to shore up some staff in order to do very county responsible work to the best of our ability that the community expects and demands, and we don't have choices in that. We also have had to make some difficult choices around staffing reductions, and you also heard about service reductions yesterday at our Shoreview Library would be an example. And let's not forget the levy. That is another part of this conversation. As I brought up as part of my budget and as we've shared throughout the community over the last 2 weeks, the big shift, as we talked about from NACO, this $10 trillion. We don't know all of that yet. We already have some state shifts that I would like, CFO Kutza just to talk quickly about the AMRTC in a moment, just to give that example of this budget and that shift. But at the end of the day, we have some choices to make. Either we have to make some cuts or we have to continue to raise the levy. I mean, we went to our delegation a couple weeks ago, some of you, and explained the difficulty of, 14% of our property being non-taxable. Overall, almost 50% of our budget is on the property tax. And you all saw who is being impacted most disproportionately by the property tax. And so a couple of weeks ago, some of us heard a presentation from Greater MSP that talked about the strides that are made in Black and Indigenous, like home ownership, business ownership. Those are all fragile gains in terms of sometimes in our community when we're trying to build wealth. All these things are related. We are trying to make sure that we can do the things that we have to do, but not put so much burden on the backs of the very disparities that we're trying to close when it comes to keeping people in their homes. And so it is a very hard budget. We are making very difficult decisions. And unfortunately, as we forecast out further into fourth quarter 26 and into 27, it's not looking that great right now. And you are right. We might have more difficult decisions to make. And so just to give that one example of the shift and the conversation around the contextual of the AMRTC and the CPA, I think it's a good point for you to just hear this as it relates to social service.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, and County Manager Becker. So earlier you heard Director Thompson say that we have budgeted in here $16 million to pay for care of our residents at the AMRTC facility, which is a state-owned facility. That money, we pay it to the state of Minnesota, $16 million. Our CPA is $26 million. That means that over 60% of the CPA we receive, we are paying back to the state of Minnesota for AMRTC care.
And could you just say the
Yeah.
Anoka Metro, the regional treatment center?
Anoka Metro Regional Treatment Center.
And it's
So,
for,
Which
just
which
explain what
increased
that
this
is.
past state budget.
yes.
It was
they're-
an increase, a significant increase.
They have increased. So the Anoka Metro Regional Treatment Center, AMRTC, is a place where people often go who have serious and persistent mental illness who need care that we can't provide in the community at that time. When they don't meet criteria for what I'm like treading on my edge of what I know, but I'm watching Director Thompson. We pay a share of that, that we have to pay for their care. The amount that has increased at the state has gone up from anywhere from 5 to 9 to 24% in a given year and taken up more and more of our budget because we have to pay it. But I think the interesting part is our CPA from the state, which is to offset our property tax levy, is $26 million. And we are going to pay the state $16 million to care for folks that need that level of care. And their costs continue to go up. And so 60% of that we're giving right back to them. And that's just one example, right? And so it's really difficult for Director Thompson and her team to also project that when we don't know each year. I understand they have costs. Trust me, I ran that budget. Like, they have costs there too, but shifting down to us makes it really difficult for us to do our work. It's really difficult.
Can I ask a question related to that? So the 16 million is what we have paid last year, or
The 16 million is the amount in this budget to pay going forward. It's anticipating an increase based on what we know today, but honestly, probably not a big enough increase, depending on what happens in the state budget, because they do that mid-year, so we don't always know.
And it's just based off on per Ramsey County resident that we send over there.
Correct.
How many do we send each? Like,
It's very expensive.
yeah, that's 16 million. Yeah.
It costs a lot.
We can get more information.
Okay, yeah, that's really helpful for us.
Well, it could be 5, but it's a cost that is associated with the service. It's very expensive. So I think
Thank
somebody-
you, Madam Chair. Thank you,
Here,
and
and
thank
then
you
here.
for that reminder. I really appreciate our county manager
Yeah.
and our CFO reminding us as we're dealing with this really tough budget, just all the things that we'll probably keep saying. We probably will be reminded again with what we're dealing with here, but thank you.
Commissioner Miller.
So as we're on this topic, this is one of my questions I was actually going to send you, but do we have a process of how do we verify that they are actual Ramsey County residents? Is it this, I mean, we're sending them there, so I'm assuming then that they're receiving parts of our services? And so it's not just like they get sent there and I'm a Ramsey County resident and there's no verification process.
Is there? Yes.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, yes, there is a process, an extensive process. So most individuals who go to the state hospital, Anoka Metro Regional Treatment, or they have other hospitals as well, there is a process where many of them are under civil commitment. Some of that process is changing now, where now our Rule 20s, or so are people who are incompetent to stand trial. They may not meet the criteria for civil commitment, but now they can also pass through. But there is a process that our team goes through to verify that they are what we call the Ramsey County's financial responsibility. I didn't talk about this, but in our admin division, we are going to be uplifting a section that is going to specifically work to make sure that not only are we only serving those, but when there is a question between us and another county, and there needs to be some strong discussion to make sure that we're seeing it the same way, we are making sure that that is going to be centralized in our admin division moving forward. Because right now, every section in social services has to, every section in social services to some extent will determine county of financial responsibility. And I will tell you, there are multiple ways it's not consistent, not in Ramsey, not in the state, of how it's done.
Okay, we have really gone over, and that's okay because we know this is a very important area, a subject area of concern to not only ourselves but to the public. So we have Commissioner McMurtry, and then Jefferson, and then I'll close it out and let you get your closing statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to go back really quick with the detox center because I don't want to leave this conversation to not acknowledge the fact that it's going to impact a number of staff who are going to be losing positions. Can you speak to, or maybe the county manager can speak to, what work we are doing to support those staffers who are being impacted?
Madam Chair, County Manager, and Commissioner McMurtry, there is a team that is working hard with our impacted staff. The way the process has rolled out is that on the day that you all, or that the announcement was made, I met with staff individually and informed them that they would be connecting with our Human Resources Department on or after Monday. We'll be giving an update as we're meeting with HR about when that exact timeline will be. Each individual staff will get to meet with a human resources representative to talk about their uniquely situated position, if you will, depending on how long they've been here and whatnot. And so every situation will be a little different. We are internally making sure that any opportunity that we have for hiring, whether it's Men Choices or in our Children and Family Services area, that we're making sure that those staff who may be eligible to bid into a position or to promote into a position that they know. And so there is a coordinated effort. There are lots of things happening. There was a period of time, though, about 20 days, where it was kind of like, I have this information, and then I don't know anything else for the next. And that was to allow some critical discussions to take place. And so starting early next week is when staff will learn more about their unique individual situation and what their options will be.
Thank you. Commissioner Jefferson?
I actually have some very boring budget questions. I'll start with on page 491. It looks like the total operating budget for each fiscal year is exactly $62,041,335. That, I'm pretty sure I haven't added this up, but that would be magical if that actually were the case. Was that just some kind of an error or something there?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'm guessing that's just a math error. Those don't add up to the same number. We'll double check that. I appreciate it. That's 2 for you on errors that you caught for me. Thank you.
I am that nerd.
I appreciate it.
On page 493, on the treatment court dollars, can you explain why in past fiscal budgets we've had 951,000 and then 641,000 in 24 and 25, and then it goes down to 5,600 in 26 and 27? Are those costs being covered by somebody else? It's on page 493. It looks as if the treatment court dollars just plummet, and I'm wondering why.
Is that a real number? Looks really low.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I would need to look specifically into that, as that was not one of our major changes. It is a change and an important one. I do know there was some staffed shift in a contract, but I want to make sure that I'm saying that correctly with regard to treatment court.
Well, I appreciate that, because in our broader discussion, I know that this is, we've done really transformative work in that area, and it's cross-sectional across our county divisions, and just want to make sure we don't lose that. And I would just say, we don't have time now, but there are a number, your department is so broad. It covers aging and disability services and all sorts of plethora of things. I don't want to undervalue some of those changes too. There are some FTE shifts, and maybe you could just, send us give me a little update on another time, just a little narrative around that, because I know some of my constituent and advocacy groups will be watching that, and I want to be able to give them the right answers to that.
Absolutely.
And then just the last thing, I would be remiss if we didn't, throughout this very difficult conversation, also lift up the revenue increases that we've seen from some of the investments in the mental health and then our min choices. Can you just tell me how, when we are able to operate with that kind of efficiency as in the business side of things, what does that mean as far as impacting services to our residents?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, thank you again. When we're able to increase that revenue as we've been able to, what that means is a reinvestment. We have been able to reinvest. It does support the department. I want to be clear. That supports the department, and it really does take a little bit of a burden off of the entire. The challenging part here is that sometimes the team that is doing the work doesn't receive the entire benefit, and that's that one Ramsey County. But what we see in our residents, or what residents will see, is more refined processes when they are coming into our facilities. And so from the time they call looking for an appointment, we're hoping that it will reduce the multiple questions that they're receiving. It will streamline the services from whether they're getting a crisis response to when they come over to the mental health center, that connectivity. And as we are getting out into community more, we're shifting to be able to see how can we provide that service on site where we are in the community. We are not there yet, but that is where we're going with some of these enhanced investments.
And I am hoping that, just like we have had in our FAS department, that the min choice investments will reduce some of the wait times and the processing times for our residents as well. I look forward to that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, yes, we are on track. Katie Molinari and her team are in the process of that hiring. Those staff are the first round are starting to take cases. We probably won't see some of those decreased times until the beginning of next year, but the investment is paying off.
Thank you. Commissioner Zhang.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the flexibility here, because social services is a very large department with the work that you do. We haven't even touched child protection and also some of the changes with, some of the state requirements in how we serve children who are in our child protection. And also, some of the work that we did around raising the age with delinquency increasing from like 10 to 13, and that would fall on social services. Does this budget reflect us taking that into account?
So Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang, the proposed 32 FTEs does not take into account the specific changes of raise the age. There were some changes regarding educational neglect and some other connected, and part of that is our understanding of where exactly the service delivery will take place. We are confident as we're moving within the service team. So before we came to you, we are also moving pieces within the service team. For instance, if we're seeing less children in out-of-home placement in our foster care team, we're taking a position from there and we're moving it to the front end, or we might be moving it to one of our prevention teams, which can take those educational neglects or some of the raise the age conversation. So we've anticipated, I think it's going to be about 80, when the new legislation for raise the age goes into effect, it would be about 80, an additional 80 clients served over a given period of 1 year. And depending on what those case loads look like, we would be shifting within the department. We wanted to be really conservative. This is not a get-ahead budget. This is really a getting back to basics, especially with those FTEs. If you were looking at what was lost in the previous cycle to where we're at, we're really trying to get back to basics.
Mm-hmm. And if I may, for family support, right now it's over 7 million and kinship is 5.5 million. How do these investments compare to foster care or out-of-home placement costs?
You need her to repeat it?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang, can you please repeat the question?
Yeah, right now family support is over 7 million and kinship is 5.5 million. How do these investments compare to foster care or out-of-home placement costs?
How do those investments compare?
And if you need to get back with us.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang, I would like to think about that a little bit. I want to make sure I'm understanding the comparison if we're looking at like the staffing, if we're looking at the FTE count, or if we're looking at other investments. There's a multitude that goes into that, so I want to, if I can get back on that question.
And the CFO can.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, I will point us to page 493, just to at least take a look at this is the expenditures by division for social services, and if you look at the top of that page, you have out-of-home placement, kinship, family foster homes, shelter, residential homes. So these are all of these, all the way down, it's pretty far down, is in the children and families area and in this area. That I'm pointing that out because we need to look at this a little more and maybe better understand your question to make sure we understand where you want to look at that. Those are all the investments we're making in this area.
Yeah, well, I think it's just more clarity around, that the goal is, of course, to like always keep families together. But like, where are these like expended? Is it like in actual services or is it in staffing? I'd just like to know a little bit more about that.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang, thank you for that clarification. In addition to, so should the 32 FTEs be approved with this budget, they will go into that children and families area and they will be spread out. They will not just go to child protection response, some supports and kinship. What I did not talk about today is the enhancements we're doing in our training and our onboarding team, specifically in children and family services, which is we think will help with some of that retention, but also the amount of concrete supports we're looking to support families with. In order to keep children safe at home with families, that requires some concrete supports to those families when they first enter our system. So ensuring that when a family comes in, that a kinship worker is able to go out and meet with them in addition to that child protection staff. So it is a combination of not only investment in staffing, but in those additional supports in contracting and or concrete supports to the family.
Thank you.
hand it over to our county manager. You have- All right, so this has been a very informational, comprehensive conversation that we're having. We only kind of like hit the tip of this department, with a lot of our questions and concerns being around the closing of detox. And so what I'm going to end with is maybe for us as the board to think about what is county responsible services and what do that look like. As we think about the detox and, staff losing jobs, how do that align with the impact of increased levy of the people that are residents here in Ramsey County? Let's see. We know that the facility is only holding 10 beds out of 50 on a regular basis. That's where we are. It has operated at a financial deficit for several years, costing taxpayers more than a community-based alternative. That transitioning services saves over $2 million annually in the budget, and what I heard our CFO say, somewhere from $2 to $5 million. This aligns with statewide practices. All other metro county contracts with community providers. The only other county besides Ramsey County that is doing this work right now is Clay County. And they have reasons for that. So, as we look at this, these are hard choices, and we cannot continue to operate the way we've always operated, right? We can't do it because we are now budgeting into the future. And the future at this moment, we are where we are with looking at the federal government, the impact that's going to have on us as a state here in Minnesota, that's going to trickle down to the county. Is what we're doing county responsible services? Because in the past, we have taken up duties and responsibility and get no money for it. Is that what we do for others? And so we have to make some hard choices, and none of this is easy. We can clearly, as we spent time in this space, know that there has been a lot of thought that has gone into these decision-making processes. So when we talk about, for me, when we talk about 402 University Avenue, what we do with that space, I just put a little bit out there, because we have a mental health crisis going on here too, where we need beds. We are resourcing people out into a local county, and we're paying for that. I'm just saying. And so as we think about, what our legislative agenda might look like, what's getting in the way of us being able to do other services more, not just more, but being smarter about what we do and how we do it, this is not just about Ramsey County. It is, with our legislative partners, our congressional partners, our community partners, those who have been impacted by this system, helping us to make these really good, strong decisions, which clearly I've heard that we've done a lot of this is to where we got to today with our decision-making process here. But we heard from our judges around high acute behavior issues. We've heard from our county jails, our sheriff department. We've heard over and over again about the needs around mental health. And so as we think about those beds and what we can do and where we can be the most effective, and how we can work with our legislative partners, because it costs for that to happen, and what do those dollars look like, we have to continue to have conversations. And so, Director Thompson, I want to thank you for your hard work. I want to thank your team and your department. This is a really big team here for your work and for your leadership and decision-making process. And we look forward as a county board to learning more and to being partners with what that looks like because we are all concerned about the districts that we represent that makes up Ramsey County. And so with that, we're going to take a break. And should we do veteran service, or should we just, it's like almost 12 o'clock. I should think we should go to lunch. So let's go to lunch and come back. It's 12:03, 45-minute lunch,
Okay.
and be back in 45 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Because I was late yesterday.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are going to reconvene the Ramsey County Budget Committee of the Whole. Today's budget is under Health and Wellness Service Team. This morning, we had the great pleasure of hearing from Health and Wellness Service Team, the Office of Health and Wellness Service Team, including the Controller, the Division of Innovation and Strategies, and Social Services. So this afternoon, we're going to open up with Veteran Services. And with us, we have Director Ross. That's why I handed it over to Director Ross.
All right, well, welcome back from lunch. If everyone's feeling refreshed and re-energized, ready to buckle in. So, just wanted to say a good thing about Veteran Services is we are adaptable, we adjust, and we overcome. So that was one thing that we started today.
Is your mic on?
Is it on?
Yeah, there you go. Go closer.
So I'll move closer.
Or move it up a little bit.
All right, well, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, County Manager Becker, my colleagues, and our public who's listening in today. Thank you for the opportunity to present our 26-27 proposed budget today. And you can take a look in pages 526 through 539 of your budget books. Just want to give a quick thank you to Chief Financial Officer Alex Kutza, our finance team from Health and Wellness, and then my colleagues across the Health and Wellness Service Team for your leadership, support, and partnership throughout this process. I'll echo what others have said. This has been a great learning opportunity, and we've put a lot of time and energy into this and thought. So with this proposal, it's a result of collaborative effort to build a sustainable budget that supports our county manager's priorities and responds to the needs of our community. Veterans have been clear about what matters most: support in navigating their benefits, access to housing and financial supports, health care, and a system that is accessible, responsive, and built on trust. So Veteran Services is a county responsible service established under Minnesota law. It's our duty to ensure veterans and their families can access a full range of state and federal benefits and resources available to them. Our department provides direct advocacy for claims and benefits, outreach to veterans facing housing challenges, support for our justice-involved veterans, and connections to healthcare, housing, employment, food insecurity, and many other things. So with that foundation, I'll now walk you through our major changes for the 26-27 proposed budget. And as you've heard from County Manager Becker and other directors who've already come forward, talking about our operational increases from comp and class, healthcare, IS, and property management, I won't spend too much time on that today. Instead, I'll focus on the changes unique to Veteran Services, which begins on page 528. So the first change is the transfer of a senior social worker position from the Social Services Department to Veteran Services. This role has supported our department since 2018. It's been technically housed in social services, so moving it formally into Veteran Services improves alignment, strengthens coordination, and ensures veterans facing housing challenges or other complex needs receive seamless wraparound support. And this represents the shift of approximately $131,000 from social services to Veteran Services. Hopefully I got that number right. The second change is the addition of an administrative position to support front-end service delivery. The veterans we surveyed, along with our own data collection, highlighted key elements of care: timely call response, reduced access delays, and sustained quality customer service, each essential to our mission. This role will provide permanent frontline support to our accredited veteran service officers and social workers so they can focus their time on specialized claims and advocacy work that only they can provide. Funding for this position comes from a combination of sources. A portion will come from our MDVA, Minnesota Department of Veterans Affairs, CVSO grant, our existing operating budget, and then interdepartmental transfers from 5 partnering departments. And that's part of our One Ramsey County. Together, these changes reflect a strategic investment in sustaining our core services, strengthening collaboration, and ensuring that Veteran Services remains positioned to meet both the current and future needs. Next, I'll move on to how our work continues to advance our Ramsey County values and how our partnerships increase the impact of this budget. So a key strength of Veteran Services is our ability to leverage partnerships and collaborations. These relationships are not optional, they're essential, because veterans' needs are as complex and diverse as the communities within Ramsey County. No single department or organization can meet those needs alone. It takes coordination across county, state, and federal systems to accomplish our mission. Externally, we maintain strong relationships with the Minnesota Department of Veterans Affairs, Minnesota Assistance Council for Veterans, the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs, and other local community-based organizations. For example, earlier this year, we partnered with MACV and other partners at the St. Paul Opportunity Center to conduct coordinated outreach to veterans who are experiencing homelessness, ensuring that no one fell through the cracks. These collaborations allow us to reduce or fill service gaps, extend our reach, and ensure that veterans have access to a full network of supports. We work across many Ramsey County departments. To name a few: housing stability, social services, financial assistance services, workforce solutions, property tax, county attorney's office, just to name a few. We do this to ensure that veterans are not navigating these systems in silos. Instead, they experience clear, connected pathways to stability. We also see opportunities to strengthen these efforts further. For example, we're exploring co-locating a Veteran Services staff within the VA's Maplewood Medical Clinic, so veterans can receive county and federal support in one place. Another opportunity is embedding our services into other service centers. Right now we're in Maplewood, or our community libraries, where we can meet veterans directly in their neighborhoods. These partnerships, both current and future, are how we operate as one Ramsey County. They are the foundation that transforms our budget investments into real, measurable results for veterans and their families. Just as important as what we do is how we do it. Our work is grounded in Ramsey County values, especially people, equity, and community. At its core, our mission is about people, the veterans and families we serve, and the staff who make this work possible. Our veteran service officers and social workers do far more than just fill out forms. They guide veterans through complex systems, advocate on their behalf, and respond with compassion to challenges ranging from housing instability to trauma. We are investing in them through professional development, reflective supervision, and tools they need to continue delivering high-quality service. So equity and community go hand in hand. Women veterans, veterans of color, and other underrepresented groups have often faced barriers to accessing these benefits. To address this, we engage directly with communities. We listen to veterans' voices and improve systems based on what we hear. Earlier this year, for example, we partnered with the St. Paul VA office to host a claims clinic at Rondo Library, bringing services into the community to reach veterans where they are. And in this, we met, I think, 70 different veterans over the course of 4 hours. So this proposal builds on that model by dedicating resources to strengthen outreach and engagement, ensuring every veteran feels seen, heard, and supported. And these values directly align with our county manager's priorities. As a county responsible service, we are sustaining the core functions required of us by law and relied upon by our veterans and their families. By operating as one Ramsey County, we build strong internal and external collaborations that ensure veterans experience coordinated support. And by investing in organizational excellence, we build the internal capacity to deliver these services effectively and sustainably. So looking ahead, we're mindful of the factors that will shape veteran services. Thanks to the class and comp modernization, we have built a more stable workforce. The opportunity now is to maintain that stability by supporting the staff through professional development, reflective supervision, and cross-departmental training. This is critical because the work is demanding. Our veteran service officers and our social workers carry the emotional weight of advocating for veterans who may be homeless, living with trauma, or navigating life-changing health conditions. Our investments sustain them so they can remain resilient while providing high-quality and trauma-informed care. We are also exploring ways to cultivate future talent, such as hosting interns from social work and public administrative programs, and we are identifying opportunities for cross-training with other county departments. These strategies help ensure service continuity, deepen staff expertise, and strengthen our ability to meet demand during high volume and high stress periods. At the same time, we're closely monitoring federal policy changes that may affect veterans' benefits, knowing that demand for local support increases whenever eligibility shifts. And finally, we recognize the growing role of technology in service delivery. Tools that allow for real-time tracking, reporting, and data analysis will be key to improving outcomes and informed decision-making. By stretching every dollar through strong collaborations and process improvements, we remain focused on long-term sustainability. These efforts ensure veteran services stay resilient, adaptable, and effective in meeting the evolving needs of our veteran community. So in closing, this budget reflects both the responsibility and the opportunity we have to serve Ramsey County's veteran community. It sustains the core services required of us while investing in the people, partnerships, and infrastructure that allows us to meet veterans' needs with equity, compassion, and accountability. I want to express our deep appreciation to the County Board and County Manager Becker for your leadership, investment in the class and comp modernization. That investment is already making a difference. It's helping us attract and retain talent, stabilizing our workforce, and supporting our staff who do incredibly complex and emotionally demanding work. And I'm especially grateful to our Veteran Services team, who I hope are watching right now. Every day, they serve veterans and families with respect, passion, and dedication. They interpret complicated federal systems, advocate tirelessly, and carry the emotional weight of supporting veterans in difficult circumstances. Most importantly, they turn those complex systems into seamless, connected support for veterans and their families. Their work embodies all of our county's values of people, equity, community, leadership, and integrity. So to our commissioners and to the residents of Ramsey County, thank you for your continued support of veteran services. Your commitment ensures that men and women who served our nation and their families receive the advocacy, stability, and connection they've earned. I am done. I'll stand for questions.
Wow. Okay. Questions? Okay. Commissioner McGuire.
This side, yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of questions, but thank you so much, Director Rost. Is it Rost or Rost?
Rost.
Rost, thank you. Thank you, Director Rost, for all your work on behalf of our veterans, and just appreciate the work that you and your team does. I'm curious, do we know how many veterans we have? I know it's sometimes hard to get a handle of who they are because there's no register necessarily, right? But about how many veterans do we have in Ramsey County? How many are we serving? And then my other question is, years ago, I think statewide, there were statements that we had actually housed every homeless veteran. And I believe that's not the case anymore. So talk about the number of veterans, how many we're serving, and how many we believe might be homeless still.
Madam Chair, Commissioner McGuire, thanks for all the questions. We do have an approximate number of veterans who are in Ramsey County. It depends which graph you're looking at. but it's anywhere from 20,000 to 23,000. Depends, again, which one you're looking at. On a course of a year, we're serving about between 3,500 and 4,000 veterans who come through our office. But again, that can vary from year to year. We're building up from the pandemic, building back up to our pre-pandemic numbers. And then as far as an effective end to homelessness, that's a great question. So we are the last COC, the Ramsey COC is the last COC in the state to declare. They used to use the term functional zero. It's now an effective end to homelessness, and we're not quite there yet. All of the rest of the COCs have declared that declaration. We have not yet, but we're close. We're close.
So if I could ask one, thank you,
Yes.
Madam Chair. Thank you, and thank you for all of your work in that effort. Just a couple more. So about what, as we're serving our veterans, what are the most, I know you wrote in some of the narrative, but what would you say, like the top three? I'm looking through your narrative, but just remind us what they most need. Is
Sure.
it connecting to other services? Is it navigating? Is it, I'm guessing these are all really important.
Madam Chair, Commissioner McGuire, great question again. I would say that it depends. Like, I think since the pandemic, we've seen a lot of people coming in to access benefits that they've never been or thought they would need them, including health care, access to different funding sources, like if they have an emergency, financial emergency, they're coming in through our offices. And they're learning about their disability benefits that they can file for. So we help them through that process. And a lot of times what we see as well is we have veterans who are applying for those benefits on their own, and it's very complex, it's very confusing. VA does not make it user-friendly. So they come in and we're usually doing appeals and walking them through that process and helping them get those claims awarded.
And just my last question, Madam Chair, because how much does the federal government participate in all of this? Because it's really a lot of federal programs, right? Maybe that funnel through the state, but do the feds help us with, funding our any navigators or anything? I'm looking to see what
They do
federal
not.
dollars we might get for any of this.
We don't receive any federal funds to help with this work. There's been a legislative push to do it's called the CVSO, the name is escaping me, but to get a funding approved to help the county veteran service officers throughout the country get some of these fundings, but then it's funneled through the states, and they haven't worked out that system yet, so it's not even implemented quite yet.
I appreciate that, and just to let our board know that our former commissioner colleague, Trista Martinson, served as the chair of the Veteran Services Committee at NACO, and I know she was fighting for a lot of these. That committee at our national association was really advocating for a lot of those change, for a lot of that work to be done, that we would get funding for the CVSOs, and so I know that continues to be an effort.
Yeah, and we continue, so we're partnered with our National Association of County Veteran Service Officers, and then we have a platform that we do with legislative and push for those things as well.
Thank you. Thank you for all that work. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Zone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question about the type of service that we provide when we are working with our veterans. Are we also helping identify or connecting to several different resources and benefits across our county as well as our state, specifically like even tax relief?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang, great question. Yes, we do. We serve veterans very holistically when they come through our office. We're not just focusing on veteran-specific benefits. Our intake process is we ask a lot of questions. We even ask questions that they may not even be answering. They may not even be asking the questions, but we're asking questions of them and learning more about their situation, and then we'll point them in the right direction. That's why we work collaboratively across all of our departments in Ramsey County and get them connected to those benefits if it's not veteran-specific.
Okay. And, similar to some of the questions that Commissioner McGuire is asking about in terms of both either state and or federal is, it's very limited, federal zero here that goes to the department here. How have we looked or worked across with the different departments about looking at reimbursements, similar to, I think, about our navigators that we have here? Have we considered that for reimbursements in that type of model?
Yeah, DCM Karen Francois and I had chatted about that a little bit. I don't know that we would be eligible for that, and I think you're talking about the random moments. I don't know that we would be eligible for that.
And then the other one, the other thought I had just around our veteran services and something that you had already mentioned about just the bureaucratic layers and barriers just to receive those benefits that they have already earned is really frustrating. But again, it's also a reminder that, once they do receive those benefits, they're like federal dollars, right, that are supporting our residents here. And that was just also a good reminder from a constituent who had shared that with me as well. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
Okay, Commissioner Jefferson.
Yes, I wanted just to ask a little bit more about the work that you've been doing with the Veterans Treatment Court and individuals who are in the ADC.
Yeah, great. Madam Chair, Commissioner Jebin Singh, great question. We do in-kind services for our Veterans Treatment Court. We do the Veterans Treatment Court Mentor Program. So we have one of our Veteran Service Officers is the Veterans Treatment Court Mentor Coordinator. So we have a group of volunteers that are the mentors for those folks who are going through the Veterans Treatment Court program. Currently, I think there are, Royce might be listening and he might correct me when I get back, but I think there's about 19 folks going through the Veterans Treatment Court program right now. And we just interviewed a couple mentors last week, so we have a very robust volunteer program to do that work. And the point of it is it's been proven that having mentors for these participants it prevents recidivism back into the system. And then through the ADC, so every morning we get a list of who has identified as a veteran, and we have somebody reach out to those veterans and call them and let them know about our services.
I think that's wonderful. And then I also just wanted to ask and do an invite. So outside of these budget hearings, each of us in our offices do a lot of constituent services. I think it would be really wonderful if you had the capacity to invite our principal aides to a quick briefing so that they know how to most efficiently and effectively connect constituents who are looking for services that may be able to be connected to our veteran services. I think that would be really helpful.
That would be great. I'd love that.
Thank you.
Commissioner McMurtry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have one clarifying question around the federal side of things. Knowing that you've mentioned that you all are closely monitoring potential federal policy changes, can you be a little bit more specific as to what policy changes on the federal level you all are looking into that could impact veterans here? And I ask because as we start thinking about the work of our government affairs team and work we want to do to influence our congressional delegation, just want to make sure that we're clear with them on what we are looking at that could potentially impact the veterans in Ramsey County.
Madam Chair, Commissioner McMurtry, great question. So when I say we're observing, we're watching, we're staying aware, there's nothing on the table right now that we are concerned about. However, given the climate we're in, things change day to day, so we keep an eye on it. At this point, I believe the Veterans Affairs have actually gotten more money. Benefits haven't changed yet. The things that we are concerned about and that we look at are the eligibility requirements to getting services. Because the VA healthcare system, it's not a guarantee that every veteran is going to be able to use that system. And it's up to Congress to change those tiers in which veterans can use them. So they could change the, I can't remember what they're called, but it's 1 through 8 is what their eligibility tiers. So they could change those. They could say only 1 through 3 can use the VA healthcare system. I don't foresee that changing, but we always keep an eye on it because you just never know.
Gotcha, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So I'm looking at, on page 533, looking at operating budget, and I noticed from 24 to 25, we increased the budget by 186K, and now from 25 to 26 to 332,000. Can you talk a little bit about what the increase is, what are we doing with those dollars?
I believe that is the JPA-funded grant that we have with our outreach social worker. Is that correct, Janelle?
Madam Chair, that is part of it, is the grant that previously was with housing came to us, so that's part of the change. The other part of the change is the increase in FTEs. So in 2024, they had 8, 25, they had 9, 26 and 27, we have 11. So that's the biggest increase is around personnel services. And so I would attribute that to the 3% and comp and class, as well as the compensation for 26 and 27 as well.
Okay, and with the dollar that came from housing, I believe.
So, yes, there is a grant from Minnesota Department of Veterans Affairs that originally, when we received it, it went to housing, thinking that was the best place to have that grant. After about a year, with Christina, working with Director Rost, working with them, it was apparent that it fit better with Veterans Services. And so in, where'd it go? It must have been 2023, because I see it on here,
2024 is when it came over.
Came over, okay. So that grant also increased our overall expenditures as well.
Okay. So what is the focus with that dollar now that is with those dollars? I can see in housing because we was trying to eliminate veteran homelessness, and we're close. And so now that we moved it from housing into Veterans Affairs, so what's any idea that what are those expectations now? What are we trying to eliminate or enhance or support?
Madam Chair, so that position still works exclusively with veterans who are experiencing homelessness or at
So
risk?
it's personnel.
Correct.
It's personnel.
Yeah, sorry, yep.
Okay. All right. Any other question? Commissioner Jean.
Yeah, going back to some of the benefits that veterans may receive, I'm looking at the performance measure and the goal around ensuring that percentage of veterans receiving income and access to health care through the Veterans Administration. What are those barriers? I mean, like for someone who's not familiar with this area of work, what are those barriers, and why is that percentage so low? Because I'm seeing that in 23 it was just 24%. And then it just goes up by, in 24, it was 26%. And then our goal is 28 and then to 32. May you share more about what those barriers are in trying to get the benefits for veterans?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang, that's a great question. So I would say that those percentages are a little bit confusing and something that we're going to work on as we move into our next performance measure year. Basically what that means is that the veterans who are coming through our office, of the ones that did, 26% of them were connected to, if it's healthcare that you're looking at, it would be healthcare. And then we don't factor in all the veterans who come to us that are already getting those services. So it's basically what we should be doing is we have to change how those performance measures are identified, meaning of the new veterans who are coming through our office for the very first time, who have never accessed benefits before. I think we need to change how we're communicating that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so then another way to say that is then that the veterans who are coming without any sort of benefits, your office is able to help them connect to benefits.
Absolutely correct.
Okay, great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? All right, so this is easy. Well, so I want to thank you so much for your work here and your leadership, and for your presentation today. We appreciate it all.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you,
so much.
Commissioners.
Okay, so we're getting into the more of our afternoon presentations. So we have financial assistance services with Ali, Director Ali. Not yet, Monica.
Ready.
I'm gonna let you.
We are both excited to be here. Maybe that's what.
Excited to have you here.
Thank you.
Yes, please, open up.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner, Budget Chair. Good afternoon, Budget Chair, Commissioners, County Manager, and Deputy County Managers, Chief Financial Officer, and members of the public. My name is Ali, and I have the honor of serving as Director of Financial Assistance Services Department. Before I begin, I want to pause to say thank you to my deputy directors and managers. Their leadership and dedication have been essential in preparing this budget and ensuring the financial assistance services continues to serve residents with excellence. To all my supervisors who guide and support staff through change and challenge. To all FS staff who show up with compassion and professionalism to serve residents who rely on us for essential supports. Thank you to our former interim county manager and now our finance director, Alex Kotza, for her guidance and support in helping us developing this budget. And finally, thank you to Health and Wellness Fiscal Team, Janelle White, Enrique Rivera, Desiree Kametz, who worked tirelessly with us to prepare this budget and ensure we are presenting a budget that's fiscally sound and sustainable. FIS is FIS is outlined beginning on page 463 to 475 in the budget book. Our department has over 460 staff serving more than 150,000 Ramsey County residents receiving health care, and more than 90,000 Ramsey County residents receiving SNAP program. We are often the first door residents walk through when they need help, and the way we respond sets the tone for their entire experience with Ramsey County. This budget strengthens our ability to meet residents with dignity, compassion, and timely support. FIS is responsible for administering the county's core economic support programs. These include healthcare programs that provide coverage to families with children, seniors, and people with disabilities, cash assistance, child care assistance, emergency assistance, just to name a few. We also administer burial assistance program, ensuring families facing loss receive equitable and culturally specific support. Families from every tradition should be able to honor loved ones with dignity. In November 2024, Ramsey County launched the All Hands on Deck initiative. And for FIS, this was transformative. That effort reduced the backlogs in the SNAP and medical assistance, simplified communications, engaged staff at all levels, and improved responsiveness. It's a model of how innovation and teamwork can directly improve the resident experience. In 2026 to 2027, we are carrying that momentum forward. The most significant change is the merge of enterprise service navigators into FIS. This will continue to combine This will combine triage and service coordination with eligibility staff. It means we will be fully responsible for the end-to-end experience from the first contact to eligibility determination to connection with community resources. This is not just an organizational adjustment. It's a bold structural shift that makes services more accountable, more efficient, and more resident-centered. Key priorities for FIS in the next budget cycle include operational excellency, improving resident experience, addressing access and timeliness, enhancing staff support and training, leveraging technology and data to streamline service delivery. Through continuous improvement and innovation, FIS is dedicated to building a more responsive and inclusive safety net for the community. With that, let me highlight the major changes included in this proposed budget. The major changes can be found on pages 465 and 466 on the budget book. Staffing growth from 379 FTEs in 2024 to 465 in both in 2026 and 2027. Personnel cost increase of 10.7 million in 2026 and 2.5 million in 2027. 22 positions funded that were previously authorized but unfunded, making sure we can sustain critical services. 28 staff for basic sliding fee childcare. This program is self-funded, no levy impact, and helps families afford childcare while ensuring providers are paid on time. Transfer of 13 FTEs, Scan Center Administrative Assistant from the Division of Innovation and Strategy to FIS. This move enhances alignment, improves supervision, and supports integrated service delivery. 33 Enterprise Service Navigator merged into FIS. This is a cornerstone change. It brings triage and service navigation directly into one department, so residents don't have to navigate multiple systems. In addition, navigators will participate in random moment time study to generate revenues. I had a lot of discussion on random moment this morning, so I'll be ready to give more information on that. So navigators will participate in random moment time study to generate federal revenues that supports our cost allocation and the county's broader fiscal accountability. Other major changes included in this budget are barrier assistance funding increased from $550,000 to $950,000 annually, reflecting increasing community need. Moving Caseworks, our electronic case file system subscription license, into our operating budget in 2027. Caseworks provides essential functionality for managing electronic case files, workflow tracking, and improving staff efficiency and resident service outcomes. Transitioning this cost to base budget ensures long-term sustainability of a system that supports staff efficiency, improves documentation, and strengthens timely service delivery for residents. Operational increases tied to county-wide compensation adjustment, healthcare costs, information services, and property management. These changes are designed to lower caseloads, prevent backlogs, improve timeliness, and ensure staff sustainability. They also reflect lessons learned during the All Hands on Deck initiative. That with right staffing and tools, we can dramatically improve the resident experience. Most importantly, these investments were only possible because of the board's support. Your approval of class and compensation, your commitment to staffing stability, and your leadership on long-term planning have positioned FIS to serve residents more effectively than ever. On behalf of the department, I thank you for that support. County manager's priorities reflected in this proposed budget. First, county responsible services. FIS administers programs that are core county responsibilities. As I said earlier, SNAP, medical assistance, child care, cash assistance, long-term care facility, emergency assistance, and burial assistance. These programs directly determine whether families can put food on the table, keep housing, or access health care or child care. The increase in burial assistance funding ensures equitable and culturally specific support for grieving families. The expansion of basic sliding fee child care staffing strengthens our ability to meet state timeliness standards, support working parents, and sustain child care providers. SNAP and medical assistance, the largest share of our caseloads. Timely processing is critical. Long-term care services under medical assistance ensures that residents who need nursing facility and community-based services can access the programs without delay. These cases are complex and require specialized staff to manage them. Emergency assistance to be very vital for the community, particularly in preventing evictions and stabilizing families in crisis. These programs are not optional. They are the safety net, and the county is responsible for ensuring residents receive them without delay. Second, operating as one Ramsey County. The merger of Enterprise Service Navigators into FIS expresses the one Ramsey vision. For the first time, navigators and eligibility specialists and all service coordination will be under one roof. Residents will no longer be passed from one system to another, and instead they will be experienced a unified, consistent, and efficient pathway. At Metro Square Service Center, these changes have already reduced resident wait times. We are embedding eligibility specialists and navigators side by side in service centers and coordinating with other departments. This is how Ramsey County this is how residents should experience Ramsey County as one team, not separate silos. We are also strengthening our community engagement. In addition to Ramsey United, we established cross-sharing partner update meetings thanks to Commissioner Jabin Singh and the county manager for their leadership on this initiative. Going forward, we are operationalizing this practice within FIS to ensure ongoing connection with community partners. Third, investing in operational excellence. Our workforce is our greatest asset. This budget strengthens our ability to attract, support, and retain talented staff. The consolidation of financial worker classification into the eligibility specialist role improved equity, aligned roles to support long-term workforce sustainability, and reduced our vacancies. Since November, we have hired nearly 100 new employees. The vast majority remain with us as of today. This shows the progress we have made in stabilizing our workforce and reducing turnover. Caseloads are stabilizing, and timeliness is improving as a result. We will relaunch our Elder Mentor Program, pairing frontline staff with respected community elders to foster leadership, customer service, and cultural understanding. We are also continuing our operational realignment within the department, reviewing workflows, shifting duties, and aligning staff roles to the right work so the right work is being done at the right level. This alignment ensures greater accountability, efficiency, and consistent resident experience across all service areas in the department. By investing in staff support, training, and technology, we are not only improving operations, but also we are building a culture of accountability that supports retention, professional growth, and ultimately better service to residents. Fourth, advancing partnerships. Our work is stronger because of our partnerships. Ramsey United, which brings together residents who currently receive or have received the services from the department. It's our commitment to building a strong and lasting partnership with residents. Their feedback is shaping how we deliver benefits more effectively. We partner with SNAP grantees to connect residents with food support faster, meeting them where they are. We collaborate across county departments with social services, workforce solutions, corrections, housing stability, public health, and information services to ensure residents receive coordinated support. These partnerships extend our reach, build trust, and help us design services that meet real community needs. Fifth, supporting long-term physical health. This budget balances today's need with tomorrow's physical accountability or physical responsibility. We maximize federal reimbursement through the Random Moment Time Study. Random Moment Time Study is a federally approved method that captures how staff spend their time and links it to the federal program. For example, when an eligibility specialist staff spends a part of their day on SNAP or medical assistant, federal funding covers that portion of their work. So the more accurate our participation, the more federal dollars we recover, which reduces pressure on the county levy. The basic sliding fee childcare is self-funded, levy neutral. The transition of caseworks into operating budget ensures long-term sustainability of critical system. Caseworks is not just a technology. It's a backbone of how staff document work, manage cases, improves benefits efficiently. It's also improved our accountability and oversight, as today, supervisors and managers are able to track the movement of each document that comes to the department, which we didn't have before. In summary, these 5 core themes, operating as one Ramsey County, prioritizing county responsible services, advancing partnership, increasing operational excellency, supporting long-term physical health, as the county manager calls, they are the foundation of our priorities, our decisions, and our investment. For us in FAS, these initiatives reflect a responsible, forward-looking approach to resource management grounded in equity, accountability, and service to our community. Operational values reflected in the budget. This budget reflects our operational values of people and community. For people, it invests in mentoring, workload management, and staff development. We are launching, as I said, our Elder Mentor Program, pairing staff with respected community members to build skills, confidence, and community connections. For community, we are embedding equity into everything we do, redesigning workflows to reduce barriers for non-English speakers, expanding navigator roles to underserved neighborhoods, and using resident voice through Ramsey United to shape our service delivery. Challenges and long-term pressures. We also recognize the challenges ahead of us. Outdated technology, particularly reliance on the state's 40-year-old Maxis system, as the budget chair was talking about earlier today. Raising demand, historic demand for food, cash, healthcare, and emergency assistance driven by many factors. Federal policy uncertainty. The upcoming changes to SNAP and Medicaid are significant, such as expanded work requirement, shortened certification periods, and reduced federal funding. All this will directly increase workloads and compliance required from us. For Ramsey County, this could mean the need to hire additional staff, observe higher administrative costs, and still face delays in processing. Most importantly, These changes would put residents at risk of losing timely access to food and health care, which are the most basic essential families and seniors depend on. In addition to federal policy uncertainty, there is a potential impact from mean choices in social services. As they add more staff on their team, there is the risk of additional workload shifting to FAS. This could create new pressures on us, on our workforce, and require carefully planning to balance resources. Ramsey County cannot control federal systems or state ID platforms, but we control how we innovate, how we collaborate, and how we communicate with residents. And this is our commitment. Although we face many challenges, FAS has cleared the backlog that once burdened our residents. Timeliness in SNAP and medical assistant applications has improved, and more cases are being assigned on time today. Today, we focus on backlog prevention, managing daily workflow to ensure applications are processed on time. Our FAS dashboard tracks new applications for SNAP and cash assistance and displays timeliness on application assignment. This accountability tool is public, transparent, and demonstrates our commitment to service improvement. At Metro Square, resident wait times have significantly improved. The practice we learned or we established during all hands on deck, including collaboration, daily hurdles, flexible staffing, and cross-training, continues to shape how we deliver services. In closing, Commissioners, this budget represents more than numbers on a page. It represents our responsibility to provide safety net services to families with compassion, efficiency, and accountability. It invests in our people. It strengthens our partnerships and ensures long-term fiscal health. On behalf of my entire leadership and all FAS staff, thank you for your continued support and partnership as we work together to serve Ramsey County residents with dignity and excellence. And I will stand with questions.
All right, thank you so much. Members' questions? Commissioner Zone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's see, so I see some additional FTEs that I just want to get an understanding of, especially about the 22 FTEs that were not funded in the prior budget cycle. For these FTEs, what is the role or what type of positions are these?
Okay, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Zhang, this is a very, very good question. So I just wanted to clarify, these 22 positions that are funded today in this budget cycle were not initially funded before, but they were part of our existing FTEs. So we were able to manage those positions with grant funded that we had at the time, but they are not adding additional capacity to the department, but they are only now funded into the next budget cycle.
Okay, so they are already filled positions?
They are already filled positions, okay. Correct.
Oh, with ARPA dollars?
No.
MA unwinding money.
MA
unwinding money.
Okay.
ARPA and MA unwinding.
Okay, and then the transfer of the enterprise administrative services, may you remind us again, I'm sure that this was presented with DCM, Francois had mentioned, but may you remind us again what those 34 FTEs are and what their role would be in FAS?
Okay. Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang, this is a very good question too. So the Enterprise Service Navigators, as you know, they were under IPR department or service team, and they were doing or they do services at service centers and Metro Square and different community sites. And the transfer is merging into the department while they also bring the work that they're doing. So the total FTEs now in the budget book states 34, but it will be corrected. I think Dunda was updated earlier in this week that the actual position at 33 instead of 34.
Oh, 33.
Yeah.
Okay. And are these the navigators?
These are navigators, correct.
Okay. And with the navigators, my understanding was that we could also do and get reimbursements for them. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang, as of now or before, now we are getting revenues for them, but before a navigator position were all fully funded levy, funds. With integration into FAS, they will be fully trained as FAS workers, and eventually they will be participating on random moment, generating revenues. But as of now, we are getting indirect cost allocation because they're part of FAS department.
Okay. And when are they receiving that training, or when will they be able to participate in that random moments?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Jong, the training and integration plan is underway. The team is working on, so soon that timeline will be developed.
Okay. Is that reflected in the increases in the revenue too then?
Elsa.
CFO.
Madam Chair, I'm looking at our controller here. We debated doing that, but we are continuing to work with the state and making sure that we have the right training, the right people doing the right things. We had talked a lot earlier about random moments and making sure they track certain work and certain things. And this coming together, this one Ramsey County of EAS and FAS coming together, and the navigators coming together with the staff that has been in FAS, they're re-looking, as Director Ali said, the type of work everybody's doing. And then we're going to fold these folks into that random moment time study, and they will get more revenue. We did not count on that money in this budget, so it's more conservative there, but we will going forward once we see how that rolls out. And the training can take months, if I'm not mistaken, Director Ali.
The training, from the state, it's only about 1 week that they have to go to training, but in order to make sure that, as you say, that they are doing the right, activity code and program participation, that may take a few months.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification and just reiterating what this process would mean for us to build up this back end of our work here. Second, I want to say thank you for creating that email inquiry for FAS support, and our office has received a lot of good support and have seen a decrease in just the calls to our offices about it. However, we are continuing to see that increase again, and also really want to name that, especially with some of the backlogs and some of the error rates with food support, or SNAP in this case, is this budget building that in, building in some of those error rates that the state is going to shift on to the county?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Jong, that, the SNAP payment error rate, implication has not been put in this budget as far as I know. Yeah. No, it's not.
It is not.
That would be the controller? Yes, Ms. White.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, no, it is not included in the budget before you, and my understanding is it doesn't start until 2028 for the error rate.
Okay.
On SNAP.
Okay. Yeah, and I just see some learnings that we have had from our all hands on deck initiative, and some of the conversations that that would be kind of our pivot and focus. I just want to name and would love to hear from you from that all hands on deck. What are some things that you have learned, and also things that we can expect moving forward as we pivot from the all hands on deck from the backlog to pivoting it to the SNAP error rates?
Very good question. But your Chair, Commissioner Jong, all hands on deck, as I said, it was very transformative for FAS because of the resources that we received from entire county and putting us, under I don't say pressure here, but opportunity to revisit ourselves, how we are doing, our work. The things that we learned from all hands on deck, including that collaboration, reaching out other areas, not limiting ourselves within the department, but asking expertise and other resources, it will give us another approach that we will deal with, the new SNAP payment error rate that's coming. There is a progress right now, or plan in progress, that we will create a focus on SNAP accuracy and access which will be focusing on how we wanted to prevent a county from more liability on the SNAP program payment error rate. So there is a plan going on, and we'll be sharing that information soon.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right, Commissioner McMurtry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director Ali, for your presentation. I had a couple of questions. One in regards to the revenue piece. I know we've talked a lot about random moments and making sure that we're providing the correct training and of course, hiring new FTEs to capture as much of that as we possibly can. You have mentioned here another revenue source that you that your department is utilizing, which is the basic sliding fee. Just want to get confirmation from you. Is that an example of a revenue source where we could do better at receiving the amount of money that we should be, or do you think that we are capturing how much revenue that we should be from that particular revenue stream?
Madam Chair, Commissioner McMurtry. So basic sliding fee is already set amount that you will receive. It's being determined by state. So we get 5% admin cost for each process or each individual that we touch. So that money is already set. So depending about how many applications that we approve and how many services that we provide, that automatically comes to us. So there is no an increase. So it's in the way that you approach it. If you have the work, you get the money.
Gotcha. Yeah. Gotcha. Okay. That's helpful. The other thing I just wanted to lift up is the Ramsey United meetings that you all are hosting. I've had a chance to go to a couple of them, and it's great, a great place to get feedback from residents who we're serving, who are used our services, and just not only a chance for us to get their insights, but being in that space, I've had a chance to see them connecting with each other, residents providing other residents with ideas and solutions on how they can get out of whatever predicament that they're in. So wanted to better understand the planning process behind those. Are there a set number of meetings that you have every year? How do you determine where in the community you want to host these? Just want to get more insights on what's to come heading into 2026 regarding Ramsey United.
Madam Chair, Commissioner McMurtry, Ramsey United is one of the greatest platforms that we created for community, platform. The credit goes to our my predecessor, Tina Corey, who established this group years ago. It has been a way that FAS connects communities and listens to their voices and understanding about their complaints and concerns that they have. And also, it's another way of accountability that we go in front of the community and we face them, and sometimes we get harder questions that we should answer in front of the community. In terms of holdings is a monthly meeting, so every month this meeting takes place. We strategically want the community to tell us where they would like to meet. So there are times that they determine where the next meeting is going to be held. We wanted to spread out our locations throughout the county so we can give more people a chance to attend. However, most of the time, people have preferred the areas that has more transportation access, and that's what we have been happening. So my team that oversees this area meet the group, determine where the next meeting is going to be, and that's where I show up. Gotcha. But we will review that too.
Great. And then the last question I have is around technology, and you mentioned Maxis and the efforts that you're taking with other counties. Can you provide an update in regards to the Blue Zone scripts? You mentioned that you're in the process of developing. Is that development complete? If so, how has the rollout been? Just want to get an update on these Blue Zone scripts.
Madam Chair, Commissioner McMurtry, this is a very good question. So without going into deep to the weeds here, but script is one of the good technology that's available. And there is an inter-county that DHS and DCYF, lead. There is right now one of the counties in process to get a grant, apply for a grant to support, statewide script, upgrade. And that still is under progress. And department, we have a team that oversees this scripts. They attend those, meetings with the state, with other counties, sharing that information and exchanging ideas. But eventually, once that grant is approved, there is a potential there is a lot of help that will be coming up from there. And we are part of that process, and my team are closely collaborating and working with other counties on that regard.
That's great. And I have had a chance to meet with a number of your staff and to kind of shadow the work that they're doing. And that technology plays such an important piece of this, and figuring out ways that we can, automate things so that they can be a little bit more efficient and save staff on their time because of some of the challenges of having to go all the way through the process of looking at applications and then seeing one small thing, whether the person doesn't live in Ramsey County or that they're a renewal, and the fact that you've been through all of that process and you've kind of wasted some time. So I'm excited to see more work being done on the technology side of things so that we can add more efficiency to the work of our staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Zhang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just looking at our FTEs and just recognizing that there have been investments. What is our ratio of our staff to the number of clients that we serve? And is it comparable to our other metro counties?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang, do you mean the caseload sizes? Or?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Caseload compared to the number of our FTEs.
So that there are 6 sections in the department, and each area has a different programs that they oversee. And caseloads are not equal because of the program changes. So it's very difficult to say that this is the number of the caseloads for each staff. But each program area has a specific, caseloads that we, think, and this is something that has been done in the past that shows what's the acceptable caseload size, for example, for SNAP and healthcare. What's the caseload size for in our long-term care facilities? So I don't have on top of my head for each caseloads in the area, but we do have a target caseload for each program so staff can manage effectively. So if you did the details about each area, we can send that to you.
Oh, yes, please.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner McGuire and then Jellison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Ali, for everything. I especially want to say thanks to you, the team, our county manager, for the all hands on deck and work that everyone was working on. I know a lot of people had a part in that, and I think it was great work in light of all the need that we had and for everyone just responding to that. So thank you on my residents, on behalf of my residents and people that have noticed the change since, since all of this work has been started in response time and things. So I really appreciate that. I have a question that's going to follow up on Commissioner McMurtry's question on basic sliding fee. So that's a federal or state program. So we get a certain amount of money and then we can only fund whatever money we have. We don't add to that. And so I think my bigger question is do we have a waiting list for basic sliding fee? This is childcare, and these are people that qualify for a certain childcare program. And so do we only get a certain amount of money and then we only fund that many families and the others are on a waiting list? Could you just explain that to me?
Sure. Madam Chair, Commissioner McGuire, that's a great question. So basic sliding fee is money that comes from the state. It may come from the federal. I don't know that from that part, but it comes from the state. So each county gets their allocation based on state determination. And for Ramsey County, once we get our allocation and we have the funds, we serve the community as long as that we have the money. But there is no money that's running out right now. About a year ago, that allocation was increased, and Ramsey County received significant funds for child care money. And we are doing a campaign now to increase more people to apply and come to us because we do have funds to support more families that need child care.
Oh, I'm very excited about that. So I'm glad we're going to get the word out then, because I know that there's families that do need that. And I think they've for so long been on waiting lists.
And we don't have a waiting list.
From what I remember, that's what I said. For so many years, they've been on a waiting list, and now that there's not, we're going to get that out there. That there's no waiting list. That's amazing. So good on that. And then just, I guess I just haven't asked this question before. I see we have burial assistance services, and so this is offered to people that don't have the funds to bury a loved one, and so they apply for this, and you have to have a you have to have certify that you have a need for this, and then we do that. I see we've almost doubled the amount, so I'm glad we're helping people with that, and just curious, if we're able to address very much of the need, or what that budget, just a little more clarity on that budget item.
Budget Chair and Commissioner McGuire. So about a year ago, let me take this back. A few years ago, we determined that Ramsey County fell behind when it comes to the rate that we pay for burial assistance services. And we have seen number of funeral directories declining our community services because we pay too low. And we came to the board and asked it to increase the rates that we are paying. Based on analysis from our fiscal team and how much that we've been spending, we are not still up to the top of the rates that counties pay, but we moved a little bit up. Because of that, that's why we increased this spending to support families and at least allow our communities who are facing grievance to get the service that they need.
I appreciate that, and I know that we're really focusing on county required services. Are we required to do this by the state, or this is just something we think is important?
Madam Chair, Commissioner McGuire, this is unfunded mandate by state law.
Oh, an unfunded mandate. So we're required to do that. Wow. Thank you for reminding us of one more unfunded mandate that we have. Thank you.
Yeah.
Wow. So we have Commissioner Jefferson and then Miller.
I just wanted to say thank you for the work that you've done as far as embracing the One Ramsey County, working with your Elder Mentors program, the Ramsey County United, the cross-sharing group. I think when we think about investing in services to make sure that we're properly addressing the needs of our residents, it also means lifting up and supporting our staff.
Yeah.
And given the backlogs that we had, given the people work and the intensity of need that our employees deal with, the idea of providing that support that allows them to bring their best selves and do their best work. I guess I would love to continue to hear in the future how we're continuing to support staff to make sure that we're improving staff culture, we're giving them the tools that they need to keep up with this demanding work. So that's just more of encouraging us to continue to lift that work up. But then I would also just, when we're in community, when I'm in community, I often get two different kinds of conversations going. One is that one are individuals and families who really rely on these services, and it's crucial for them to be able to survive and thrive in our community. And then I have other folks who maybe aren't aware of the ways that they're benefiting from these services, or they just aren't in a moment of need for those services, and just wonder who it is that might be taking advantage of this. And so when I do the math, and please correct me if I'm wrong, it's about 1 in 5 of our Ramsey County residents who get medical assistance, and many of them are children, many of them are elders. Can you just paint a little bit of a picture of when we talk about the people who are accessing these different services in your department? These are our neighbors and coworkers. Can you just give us a sense of who it is that we're reaching?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Jabin Singh, this is a very good question. As I said in my numbers here, FAS service more than 150,000 that live in Ramsey County who get medical assistance. Close to 90,000 get SNAP program with food stamps. At some point last year, 2024, the department served more than 190 plus people that were on health care. That's correct. These are our neighbors, our families, the people that we know. That's why we care about this work that we do here, right? We do the work for our communities. The programs that we administer are the policies and rules and regulations are set by federal, state, and county. And our staff, they have to apply those policies, and they're not easy most of the time. They're very difficult policies to implement. And sometimes some of them, they don't make sense, but we have to implement anyway. and it has been very, very challenging for the last few years, and the people that we receive. The most resident is on our system is children and families and seniors and adults who cannot work. So it's very difficult to prepare and see all those magnitude changes that are coming to us, how this is going to impact these people. So I lost your question. I'm just my brain telling me something else about the changes that are coming to us. But this is the real. This is the real work that we do. It touches people. It changes people's lives. Some of them, this is a life of death. They came here when they need insulin, when they need to put food on the table, or when they need to be virgin on the streets because they will become homeless. That's the core service that we do in FAS.
Your mind is going where I'm going with that. And I guess one of the questions I have is, for somebody who hasn't gone through this process before, what is the application process like, and how do you make sure that people are getting accurately matched to the services that they're eligible for, so that we're both not meeting an opportunity to give people supports that they're eligible for, or not giving people supports that maybe weren't meant for them? What is that process like?
Okay. Madam Chair, Commissioner Jabani Singh, the process looks, it's very, very tedious. If I just give you an idea about if someone wants to apply for example, SNAP and cash and healthcare, they have to fill out two different forms. It used to be one combined application form that you put all programs, but years ago that was separated. So once someone applies for a program, the application comes to us, and there is someone who screens this application for eligibility. It's not automatic. People just get the benefit. We have to go through the process to look for the policies, and do the people meet? Do they have the income that they are eligible for the program? There is household size that impacts the services and who receives and what they receive. There is a residence requirement. Have they been living in Minnesota for 30 days for some programs? And then there is a citizenship requirement. Do they have a right, citizenship requirement to get the benefit? So it's a tedious process that, before even you determine, we have to collect a lot of paperwork and have it and determine that when someone is eligible or not. So it's maybe you can have a financial worker to come and explain the process that you go through here, but this is the easy thing to do.
And these services are regardless of the needs, as long as somebody is eligible, these are services that we as Ramsey County are mandated to provide, correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Jabani Singh, yes, these are mandated services.
Irregardless of whether or not the state and federal funding matches the needs that are presented in front of us.
I will divert this question to other folks to answer.
Here we go. I was trying to get my button to work. Madam Chair, Commissioner Jefferson, that is correct. It is a mandated program, whether we get the funding from the federal government or not. So it will be with us. And just to kind of go back to your other couple points, there's a lot of work that go beyond making sure that someone actually is eligible for a program. Oftentimes, the backlog is created by the amount of people that are actually applying for this, because they don't know if they qualify or not. So anyone can it's open to everyone, right? So you apply, and every single financial worker has to go into those cases, and whether they're eligible or not, they have to either approve or deny. Sometimes the denial rate may be a lot, that pile of folks may be a lot bigger than the approval, but it's still work that has to be done. And that's the problem when you have those backlogs, is what is truly the people that are eligible and deserve these programs, and what are all these other folks that are there that aren't eligible. And that's what creates this kind of issue for eligibility. But most certainly, there's so much guardrail into making sure someone is eligible for these programs, whether it is all the things that Director Ali just spoke about. So there's a lot of back and forth between the financial worker and also the client that is receiving these services. And a lot of times that's where the communication also drops off, because there's more information that's needed to be collected for that approval to take place. So it's very cumbersome work that's taking place between two people to make sure that that person is eligible.
Well, I really appreciate that, because when we think about some of the changing policies around the eligibility requirements, sometimes that's what's causing the increases in our dollars. When we talk about the big cost shift, it might not necessarily mean that they gave us X dollars and now they're giving us less than X dollars. It's that they're giving us more of these type of administrative hurdles to jump through, and that's staff hours along with all of the other costs that are involved in processing such an application, or people who are trying to see if they're eligible for that. So I do really appreciate you sharing that. And also it sets a little tone for our legislative asks as well, which is if there are things that are happening at the federal government, that we know what kind of questions we want to ask there. But with our colleagues in the state, if there are ways for us, if of what is ever possible within our own bureaucratic red tape or within our processes that we can tighten up, that might save us a lot of this back and forth between residents and staff to get people the services they need as quickly as they can, and to save the residents' taxpaying dollars for actual programs and services and not bureaucracy.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Zahn, did you want to go?
No,
No,
I mean,
you
you
did
guys
say no.
basically covered everything I
Yeah,
was gonna,
that's
I
very
was
valid.
going to say, so thank you.
I want to pivot us a little bit to like the external partnerships. I really appreciate a lot of the work going on internally. But some of the feedback I've heard from residents is just, the frustration that they have when we have navigators that are working with them, but then they still are able to support them in real time, and or they also have to wait just like any other resident to be able to get access to information that the caseworker may have. Can you share a little bit more about what that external partnership would look like in community, in the role of our navigator, but also creating that open line between the navigator and also our caseworkers?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang, so our goal to have a community connection is twofold, right? Giving them the information that they need and telling them how they can apply for the benefits and where they can find. It didn't mean to expedite the applications and requests that they have, because we do have weekly we receive more than 1,000 new applications, and there are 35,000 or 34 to 35,000 health in SNAP caseload that goes to thousands of new renewals each month. So that it doesn't give you everyone to get expedited unless someone meets special criteria. We don't go to the community side to process their case on the spot. But our goal here is twofold: educate the community where they can go and apply the benefits. So they can, the fastest and the best way to apply the benefit is going through state, min benefit. That's the, a portal, a platform that, easier, faster, and makes, it's a secure, information comes to us very fast. Another, goal of that connection is learning from the community. What are the pain points? What are they feeling? So we are going to review our community, engagements and community connections. Our navigators, they visit multiple locations on the county. The goal is connecting the communities, how to apply the benefits and helping them upload the documents. Sometimes people may send information by mail, but the fastest way it could be through mail benefit. So unless someone meets eligibility criteria, that's sometimes the struggle that we have. We can't give everyone expedited. Right? This is the people wait, and for example, our wait time for process application is it may take up to 30 days, and everyone is in the queue and waiting their turn until we reach to get their application processed.
Then may I follow up, Madam Chair, about just the queue and how you weigh processing time for equity purposes too? Is what about like applications that is just like missing one document? Have we found a way to get those approved where it is already just sitting there, but they haven't turned in? That's the only document they need for your approval to get their benefits approved.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang, there is no universal approach on this. This is something that we continue to struggle and came up with a department-wide, strategy to address it. But it could be vary from worker to worker. in general speaking, intake areas, which is the area that people have a new application is, they tend to process those quicker because it will pile up their applications that they have to process. Since this application just misses one document, most of the time they just process it. For our case management, applications go like a cycle, right? The documents that you sent, you get your application, the worker processes today, they're missing one document, then the resident sends their information that they're missing, and it may go back again a few days until it reaches there. This is a struggle that we continue to have. This is one of the enhancements that we continue to work on. We are in the process of department operation realignment. This is one of the areas that we continue to address.
Okay. Yeah, well then I'll look forward to that update later on too as the work progresses.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, it just seemed, I don't know, really cumbersome for the person who's coming for needs and they'll miss like one something and they send it back in and it still takes time to be processed. It seems like, whatever that standard, okay, you want to speak to that? Okay.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Zhang, I won't speak to it fully because I don't want to get into the department work and how the work is being done. But in general, for the most part, when someone is missing a document, there's always like an engagement that took place between two parties. So there's a case manager that's working with that person, and for the most part, people understand, okay, I'm just waiting for that document. So there's like some sort of interaction that is taking place versus when you're like in the queue and waiting for that cycle. So they're like kind of in the two different places. But the one thing that I think we need to kind of figure out how to do better, and we're working with DCYF and DHS, is that the way people are coming in, like MM benefits, like it's a great system from the front end, but the back end, it's the issue. So for those that don't qualify, if there's a way to reject them quickly, then you cut out all these people that really don't have a place for eligibility, and then you focus on the people that are actually eligible. Because the numbers that are out there are truly not accurate. All those are not the residents that need help. People think that they need help, let me take that back, but the eligibility criteria from the federal government says otherwise when they're applying for those services. So if we can fix the system and assure that the people that are applying, there's an accuracy of eligibility by the front end, having some sort of Q&A at the front end that says, you state your information, and then the system kind of tells you softly, all right, you may be eligible, and then you go to the next phase, or it declines you right there and then that application does not move forward, and it does not waste the staff's time in actually working on those.
Well, I hear we have a new technology system that we're working on that takes us into that type of a future where we have set up some criteria that would tell us whether you are in or out, or you make too much money, or whatever those
Correct.
are,
Yep.
that would separate the two.
That's been what we've been working on with DCYF, because when they first came out with MM benefits, that did not exist, and that created a lot of these buffers. So I'm optimistic for the future that there's going to be some sort of separation, and the applications will get a lot easier at the front end.
We're going to stay hopeful. Director Ali, I want to ask you about, talk a little bit about the elder mentorship program, which was really created to support staff, right? And so, and this is important because all the things and frustrations that we just talked about, and we have staff who overburden or decide that, this is just not for me, it's just too much, who decided to leave, or who wants to do a good job, and having someone who have more of, they maybe at one point was a frontline worker, they have some experience and expertise in this area, who can come in and kind of like mentor the staff. Which I think, what have I heard, because it doesn't matter what I think, but what I did hear from like community and the mentors is that it was working. On both ends. The elders felt valued after, serving for so long, and now they have another opportunity to serve in a different way. And the staff had the support and extra additional support that they would have. And sometimes even to like speak freely in a way they couldn't to a supervisor or someone, or maybe even another staff member. And I was just reading here on page 468 that there was a pause in the program as Ramsey County, at the height of the all hands on deck, pushed to eliminate, the backlogs within the departments. And so I'm seeing here that you are going to relaunch the Elders Program, which I think is a win-win, again, on both sides. But what I'm hoping that can happen as you begin to relaunch is through my conversations with some of the elders, just because some of my constituents, and you know how people talk to you about what's going on sometimes, that that you can get us some notification of where we are in the process, because they felt even though it was a pause, they didn't know what that pause meant or looked like, and one thing that Ramsey County do well is try real hard to engage community in the process. And so when there's a pause in that process, what I've heard, it would be helpful if they know that you value that, and Ramsey County is going to begin to relaunch the elder program. Because otherwise people move on, they decide, they didn't value my expertise and my time. Why would I go back there? Because it's government, right? And we have to always know that people don't always trust, no matter who we are, government, right? And so that's my suggestion, is that, you can do some reach out and try to make that reconnection. County Manager.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just wanted to speak to that a little bit too, because I've been pretty involved with Dr. Ali on that, with the elder mentors. We met with them at least 2 or 3 times throughout the pause, 3. And then in June, I think it was a Friday afternoon, because I remember it pretty well, we went to a church in St. Paul, Ali and I, and met with them for the afternoon and gave them an update. I know that you're in the process of relaunching, and so I'm not sure exactly when you spoke to the elders. Was it
a couple of weeks ago?
Okay, so we'll need to continue to, engage with them, Ali. But we've been trying our best to tell them where we're at, and so I don't know if you have more to add, but
Yeah, Madam Chair, I will add a few more. So when we get all hands on deck, and as we were, having the competing priorities, we put a mentorship program, on hold. As we are now relaunching this, my connection with elders have not stopped. In fact, I do have a meeting coming with them very soon. I don't know, just to give them an update about what's going on with the department and to explain to them about the next step for this relaunching and what they need to do. But our connection has not been stopped here. This is one of the things that the department is working on, is to develop 3-track staff development. As Commissioner Japan Singh was talking about earlier, not only focusing on the community side, but we do also want to focus internally staff support. So we do want to establish enhanced and impactful customer service training for all frontline staff. We do want to have developmental opportunities for our supervisors, and we do want to have executive coaching for myself and my deputies and my managers. So we do have competing priorities. We're putting things as they came, which one comes first, but it's our plan to relaunch this program in more impactful or more meaningful way.
So it's really, really good to hear that there has been a process in place. You have met with the elders. So it's good to hear that. As I get older, I know, a week seems like forever to me now. I'm trying to remember tomorrow. Yesterday.
I do think, Madam Chair, that's a good reminder that now at Ali's points, what made me want to just reemphasize. The competing priorities were, we had the backlogs, and there was all the staff development we wanted to do. And so, yes, I had asked him, we got to kind of pick which things you're going to work on first for staff development while we continue to build down the backlog, because we can't spend hours and hours on doing lots of other things and then the backlog isn't getting addressed at all. So it is a kind of a balancing act. I do want to call out the customer service training, because that was a high priority out of the all hands on deck as well. And so all these things are sort of layered together, kind of creating more of a matrix of things that staff, are going to get access to and work on. It's a little bit of the timing and the order of operations, Commissioner, but I certainly agree that improving our communication to the elders so that they understand where we are in the process is a high priority. So thank you, Doctor.
Thank you so much. Are there any other questions? Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your work and for your leadership and for your team. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so we have up next Community Corrections with Director Long.
Good afternoon, Board, Madam Chair, and members of the Board, all members of the Board, County Manager Becker, nice to see you, colleagues in the room, peers, and community members that came out today. My name is Monica Long. I am the Director of Community Corrections. I am honored and blessed to stand before you today, present the proposed department biannual budget for 2026-2027. You can find the full Community Corrections budget narrative starting in your budget books on page 540. I'd like to begin by expressing my deepest gratitude to my leadership team, and I see you on both sides. Thank you for showing up. This team spent countless hours reviewing the proposed budget line by line to ensure it reflects our values as a county community corrections and fulfilling all of our responsibilities that we've been tasked to do. I'd also like to thank CFO/DCM, Alex Kuska. Alex entered our service team at a time of leadership flux. Our team was a little broken. She stood in silence and let us heal. She stood by while letting us heal. She also built us up. And when I say she's the chief fund officer, there's nothing more than numbers than this woman loves. But we needed that. And we were successfully able to come together as a team to build this budget for, I think, the first time Health and Wellness has done that in a very long time. So thank you, Alex. I also want to thank our new Deputy County Manager, Abdi, who jumped right in and took with both feet forward. And I look forward to working with you in the next few years. I think we're going to be amazing. Finally, I want to recognize and sincerely thank the dedicated staff of Community Corrections. Since we announced the necessary changes to ensure greater fiscal responsibility, as well as ensure excellent services to the individuals and families that we serve, the staff have stepped up. They supported the process and continue to provide exceptional supervision, programming, and services to our clients. They embody professionalism. This budget is more than just about the numbers. It reflects the commitment to the county manager's core themes of delivering county responsible services and operating as one Ramsey County. As I present this proposal, I invite you to consider how all these values are embedded in what I'm saying. Community Corrections has many critical components, including adult probation, juvenile probation, adult parole, juvenile detention, and the Ramsey County Correctional Facility. We're also charged with a new responsibility for housing and serving the pre-sentence population. Our shared goal is always community safety and ensuring clients and families leave our care healthier and more stable than when they came to us. Major initiatives for 2026 and 2027. Our proposed budget is anchored in intentional collaboration, community-focused service, and investment in staff and programming. Highlights include maintaining and strengthening client programming to support outcomes that are both rehabilitative and restorative to our clients and families. Enhancing internal county collaboration to connect our clients and their families with a broader network of services. For example, wrapping around. I'm sorry, I have a little cold. My apologies. As some of you may have heard the term Project Bridge, we do have a renewed partnership with Ramsey County Sheriff's Office to board up to 70 pre-sentence adult detention center clients at the Ramsey County Correctional Facility. This gives clients access to the same services and opportunities as traditional sentence residents at the Ramsey County Correctional Facility. We're embarking on collaboration with Workforce Solutions. We are working with Ramsey County Workforce Solutions to create programs to focus on employment, education, and skill building for our clients. This program replaces the former Sentence to Service. As the state of, I apologize. This program replaces the former Sentence to Serve program, which the Minnesota Department of Corrections ceased funding at the end of 2025 state fiscal year. And I'm going to say this is a positive thing in the sense that we won't receive a little bit of funding from the state for Sentence to Serve, but it gives us the opportunity to do something to enhance individuals' lives in real time where they're able to get skills developed to move on to sustainable employment. So we're very excited for this collaboration with Workforce Solutions. Implementation of the Minnesota Department of Corrections Rehabilitation and Reinvestment Act, better known as MRRA. We as a department are preparing for the Act's provisions with appropriate staffing and resources. Now, the Act came in 2023. It was supposed to be fully rolled out by September 25. The state is not quite ready. So the new implementation date is March of 2026. And what does this mean for community corrections? With this act, it gives the opportunity for incarcerated individuals at the Department of Corrections to move to community supervision faster. They will get credit for time for services that they do while they're in the Department of Corrections. What this means for Ramsey County, we're not sure yet. We know that we didn't have any money to support this yet, as well as when they did an estimate of how many clients that can influx to us, it was approximately 600 additional clients that we would be serving right here in Ramsey County. So we are preparing for that every day. And lastly, a youth focus, our initiatives using legislative appropriations. We're expanding and looking into additional youth violence prevention program, as well as the intensive youth treatment homes. I also want to note that this collaboration came a few years ago between safety and justice and health and wellness. It has ballooned to more than I've ever seen of collaboration between safety and justice and health and wellness, the Sheriff's Department, the Ramsey County Attorney's Office, social services, financial, fiscal, community corrections, to wrap these youth around with services. It's exciting. It's in the process. It's not ready yet. Some of the major budget changes that you will see in the narrative in your book, we increased our vacancy rate to reflect what it really is. Not good nor bad, it just is what it is. We decreased our overtime cost. The leadership team in our facilities have spent the past year and a half to two intentionally focus on recruiting, hiring, retention, or increased our training, be more proactive. And with that, we have seen a little decrease in our overtime. People are staying longer, they're getting on the floor faster. And it wasn't just our facility leadership, it was with human resources. So we're very thankful that they know that it's the immediacy that is needed when you are running a 24-hour facility, when you're filling those spots that are open. Next is staff reallocation and FT reductions. We've realigned staff using data and risk level analysis to focus on our high and very high risk clients, reducing caseloads, and to address staff burnout. Project Bridge is the collaboration with the Ramsey County Sheriff's Office, a $2 million increase in both 2026 and 2027 will sustain this initiative to support up to 70 pre-sentence clients. 2 additional housing units are now open at the Ramsey County Correctional Facility. Thank you to all of the staff and leadership there. We began taking residents literally the day after we were asked to do this initiative. So we started with the staff that we currently had. We said, move on over and make some room. We added an additional 40 clients. We are up to 70 and up to full staff for the new initiative. The initial startup costs were absorbed within the Ramsey County Community Corrections budget for 2025. And the proposed budget fully funds it going to the next 2 years. You, as the board, will hear more in the community about this initiative at the December 2nd afternoon board workshop. So the last thing in the major initiatives that we have in the budget proposal book, and I apologize, everybody, this cold's killing me. Physical footprint reduction. We've ended our lease and gave notice on a privately owned site at 800 Minnehaha. Shifting instead to a community-based service model, staff now primarily are in the field and access to all of our community corrections sites, which is Juvenile Family Justice Center, Plato, Metro Square, and Ramsey County Correctional Facility for their required 2 days on site. This transition is already underway, and in preparation for the December 31st deadline, I would again like to recognize and thank the staff who are participating on the planning groups to get this done and embracing the challenge to prioritize service delivery, staff, and collaboration over physical space. Our programming continues to reflect the commitment to the client support and reintegration. Some of the things that I would like to highlight in this budget is that we will continue to compensate clients at the RCCF who work and participate in programming. This is a practice that we started in the previous biennium. This initiative, funded at $80,000, helps residents build employment skills, financial stability, treatment, and for reentry. We had to increase that a bit because our population has increased with the additional clients from Project Bridge. Ramsey County Community Correction was the first county in Minnesota to go fee-free back in 2020. We know that having fees associated with our clients on probation disproportionately affects lower income Black and brown people. So we, with that, invested into free phone calls and visits for our clients who are incarcerated with us. We are increasing this investment in communication services by approximately $150,000, ensuring that youth and juvenile detention and adults at community corrections facility continue to have free telephone calls, video access for their loved ones and families at cost-free. This increase, again, is for the additional clients that will be housing in the adult correctional facility. Pretrial services, we are maintaining a $2.5 million annual allocation for pretrial services to support clients placed on conditional release, with services to help ensure they attend court and minimize the likelihood of offending while on release. Lastly, food service. Due to the increase of census and rising food costs, the food service budget increases by $80,000 in 2026 and an additional approximately $5,000 in 2027. Those are rough numbers, as I've seen food increase and supplies like I've never seen ever, and since I've been doing this in 1996. In closing, I want to reiterate that this budget reflects our commitments to clients, to staff, to the community, and the values of the county. This budget is forward-thinking, responsible, and grounded in collaboration, evidence-based practices, and commitment to maintaining public safety. Thank you again for this opportunity to present in the Community Corrections 26-27 proposed budget. I look forward to all the continued work together, and I stand for questions.
Commissioner Miller. Thank you so much for this information. I do have a couple of questions. One, can we go to Project Bridge, which I'm looking at page 543. You did mention that cost is covered by your department. Why is the Sheriff's Department not contributing to this?
So the cost of the startup was fully covered, yes, by community corrections budget. When County Manager Becker asked us to look at doing this, it wasn't a question of who was going to pay for it. It needed to happen. So we had the funds that we were able to do it. It got done, and we were able to carry the startup cost, which is going to be approximately, by the end of the year, $1 million.
And so going forward, though, to continue this, it's still in your department budget and not, there's no contribution from the sheriff's department coming for this as well?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, County Manager Becker would like to speak to this also.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Commissioner Miller, this would be a good question to ask the Sheriff's Office on Monday. But when I inquired about this, and these are facts too. So, you know, the ADC population, and this was as 826, it was 409. And so that's still way above what we have capacity to do over there. When the 24-25 budget was approved, we assumed the census over there was about 300 or so. So, I mean, we're still over capacity there. And so, and unfortunately, and I think they're getting close, and this is what they could talk about on Monday, they have not been able to close a whole pod, and therefore that also affects the cost savings. Now, I think they're moving toward being able to close a pod, so that could be something we talk about on Monday. Because it's and the corrections folks probably have way more experience in this, but it's some of the pods are open based on like the level of the population, and so depending on who they're sending over, they may or may not be able to shut down a whole pod even though they move, say, 40 people over, if that makes sense. So these are good questions for the sheriff. It's not that we're not asking them, though. So I just wanted to make sure you knew that.
Okay, and then a follow-up to that as well is I just want to note that I'm in support of this. I think this is great. I think that, you know, working together across departments is really fabulous, and us being able to help the sheriff's office and the ADC and the individuals that are housed there is big. But you mentioned the pre-sentencing individuals, so I guess I'm curious, is the people who are housed at the RCCF, they're awaiting pre-sentencing, so they're awaiting trial, they're awaiting their conviction, or is it under the assumption that they will be housed or sentenced to less than a year and then will be serving time at RCCF? Or is it we just are unsure and they could be sentenced to prison or they could be sentenced to probation?
So the majority of the individuals that come to us have to have a longevity in the sense that we know behaviorally and behavioral health, where they're stable enough to come to us.
Okay.
They are pre-sentenced, but the majority of them have been at the ADC for an extended time, felony level, mostly person felony level, where they will be doing time at the state.
Okay.
We also have another population of men and women who need Suboxone, and we have started to take that population as well, and we have men and women that we house there.
Okay, and with the absorption of this in your budget, does because of this increase, and wasn't really planned, I'm assuming 2 years ago, so does this increase contribute to some of the decreases you've had to make in other areas, whether that's staffing or transferring out of people? Because I see a lot of reductions, and I guess I'm just a little concerned because one of the vacancy rate as well, like making sure that you and your staff are adequately staffed and that they're not over extended in the work that they're doing as well, and then same with some of the reductions in the probation area as well.
Absolutely. So when I came, thank you, Commissioner. When I came to Ramsey County in 2019, our FTEs were 548. Every year since then, we have reduced the number of our staff twofold. Some was budget, but most was when I also came to Ramsey County, we had approximately 1,300 adults on probation. Today, we have approximately 12,000, I apologize. Today, we have 9,000 through the transformational work that my staff has done. And so we're able, along with the bench, along with community providers, we no longer have the high census that we used to. In saying that, what we have seen is we have more high risk, very high risk clients. So I think right now we're right size, but we're always going to be watching that. This project, we had to add staff. We added 11 FTEs, but we also transferred out 8. So it kind of looks like we're down, but we're not. We're pretty equal.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner McGuire.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I always love to hear about this budget. Thank you, Director Long. It's a area that I'm passionate about. Many of you have heard this, but I carried corrections funding legislation when I was in the legislature. And so I'm very proud of the fact that Ramsey County is a Community Corrections Act counties. There are 3 different systems that a county can use in Minnesota, and it's with county probation services where you do your own, and there's the Department of Corrections where the department does it, or there's community corrections where you really look at all the intervention, the prevention, the work in the community, and we are really, I think, one of the leaders in the state with our prevention and early intervention work, and I just thank you so much for that, and I'm excited to be going to one of their conferences next week, and I'm excited that some of you in the next, I think they're going to try and take one of us each year so that we learn in depth the work that corrections, community corrections are doing in our county, but throughout the state. And so I'm very supportive. It gives me hope when I hear about the work that they're doing with our populations that are in the correction system. So with that, I want to follow up on, so thank you. Thank you very much, and your whole team.
Thank you,
I want to
Commissioner.
follow up on a question that my colleague, Commissioner Miller, asked about if we're taking the sheriff, if we're taking, people from the adult detention center into our corrections facility, why we're not getting that. And I have the same question, but we will talk to the sheriff about this, but I'm thinking, well, if there's so many more at the adult detention center with just sheriff runs, and the sheriff can't handle it, we might have to fund the sheriff more. So we just as soon fund. I'd rather put the money into our correctional facility where people are actually getting more services for being there, and they're actually better suited to be released after our facility versus the adult detention center where they don't get as many services. So is that correct? I understand that the sheriff is very happy with sending some of our long-term, clients in the ADC. The adult detention center is supposed to be more of a temporary place. Corrections facility run by you, that's more of a long-term, and so we're able to do more services. But sometimes we have people that are serving longer time in the supposed temporary, and those are the people that you're serving now. Can you just confirm some of that?
Yes, thank you. So yes, and like any detention center, juvenile detention, adult detention center, it's supposed to be a shorter time. It doesn't happen for everybody like that. So a lot of people are on appeal. They have pending court cases. So that can lengthen their stay into a detention setting. We're a post-sentence. All of our residents that come to Ramsey County Community Corrections Facility have 1 year less a day sentence. Believe it or not, our average length of stay is only 45 days though. Wow. Okay, so we have a short, intense time with the population that we have, so we do have quite a bit of a turnover. So on an average daily basis, we're approximately 100 people that are sentenced in our facility, and around 80 to 100 that are outside in our community alternatives program that are still under the purview of Ramsey County Community Corrections. And then on top of that now, the 70 that will be from the adult detention center. So we're jucking and moving and making it happen. And I'm very proud of the program that they have put together. My staff are amazing.
And just to reiterate what I said before, by having them in community, they're much more suited then to be released totally into community, because that's where they're used to, managing their lives. And just thank you for that work of trying to transition people into community as quickly as possible, depending on their sentence. I appreciate that. And can you just talk a little bit about our juvenile detention facility, and maybe we're just gonna have to we're gonna do a workshop on that.
Absolutely.
So maybe we won't go into that, but we just tell us a little bit about where that's at.
So our juvenile detention center commissioner has been a wonderful transformation over the past 2 years. I think we're housing approximately on a high day 10 to 12, and our staffing is stable at our juvenile detention center. You can always tell that when things are going in a juvenile detention center when it comes to incidents, which are extremely low to none. I am proud of the leadership team that has developed out of that detention center, and we are looking to do as much as we can. I mean, they are all beautiful youth who've just gotten to a sticky situation. So our goal is to return them wherever that may be healthier than when they got to us.
And we had at one point, Madam Chair, we had at one point talked about transitioning out of that facility because it wasn't so as conducive to youth being there. And that may still be on the radar, but we're hopefully getting more outside time for them and getting,
We have struggled with the space, and I being realistic for the next 2 years, we're going to we have put some capital funds to help board up where the contraband's coming into that space from the outside, but it will be continued a talk because our kids shouldn't have to worry about getting vapes and drugs thrown up at them because they're on a corner where people like to do that. So we will continue to have that conversation. I will continue to press that narrative that we can do better, and I will continue to press the narrative that we can do it better, fiscally more responsible, not having a space that was meant for 100 kids for 10.
I appreciate that. We'll support you. I'm sure this board, but I totally support that. So
thank you.
Thank you, Madam
Commissioner Jefferson.
Sure. Well, I'll just bounce off a couple of the things that have been already discussed. The idea we brought up in our bonding conversation earlier this week about the JDC and the idea that through our youth justice transformational work and the other workshops that we have, we do know there's been a lot of work to reduce the population that's being served in the JDC. And yet recognizing that there may always be a need for a secure, safe facility, and figuring out what that looks like, and we continue to work on that. So that's something that's very front of mind. And I want to just say too that the work of Project Bridge for the individuals who are moving from the ADC to the correctional facility. One, kudos to you for not having any kind of a turf or budget thing. These are all Ramsey County dollars. This is all one Ramsey County. And the fact that we can step up and learn from each other and work together is I think what is expected, and it's lovely to see, and we'll figure the details out to keep this sustainable. This is better for the individuals who are at the correctional facility, for the kinds of environment that they can be in. It's better for the people who are left at the ADC to have a reduced population. It's better for staff, and hopefully it will lead to better outcomes. And I'm looking forward to us being able to track that, justify this model going forward and the expansion of it. One of the things that I am wondering about is a couple of things. One of them is you talked about we have been very good at releasing people out of probation, so they're not just lingering on, and so that then the population that is still part of your program is a little bit more intense. And I guess the question I have is, there was something in page 550 about some of the formula that helps pay for that, and I'm just wondering, you know, is there, I come from the elder services world, and there was a time, I'm dating myself, some 30 years ago, when there was a question about how come Minnesota, it's so expensive to take care of our elders in skilled nursing facilities, and it was because we were doing such a good job of keeping them in community. The folks we were caring for had higher needs. And it sounds to me that you also are being able to make sure that the individuals you're focusing your time on are the ones who need that extra bridge, and then the people who are ready to go and restart their lives, they're doing that. So is there anything that we need to be aware of here that we should be talking to our state partners about somehow, is there a way to adjust the formula to the intensity or the hours put in? I mean, if we invest in people on the front end, and then they get to start their lives successfully, that's a good thing, right?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, thank you for that question. You are totally on the right page with the sense that when the formula happened, we had already done 7 out of the 8 mandatory recommendations from the state. And we're done now under the leadership of my team with case planning. We're done with those mandatory things that we had to get the formula and the funding for. We did get a slight increase, but we also did get a hit because our population continues to drop, not because of anything that we're doing wrong. It's for things that we're doing right. So there is a disparity there where people can hold on to cases and get more funding. That, to me, is a dangerous practice to have. We will continue to do our transformational work. We will continue to decrease caseloads where we can, and we'll make do. In the sense that, I would love if we could bring this up with the other counties and legislators to find out how that came about. I know MACAC has been working with us hard on this to fix this in the next session.
Excellent. And I have one more question, which is on page 543, there's a list of the reduction of the domestic relations program. And I'd like to learn a little bit more about what this program is. And then are there other Ramsey County programs within our own programs that we could be referring people to, or community providers? I'm just, usually when we try to make sure this transition when services are shifted.
Absolutely, and that domestic relations unit will not be closed until the transition happens to the appropriate area. So 2012, for many years, way before I came to Ramsey County and or Minnesota, probation was doing child, I can't think of it. Thank you, child custody evaluations. Doesn't belong in probation. In 2012, the statute was changed to move it out of probation. We are working internally with our partners in community corrections to find out the right place that it goes. Those services will not fall without the replacement happening.
That is very comforting.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
appreciate that.
Would never do that.
Thank you.
Okay, I have Commissioner Zone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate on page 546 the call out on the partnerships out in the community. I'm curious, may you speak a little bit more about what the budget allocates for each of those? Are they like individual contracts based off on youth that they're serving, or is it like a general contract that's a certain amount that each of those organizations receive?
I do believe, and do not quote me on this, but I would like to get back to you, but I think it's individual, but I want to get back to you on that.
Okay. And let's see. May you speak a little bit more about just the RFP then, about the legislative appropriations? Is that the work through YJT that's
Are you talking about the $5 million for the youth treatment homes and the $5 million for the violence prevention?
Yeah, for the portion for the violence prevention. Is that the one that you're referring here?
So the community partnership that's on page 547 is our traditionally allocated funds to the community providers. I don't believe this incorporated the violence prevention funds at all.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, I just wanted to name a lot of the work that we already do as a county and the engagement and involvement that our staff have done, which has been really good. And then there's also this other part of work that us commissioners, we serve on. For example, Commissioner Moran and I, we serve on the Children's Collaborative. And there are, we've like divvied up, it's about $2 million into community to apply for those programs. And there's the portion of where we have a youth outcome goal that youth are safe from harm, right? And we weren't able to identify partners to apply for that. Mm-hmm. And I think in particular, it may be the fact that like the amount was just so little. And how I think about us as a county and an entity is that we actually make it really hard to partner with community organizations when so many different departments have already contracts with them, and then we create all these other work. So I just would like for us to really see about like, you know, are we working across different departments to identify community organizations that we are working with already to make it easier to partner with them.
Madam Chair and Commissioner, I think one of the good, I don't really have the full answer, I don't know, you know what I mean? But we have started our community of practice for this youth treatment homes and the violence prevention, which is going to bring many partners together. One of those goals is to assist them and educate them on when they see these funds, what are the barriers for them so we can bring in the resources from the county to help these providers. We are going into uncertain times, and we know that our providers are going to have to work together to survive this. And we want to be a tool to help them do that because we need them. So that's one of the reasons, and I think that we should have talks about that later and how we can better collaborate.
Thank you.
And on that point about community providers collaborating, you know, is that kind of like a priority from your department to look at, as we talk about maybe small dollars, but if we get several community-based organizations looking at a whole family approach or that model, that they can team and work together, is that kind of like a priority of who would get the dollars based on the vision that you see in trying to create, you know, better outcomes for those individuals and bring families and communities together?
Madam Chair, I don't know if that is the goal to prioritize them in the sense of getting dollars, but I think we can work towards a vision where any of those providers can go on a board, and if they don't have the service, they can click into the next provider that has a contract with Ramsey County to get that family or that youth what they need. Making sure that we're not overlapping services, dual services. Those are, I think, all the goals of this and how we can support through this time. I hope it evolves into something bigger, but I can see where you're going with that, Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciated Director Long calling out the communities of practice around the youth treatment home wraparound funds. I really appreciate that Community Corrections has been leading in that, but the table of that is really all the different vendors that we're funding around the youth justice transformation and those wraparounds that are actually vendors of community corrections, workforce solutions, public health, social services. So it's again, you know, I'll go back to it, you know, functional, holistic, how, you know, both on the community provider end and also on the recipient of families, they should both feel us as one Ramsey County. So I'm excited for that first meeting on Wednesday next week to really bring those providers together, because there are people sometimes that actually contract with 4 different departments and actually just do different things for that same family, and we have to fix that in short order. So, you know, I mean, not only just because of the complexity and the burden and the administrative burden, but it's a waste of resources on both sides, and we sort of make the delivery of service to the family very fragmented as well, because the service is kind of, oh, it's not, oh, this one just ended. Well, you know, you can go to, you know, it's confusing and it's not continuous or holistic. So that is our aim.
Okay. So I want to move on to like maybe the program services that you are providing with the in the JDC and the Adult Center. Just want to call out the free telephone services that you are providing to your words that you use, like residents. You know, so I see you use words like residents and clients. Why that language?
The historical negative, Madam Chair, thank you for that question. Historical negative connotation. I don't feel, and my staff don't feel, they're inmates. I honestly don't feel it's a workhouse. We're not working off the chain gang anymore, right? They are in respectful clothes, haircuts, dignity and respect, offered good food, clothing that fits, and restoring their self-purpose. They are residents, they are clients, they are who we serve. We are public servants with the ultimate goal of community safety, with accountability and compassion.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, thank you for that, because I think all that you just spoke of is what is needed as we work to give those individuals hope, to see the humanity within them, because we want them to return to the community with that humanity and some dignity and respect for not only for themselves, but also for those that they encounter. So that's why I asked about the language, because I think language matter, and having strong language like that is really, really important. And last, I want to ask you about Justice Point for pretrial services. And I asked about the pretrial services because I'm one of the tri-chairs doing the work around pretrial justice with 2 community members. And I see here that there's an increase in the budget of $2.5 million for pretrial services. Can you talk a little bit about what those services are and why we provide, what's the end goal for the services?
Madam Chair, there's no increase. We actually negotiated a flat fee from the past 2-3 years. I think we did a 3-year with 2-year renewals. And I would like to tell the board how we were able to do that. And it goes to the testament of my leadership team and the support of community corrections. We have a huge issue with Rule 20 in Ramsey County. It's not a secret. We've been working, Director Thompson and I, and County Manager Becker and CFO, we've all been working. And one of the areas that our pretrial services was struggling with was that population. So we worked internally, reevaluated some stuff, and were able to handle about 300 of those pretrial sentence clients is right under probation. Is that statutorily required? No. It was necessary for us to keep a cost down as well as serve a population that's underserved. So I would like to say that. They do pretrial they do assessments while somebody's in the ADC awaiting arraignment to see where they score on a scale to reoffend, show up for court, not show up for court. If they're a little risk, do they need bond? Can they go off on a non-bond? So those are some of the things that they do. They also will follow people who are waiting for court and give them follow-up calls. If there are conditions of release, like they must do a drug test, the Justice Point will follow up with them to get the drug test, and they will follow up with the courts to let them know if that did not happen or it did happen. So they serve a population of around 1,000 to 1,400 on a daily basis.
Okay. And let me just add, along with Justice Point, we also have a community navigator, Roof Wellness, that's also working with those pretrial individuals to work to ensure when they are released that they're there to introduce themselves, to say we have services to provide for few. Maybe they need a phone, maybe they're dealing with substance use disorder, mental health, to connect them with those type of services, you know. And the goal is to work to ensure that they will return to court. And so just really good work. Is the $2.5 million that we see here only with Justice Point? Was that including Root Wellness also?
That is Justice Point's contract that we were able to negotiate at the same cost as the past 3 years, 4, 5 years. It might have been 5.
It's 5 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it's 2.5 every year?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, thank you. Let's see here. We have McGuire.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple more things that my colleagues have been asking such good questions, and it just reminded me just really quickly. And Madam Chair, I just want to say thank you for bringing up the words that we use, because we know that that's really important. And there's been just, of course, as we know, lots of studies, documented studies. If you treat people with respect and dignity, they will respond with respect and dignity about themselves and others. And so thank you for the words that you use. I'm grateful for a system that does that. And I just want to, I can't believe I didn't mention this, because I'm always talking about it, but with this, you mentioned in the budget pressures, the CCA formula, and we're not getting rewarded for the good we're doing, we're getting penalized for the good work we're doing as far as the CCA formula, but you all know this, and I talk about it all the time, but at AMC, it was one of the top issues coming out of the Public Safety Committee was, more fully funding the formula, the probation formula. And of course, we want to look at how that formula is even worded so that we do get rewarded for the good work we do. And our own Representative Sandra Feist from Ramsey County is carrying that bill. And so just when we get to vote on these issues in our District 10 meetings, I think we should all continue to support probation funding so that we can get the money in the formula that needs to be there to fully fund that formula, so we get to get the resources from the state to keep doing the good work, that we're doing. And so I just wanted to make that connection that we want to continue to support this great work and get the money from the state to do that. So thank you, Madam. Oh, one more thing on the Children's Collaborative, because I used to serve on the Children's Collaborative, and I know that they give, I always thought it was interesting that a collaborative does competitive grants, but I think we tried to make it so that they had to partner, like when you offer a grant, when they did a proposal, they had to partner with other people, because, so I'm just going to recommend that when I was there on the collaborative, we would say, hey, this is not really the way, we want community to work together, not to compete against each other for these grants. So I'm gonna suggest that as you're serving on that collaborative, that we start proposing those kinds of things. And I will just say the Suburban Family Collaborative is a whole different model. We don't do grants, we just bring all the people together to try to do the good work. So I just want to suggest that for those of you serving on the Children's Collaborative. They do good work, but maybe an adjusted model might be good. Anyway, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner McMurtry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of questions. I want to go back quickly to the community partnerships section, just for clarification. The budget allocation that's listed here, the $850,000 for 26 and $800,000 for 27, and maybe it's in the budget portion. How much is this an increase from previous years, or what's the difference from 25, for example, for this?
CFO Kotska, or you don't know? I'd have to look that up. Can I get back to you on that?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And thanks again for highlighting the different organizations listed here. This work is so important, especially as we think of our justice-involved youth. From looking at the list, it kind of sparked my interest of, as we're thinking of other community organizations that we want to collaborate with, what is the process of determining which groups we want to kind of focus on? Like, are we hearing directly from the youth who we are servicing to get a better understanding of what their needs are, and then that's kind of determining those groups? I just want to kind of get a sense from this current list, are there organizations you feel are missing, and are we taking the steps to kind of broaden the reach of the different groups and different areas that we want to have represented here?
Thank you for that question, Madam Chair and Commissioner. We do a couple times a year a broad survey that we actually get a great response back. That gives us a good tone of the needs that the families and youth that we serve that we're not fulfilling, right? That charges it. We also have planners that are assigned to these providers who do the outreach to the providers. We're always looking for culturally specific providers for all of our Black and Brown communities across the spectrum. That's not always easy. We will dip into providers that are providing a service for youth that we didn't even know about, right? To do our due diligence. So it is very old school, but also there is a formalized process of those surveys that I would love to share with the board when we do them. So you could see where the progress is in the adult and the juvenile area. And we actually do them in the facilities as well.
Awesome. No, that'll be great. I would love to see those surveys as well. And then my last question, just also just clarifying, for the Minnehaha Avenue location, were we leasing the entire building, or okay, just
I do believe the bottom floor.
okay.
The thing about Minnehaha, and I want to be very respectful to my staff, Commissioner and Madam Chair, that was a staple in the community for many years. Spruce Tree was when we closed that. BTT was when we closed that. So I want to be very respectful that owner of that space has worked with us collaboratively through the years. However, and not only as our mode of reaching to the community and not sitting behind a desk has changed over the years, our flexible workplace policy after the pandemic has enabled us to minimize our space to do that community outreach on top of all the drop-in centers that are throughout this county that I think we actually underutilized. So this was a hard decision, but again, we focused on staff providing services over physical space in this budget.
Okay, well, I don't see any more questions. And so I want to thank you, Director Long, for your work and your advocacy and partnership that you continue to do within our community corrections.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll see you back in 10 minutes. 3:30.
Karen. Yep.
who's with Public Health. And so we're going to open up with Director Karan from Public Health. Thank you.
Thank you. So I feel just a little bit of pressure here because we've had lots of good presentations, and here I am, the last one. So, good afternoon, Chair Moran, County Commissioners, and County Manager Becker. My name is Amy Karen, and I am the St. Paul Ramsey County Public Health Director. It is my honor to present the 2026-27 proposed public health budget. I will cover a few program highlights, investments, major changes, and long-term budget pressures. The public health portion of the budget book begins on page 504 and goes through 525. First, I just want to acknowledge the leadership of CFO Alex Kitsa, DCM Nadir Abdi, the support of the leaders within the health and wellness team, our accounting team, and our public health team that have worked so hard throughout this budget process. There were many challenges and hard decisions to get our budget to where it is, and I'm really proud of what we're presenting today. I also want to thank the intentional investment and work on the class and compensation study. This is a critical investment into our staff, who are our greatest assets, and will be instrumental in attracting new talent as well as retaining our top-notch staff across the county. Reflecting on organizational excellence, our public health department aligns with the foundational public health responsibilities in accordance with national and state standards for governmental public health systems. These standards assure that we effectively and efficiently promote and protect the health of all people and the environment in Ramsey County. We take pride that our department has been nationally accredited by the Public Health Accreditation Board since 2016. And this holds us to a high standards in how we go about our work and deliver services. Furthermore, the majority of our work comes through the lens of working upstream in prevention, which in turn supports healthy communities and residents and decreases the need for county responsible services in other areas. Our work is grounded in science and aligns with evidence-based practices to achieve optimal public health outcomes. The work of public health as critical investment in our community is evident and woven in to our communities through our services. For example, these are just a few. Providing childhood and adult vaccinations to prevent disease, conducting communicable disease investigations to contain infectious disease outbreaks, providing case management and care for those infected with an infectious disease such as tuberculosis or HIV, providing culturally specific health promotion services, increasing access to residents to promote healthy eating and physical activity to assist in preventing chronic diseases, reducing and mitigating the incidence of harmful environmental factors that are barriers to being healthy, providing services for prenatal people, young children, and families to assure healthy beginnings, and providing access and linkages to health care for residents that have barriers to obtaining it. In a time where our public health system is under attack in this nation, our dedicated and passionate team members continue to work with our community members and realize that without us, we'd have larger inequities and even more negative determinants of health. All residents should fundamentally be able to live their healthiest life possible. In recent history, the Public Health Department has consistently met and stayed within budget, even when major pivots have had to be made due to various circumstances. It is important to note that the department has a long history of leveraging state and local grants, as well as federal, and make up approximately 20% of our overall revenue for the department, which fund essential programs and services for our residents. We are closely monitoring, as I said, our federal grants and potential changes or decreases in funding that would jeopardize the critical work that public health does to maintain the health and safety of the community. I also just want to briefly go over our fees and structures, as I think that has come up in some of your other presentations, as these are another source of revenue for our department. We have existing fee schedules, including fees for environmental health and healthcare services, both within our clinical services and our family health divisions. So environmental health licensing, inspections, and related regulatory activities are fee-funded and receive no levy. The Environmental Health Division operates several programs that rely on these license fees or other fees to cover expenditures. The following programs have license fees associated with them: food and lodging establishments, manufactured home parks, public swimming pools, hazardous waste generators and facilities, and solid waste facilities. Our proposed fee increases are 2% in 2026 and another 2% in 2027. Those are just to maintain a budget that's revenue neutral. And then within our healthcare services fees, there's over 200 public health fees for healthcare services. Many of these fees are for longstanding items that are included year after year, with prices modified as needed. New fees are added to this list as new services, medication, and lab tests become available and are important for our work. Fees are determined based on cost of an item, such as medications and lab tests, and time and complexity of the service provided. As costs increase or decrease, our fees are adjusted as well. Small increases in fees to recognize the increased cost of providing services are also included. Charges for clients that are uninsured or underinsured are most often applied on a sliding fee scale based on federal poverty guidelines. So many uninsured and underinsured clients slide to 0%, so actually do not end up being charged anything. And we never deny services based on ability to pay. The fees within health services reflect the charges that are billed to insurance companies. So that's why we have to kind of do this back and forth adjustment to the fees. So medical assistance and Medicare for those clients who are insured, in order to capture the revenue that's projected in the public health budget. So I'm simplifying it a lot without going into great detail, but that's how those kind of go. So next I'm going to highlight our major changes. First, I just want to take a minute to provide some clarity on the FTEs reflected on the 2026 and 27 organizational charts on page 505, and the major change item on page 506 that speaks to a personnel services increase of 27.8 FTEs. Many of those 27.8 FTEs reflect positions previously approved and added to the public health budget in 2024 and 25. So they were not yet recognized in our complement in those budget books, so those have just been transferred over. Of those 27 FTEs, there are 8.8 new FTEs proposed in the 26 and 27 budget. These include 6 grant-funded positions, so 3 positions in family health, 2 positions in WIC, and 1 for cannabis education. And then there's a 2.8 FTEs to provide correctional health services supporting Project Bridge, just as Director Long was previously presenting. Additionally, 1 FTE moved from public health to community corrections, and 1 FTE for family coach and the early childhood initiative is shifted from innovation and strategy to public health, as noted in the description. So I just wanted to clear up the FTEs because I know there's been a lot of questions. So moving on to other major changes. There's a reduction of approximately $326,000 of levy allocation for the WIC program, or Women's, Infant, and Children. This levy funding is in addition to grant funding that we also receive, which will assist us in keeping our program running smoothly. There is a decrease of $400,000 of levy funding, which has been held for the Trusted Messenger program. Grant funds are available through June of 2026, but no other subsequent funds have yet been identified at this time. Public health will leverage county-wide Trusted Messenger tools that Communications and Public Relations provides and work to continue to further develop relationships and programming. There is a decrease in the Healing Streets program levy by $300,000 for operational expenses, which reflect a refined program scope. Shifts will be made in our services to make sure we meet this. Correctional health services face significant budget pressures in 2026, with levy requirements increasing by over $1 million. This growth spans both personnel and contracted medical professional services, rising costs of providing care, increased hospitalization and specialty provider costs, and the rising costs of pharmaceuticals. And tort liability expenses specifically related to correctional health increased significantly by approximately about $500,000. One correction I just want to point out, in the budget book on page 505, the dollar amount for the compensation increase is incorrect, and that will be updated. So the increase for public health in those compensation costs are $2.1 million in 2026 and about $2.5 million in 2027. So next I'll highlight some investments in our budget. If correctional health expenses continue on the current trajectory, use of limited public health levy funding will take away from core critical public health services and responsibility. More importantly, people's lives are at stake. And we believe that there needs to be a major shift in how services are delivered. Therefore, in order to address this, we are investing dollars to conduct an internal assessment to identify gaps and opportunities for improvement, as well as provide enhanced training for our staff. We look forward to focusing on loss prevention in the future. As a department, we don't have the adequate resources to handle tort claims, and hopefully we can come to a solution with One Ramsey County. Next, I just want to focus on a couple additional program highlights. So, as you all know, we had the completion of our new Ramsey County Environmental Center that opened on April 1st of this year. It's designed with resident feedback in mind. The facility expands environmental health services, enhances accessibility, and aligns with our solid waste management goals. The center improves equity and environmental justice while operating at no cost to residents. Key features include a drive-through household hazardous waste drop-off, electronics, food scraps, household recycling, a free product reuse room, and a permanent home for our Fix-It clinics. So we are very, very proud of this. Next, I just want to have a little highlight of this, and I'm fairly sure you're going to have questions, but our response to the opioid epidemic. So the opioid epidemic continues as a national public health crisis, with drug overdose being the leading cause of accidental death in the United States. Strategic planning for the opioid response initiative is currently underway and will be completed by the end of this year. This will help guide the work of the opioid settlement fund spending priorities into the next budget cycle. A community advisory group will be established to provide input on the distribution of funds to have the highest impact in affected communities. We continue to also focus on racial and health equity. Our continued commitment to racial and health equity is reflected within the department's racial and health equity leadership team that will focus on training additional qualified administrators for the Intercultural Development Inventory, or IDI, and further inventory completion by department staff. This will assist in ensuring that diversity, equity, and inclusion are woven into all programs within the department. So next, I'll go on to the Appropriate Response Initiative as a highlight. As you heard from Director Thompson earlier today, public health is one of the partners of the Appropriate Response Initiative. Currently, we have 2.5 FTEs dedicated to this initiative, where we have public health responders, both going out on specific calls through our emergency communication centers and actively engaging the community in targeted outreach. Our intention is to utilize some of the opioid response settlement dollars to assist in funding part of this work. The primary scope of the work is to utilize a harm reduction approach to respond to substance use-related 911 calls. Public health responders have a variety of professional and personal experience they leverage when going out on calls, with a primary focus to make connection with the residents who are present on the scene. Through these connections, trust can be built, which will allow the public health responders to offer support and resources to those involved. And as you know, it's been kind of a little bit of a pilot project for us, especially public health kind of joining in not quite even a year. So we're really looking at how we move this forward and what it looks like in the future, expanding some of our services. And Family Coach, as CFO Kitsa mentioned in her presentation, we are committed to operationalizing the Family Coach program, which will complement our current family home visiting program. Moving forward, Public Health will oversee staff, operations, and the community contracts that make up this important program that serves specific populations who historically have had high social vulnerability index and low levels of access to positive social determinants of health. And next, I'll go into our ongoing and long-term budget pressures. So given the current climate we are in, we realize that there is potential for federal grants that have already been awarded to be taken away. In fact, we have had one grant that was rescinded in March of this year, which as a result has had some real consequences for some of our most vulnerable residents. We're continuing to track all state and federal grants and work on contingency plans for sustainability of services in the case of potential losses of grant dollars. Another pressure, I would just like to highlight the challenges of our clinical services building at 555 Cedar. Due to the age and condition of this building, it's been determined that continuing to make repairs to the building is not cost effective. The building has continued to deteriorate, affecting the ability to offer core public health services and affecting our staff morale. So we are currently partnering and in discussion with property management to determine space needs. And in fact, next week we are touring some existing potential spaces to relocate the clinic to. And lastly, I just want to highlight some of our partnerships and how it increases our resiliency. Public health has historically and continues to engage in external community and intergovernmental partnerships, as well as internal partnerships across county departments. We realize that collaboration is important, is necessary to achieve program outcomes to best serve our residents, and vital for our sustainability. Our Community Health Advisory Committee is one example of how we engage our communities, ask for input on how to best deliver our services, and learn emerging needs of our residents. Another example of how we engage community and partner with residents is through our Community Health Assessment and our Community Health Improvement Plan, or our CHIP. In actively listening to our residents, we build our plans based off what they believe are the top health needs in the county. Hence, this is not only Public Health's and Ramsey County's plan, but our residents' plan and how we move forward in the future. So in closing, I want to thank you for the opportunity to present highlights of the proposed Public Health Department's 26-27 budget. I hope that I was able to give you some insight into our county responsible services and core public health foundational responsibilities. We play a critical role in our community to maintain and improve safety, health, and the environment. And I want to assure our residents that even during challenging times, we stand strong and will continue to provide our services to prevent, promote, and protect health. Again, I'd like to thank our public health team members, as we are fortunate to have such passionate and knowledgeable professionals that carry out this important work to ensure the health of all our Ramsey County residents. Public health is often invisible, but its impact is everywhere. Thriving communities don't happen by chance. They happen because of strong public health. So thank you for your time today, and I will stand for questions.
Okay, any questions from the members, commissioners? Commissioner McMurtry and then Commissioner Zong and McGuire.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director Karen, for the presentation. I have one quick question from the long-term budget pressures on page 511. You mentioned that you all currently hold 28 federal grants providing approximately $22 million. Out of that amount, how much would you say is potentially up in the air, just knowing the uncertainty when it comes to federal funding and dollars? How much of that could potentially be in jeopardy?
That's a really good question. Chair and Commissioner Murtry, that's a really good question. There's just a lot of unknowns, and oftentimes with some of our federal grants or the federal grants that get passed through the state, we aren't always guaranteed long term. So some of them have been giving us amounts kind of in bits and pieces, like we normally might get a year or 18 months of funding, and sometimes we're seeing where they're giving it to us in 6-month increments. That is really hard to predict. We've had about a $500,000 that was clawed back in March on one of the grants, and that mostly affected some community contracts that we were putting out for vaccines, mostly for underserved people.
Thank you.
Commissioner Zahn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know you had mentioned about the 2.5 FTE partnering with ARI. Are those positions being funded with all opioid dollars?
Not completely. So we have 2 public health responders, 2 full-time, and then a half-time supervisor. And so currently, no, they are not being funded that way. They are being funded through Safety and Justice right now, correct? With ARPA funds. ARPA funds right now till the middle of next year or so. And so at that point, then we're going to supplement with opioid settlement dollars for some of that work.
Get the CFO or county manager?
In 27, can you explain how, is it all, for 27, how much of it was, can you remind me? Was it mostly levy though?
Go ahead.
Oh, 3 million, okay.
You don't want to do hand signals?
Yeah.
I mean, we could try, but it's late.
So when the ARPA funding is done in the end of 2026, in 2027, the county manager and budget team has $3 million in levy funds to now fund the ARI staff. So currently, they're all in safety and justice. And so what that gives us, it gives us the runway of 2026 to meet and figure out how do we want it to look now that ARPA funds are done. And we know a dollar amount that we need to live within for budget as well.
Madam Chair,
Yeah.
Commissioners, Commissioner Zhang, I will also follow. That is the levy portion, and I believe we have a plan. I'm looking at the ARI. We'll come back to you on Monday with the Safety and Justice with the details, but I believe the majority is levy funded, and I will have to double check on the opioid funding related to anything additional.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I just bring up the opioids and trying to like offset a lot of the pressures on our levy as a part of the conversation and consideration, because we know that most of even the emergency calls are for those type of calls already too, and that is exactly why we created ARI is providing those alternative responses. The other part is a lot with the work that we have been doing. We have been engaging community, and we have made a lot of investments in ARI as well. And so the opioids was just another way to continue to help decrease the pressure on the levy. And I just wanted us to consider that. Because yesterday I misspoke and I didn't have the complete information, so I will model it for us as Ramsey County about the HEART team, about the homeless outreach team that the city was proposing. They're actually planning to use their opioid dollars to go towards that, to help offset their levy as well, which I think that's a really great idea. Just so you all know, I use like 3 different sources just to get to that. So modeling it for all of us is that that we need complete look at it too. So that's why I'm actually considering this for us to consider as a board. It's like, what are ways in which we can help decrease the pressure And I know that there's a lot of need out there too, but we as a county play a very critical role. And we, in my district, especially in Payne-Phelan, like that's where the pressure is going to be, especially for our property taxes and seeing those increases. So I wanted to make sure that we are fully considering and utilizing opioid dollars as a way to help offset some of those costs.
Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner McGuire.
That's okay, Madam Chair. I could have just taken the lead. Thank you for that, and I appreciate my colleague calling out, yes, how we can model that way of, how do we follow the funding of what we're all using. So thank you, Director Karen, for your presentation, and it's just a great example of all the interconnectedness that we really want to see within our county, because so many of your programs are interconnected with other departments, and we support that and how we're all going to work together. And I'm just going to call out a few of those just to get just your thoughts on how that's going to all work together. And we talked about healing streets. We're decreasing some of that, reflecting a refined program scope, and then it's also defined under Department Information. So the Healing Streets program is continuing on, and it will continue on kind of be based in public health, but partnering with all, with Office of Safety and Justice, Community Correction, Social Services, but it's going to still live, it will still live in public health. And so the program still exists. It's just a smaller program scope, right?
Correct. Yes.
So we're still going to have it, and I don't know what that amount is going to be, but you're reducing it.
Yes, and Commissioner McGuire,
Yeah.
Madam Chair. Yes, and we're also, we have held some vacant positions within public health recently too, where people have left to really take a close look and see within our own department how we can better kind of cross over and work together too. We had an open violence prevention position, and it kind of makes sense, right? And then how does that intersect with maybe some of our ARI work and things like that to really try to collaborate.
And I know public health is really good at collaborating, and so I know that we've been hearing from all of our departments how we want to do that, and so it'll be good to be hearing how that all happens, and I'm supporting that. So that brings me to early childhood, which you're getting one of those FTEs, and so can you just give just a brief scenario or synopsis of what does that look like? Will this person be sitting with our family coaches, or where are you thinking the early childhood development family? Looks like it's with family coaches since it's right there, but is that where that person's going to be?
Thinking that what makes most sense would be with our family health division, that area. We also have another person that has been working with the person that's coming over through one of our MCH grants, or maternal and child health grants, and so we have funded some of those contracts. So it doesn't make sense to have two people working on that. So we're going to try to streamline things that way and possibly utilize the person coming over, doing some planning within our family health work, and then with our family home visiting and WIC.
And I appreciate that, and I love all of those programs, and I know the community really loved the convenings we had around early childhood, just to bring together all the organizations in our community that focuses on our youngest residents. And I think, if we could continue some of those convenings, I know that was one of the things that started that whole position out, was bringing community together on those, and we learned so much about it. And we learned, of course, that our libraries see our families first. They see some of these families with young kids in the libraries. So it's everybody's connected, and so I just appreciate your work on that, and I'll be looking forward to seeing how that works out. Then continuing on with our environmental health, of course, we're all very wrapped up with our food scraps program and our whole environmental resource center. And I just want to say, I know that's coming over to you, so we'll be supporting that, and just looking forward to how that department integrates within all the good public health things. So I just wanted to call that out, that we'll be looking forward to that happening. And then because I co-chair Active Living Ramsey Communities, I just want to make sure it's on the radar. I didn't really talk about it in Public Works, which is actually where Active Living is housed, but I know they do a lot of work with public health because it's what we all care about, which is our health and movement and mobility. And I know that sometimes there's some SHIP grants, which is the State Health Improvement Grants, that go to some active living grants, which is biking, walking, mobility, strolling, all the different ways that people get from one place to another. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on how, and like I said, I know active living is housed in Public Works, but I know that I really hope that those connections that I think they used to be a bit stronger, but I'd really like to see them a little bit more connected with public health. And as we have our quarterly active living meetings, maybe, I would just want to encourage someone from public health to be in those meetings. And I think that people try to come to them, but we meet 4 times a year, and I think it would be really helpful to have public health at our active living meetings. So just want to say that we stand by ready as a board to really work with you on the potential loss of grants. I mean, we're very, we've been saying throughout all the budget presentations, is that we're not certain whether federal and state government are going to land with all of these grants. And you are grant, a lot of programs, a lot of really good programs are grant funded, and we're just going to have to watch those and be ready to, we keep advocating for those grants to be honored and to be funded and for them to come through. We'll just keep working with you on that, because this is really important work. And I remember in one of my first public health presentations here at the county, they said, it's public health in all policies. Like, this is where it all generates from, is in public health. And so thank you for your presentation, and we just are ready to continue to work with you on all this work. So thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner.
And thanks to your team. Thanks to your team and everybody.
So really quick about grants, and I see on page 506 that on the first point on personnel increase, you have 8 FTEs for Healing Streets, but then also at the same time, I see you are decreasing Healing Street program levy by $300,000. Can you help me out with explaining that one?
Yes, thank you, Chair. That's what I kind of wanted. I went through the FTEs. Part of that is the transferring over of Healing Streets into public health. And we are experiencing a little bit of a decrease in the budget. We aren't cutting any staff. We are holding some open positions that we probably won't be able to fill, but we intend to continue the program, if that makes sense. And then the others are reflecting in grant positions where we got some grant increases to be able to allow for those FTEs to be paid for.
So you're going to reduce from the 8 that's there. Is that what you're saying?
Right, so those won't all be filled. We wouldn't have the funds to fill.
Pardon me?
We wouldn't have the funds to fill the open positions. Yep.
So what does that decrease look like? What do $300,000 pay for? Less 3, less 5?
We're hoping in operational expenses too. We're going to have to cut some operating expenses and really take a hard look at the program and how we operate. And it may be less services.
Okay, and then I also noticed here that there's a reduction in trusted messenger funding. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Mm-hmm. Can I defer to? So we have 1 FTE within public health for trusted messenger right now that will remain.
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in, Madam Chair and Commissioners. This is a budget of responsible choices, and we're trying to do one Ramsey County. As Director Lindsay talked about in her communications and public relations presentation, they've been doing some work countywide around trusted messengers as well to create channels that all departments can use. And so while this work started in public health as part of the pandemic, and I think it spread into other departments as well, where they were doing individual trusted messenger initiatives, I felt it was important when we have a tight levy to put that levy into a centralized place where all departments, regardless of how deep your budgets are, have some access. Now, if individual departments continue to have extra budget to activate different channels that they would like to do, I would certainly encourage them to do that and work with their public health or work with our communications department. But I was not as comfortable with just investing in one department's request around trusted messengers when we could put it somewhere centrally for, everything from, say, veterans, which is a smaller department, or maybe our housing stability or workforce that's very grant funded, that there would be some access for all departments. And that's how that decision got made.
Yeah, I see it says like public health will leverage countywide trusted messenger tools that communication and public relations provides and continue to further develop relationship and programming. I don't quite know what that looks like because when you look at public health, the one thing we learned about COVID was this, is that when COVID first hit, the message was it is impacting elderly nursing homes, right? And those numbers were repeated when, quite frankly, in communities of color, people were dying at higher numbers. And there was not a message for that at all, right? And I share that because the messenger of a message is important, right? Because it would get tangled up in other things. And at the end of the day, there was many lives that was lost that could have been saved if there had been a different message besides seniors and elders in nursing homes. And so I don't know what a tool, I guess we'll see what a tool would look like in regards to looking at trusted messengers.
Again, I can speak to it a little bit further because I understand this wasn't a public health decision. It was just to give everybody, some background. The departments were able to put in some requests under what was called building organizational and community strength sort of form for myself and the budget team to consider. Again, very difficult budget, trying to spread resources across the county. Public health has many grants. If you're able to find administrative capacity in those grants or other budget in your target that you want to spend toward trusted messengers, I certainly would not be against it. I do feel it's very important that we are trying to create this equitable access to some of these tools across departments big and small. Many of our departments in health and wellness, in the past had kind of advanced certain race equity work, our these communication tools, and we have to be able to, spread those out regardless of size of department. And so I stand very firmly behind that decision, and I feel like for a department that has grant funding, you're welcome to continue to leverage those dollars if you're able to find them in your own budgets.
Madam Chair.
One more thing. So I guess kind of the good news, not immediately, that these dollars will be available until mid-2026. And maybe between now and that time in 2026, someone will be working on what a tool looks like so that it can be concrete and we can see what that looks like, because trying to find it in your own budget that is like a set aside may be a little bit more difficult than being intentional in what that looks like. And so, yeah, that's my point. Commissioner, is this on this point?
Yeah.
Okay.
So one of the things I just wanted to there are a lot of different initiatives within public health that do focus on community engagement. Whether it's the Healthy Aging Initiative, whether it's the Mental Health Wellness Action Team, whether it's the Community Health Advisory Team. So I guess for me, I think the idea of being able to allow the kinds of skill sets that have been developed in public health to be used enterprise-wide makes complete sense to me. And as we were talking earlier in our corrections conversation, the idea of, and with our the FAS, a conversation about how many different people are interacting with many different organizations across many different departments to get their services. Quite the same, many of our organizations are contracting with many of our different things. And so if we can create an umbrella system to make sure that we are being consistent in the way where we are building partnerships in community, I think that's great. And I feel better about the fact that the very specific work that public health does, you also have like 3 or 4 other ways that you have that web, those networks, those tethers. And I guess I would, hearing from some of I can hear the concerns about what might be lost with trusted messengers maybe not being here, would be to see what types of voices and relationships and partnerships were in that trusted messengers that maybe need to make sure are unfolded in some of these other public health forums to make sure that that isn't lost, as well as making sure that we're just tapping into this. We are one Ramsey County, right? Yeah. So I'll just put that out there. The other question that I was just having is when it comes to the use of the settlement dollars, I guess I'm a little confused if those settlement dollars are coming to Ramsey County as a whole as an enterprise to decide with community how best to use these dollars to start repairing some of the harms that were impacted because of this epidemic, and then to make sure we're addressing current needs. And so I just want to just have a clarification that any efforts that are stated here as far as getting community engagement is for a Ramsey County-wide approach to opioid dollars, not just a public health approach, correct?
Correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that was, because there's a lot of different ways this is flowing back and forth within lots of our different areas. I have other thoughts, but I think we're still on this theme, so we can keep going.
Oh, no, not this theme.
Oh, okay.
Commissioner Zone, did you have something?
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up the last report, the last community engagement that helped to define our areas of investment for the opioid dollars. And I really believe that has such rich content already too, that it's not a matter about like just like asking for community to provide input again, but it's actually now it's just like get the money out the door or like fund what needs to happen. And so I recall that one of them about the impacted communities were pregnant women and children, right, as a group. So that's why I'm trying to think about like the work that we have been doing collectively has been in response to all the pressure on our ECC, on our first responders, pressure in families, and that's why we created family coaches. So those are reasons why I'm thinking about like, can we just redirect those dollars into programs we've created already that has involved so many community partners already.
So I like that, but if you don't say it, you can't see it, nor do you believe it, right?
Yeah.
And so you're right, we've had people come to the table and we talk and we talk and talk. Now let's put those learned lessons and what we heard into an action that is going to create some type of outcomes that we want to see. With a focus on inequities and disparities, right? And what that looks like. So thank you for that insight. That was good. Commissioner Miller.
Okay, moving on from this one, is that okay? Okay, I have a couple of questions, and I can totally understand if it's going to need a response later. So I want to go back to the Project Bridge and the additional 2.8 FTEs supports there. And I understand that this is one Ramsey County, so whether it's levy dollars coming from your department, coming from Director Long's department, is there a way that we can get the total number of the cost that it is for Project Bridge across all departments and their contributions?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, go ahead. Controller White. She has the number. I don't want to take her thunder here.
Commissioners. No, I will say I'll get back to you because I don't want to give you the wrong number. So yeah, let's go ahead and total this up unless you've got one off the top of your head.
Okay, we'll come back. I thought it was the $2 million covers all of it, and 2.1 in 2027. Yep. Okay. There's $2 million. Sorry. I'm going to take a moment.
That's okay. I want to make sure I follow this correctly as well. So there was so the original investment, and then we just was presented on from Director Long, and she had a dollar amount in her budget, and now there's another dollar amount in your budget. So I just want to make sure that we're capturing all of the total cost across different program areas, because I just want to see how that also ties into our ADC and our sheriff's budget, and also how it ties into our county attorney's budget as well, because I think it all contributes and all to, you know, the overcrowding in our jails.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner, I appreciate the question. So today, Director Long talked about Project Bridge overall. There's $2 million investment in her budget in 2026, $2.1 million in 2027. Director Karen mentioned that 2.8 of the total FTEs are in her area, but they are funded through the money going to corrections.
Okay.
So that is the total investment. Because you opened this door, I just want to take one moment to say something I didn't say during the last one. So this year, this is one Ramsey County, and in 2025, we were happy as Health and Wellness to help the Sheriff's Office out to make sure we could take folks out of their population so that they could stay within their population that's safe for their clients. And we were able to do that because Corrections has traditionally had a surplus in prior years and was projecting one in 2025. So we could do that one-time cost up front there and staff it this year. We couldn't continue to do that because as you've seen all day today, we made some very hard decisions here and shifted levy around to places that really need it for county responsible services. So we've put $2 million in the base of this budget, the county manager did, and 2.1 going forward to make sure that we can fund those FTEs to continue this work into the future.
And then CFO, could you also address the penalties we've?
Sure.
I mean, that's the balance, right?
That's the balance, right.
So that's why, it was so imperative, one, for the people to have a better living situation. Like I keep saying, to eat, you're staying there 200 some days, eating all your meals in your cell and not seeing the light of day. I mean, that is a huge problem, but there was also a financial cost as well.
Yes, sorry. Thank you, County Manager Becker. So previously, some of you were here, some of you weren't, that when the sheriff was over census, the the DOJ came in and said, hey, you're way over, the Department of Corrections, sorry, the DOC came in and said, hey, you're way over census here. You have to get people out. We ended up moving some of our clients to other counties, and we had to pay those other counties to house our clients. We've housed clients for other counties like Hennepin, and they have paid us. We don't want to be in that situation. We're going to spend the money one way or the other. We should spend the money in our own county rather than looking to pay other counties to help address our population issues.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. That is all that I had, because they had touched on the other parts that I had. Thank you.
Commissioner Jefferson.
Okay. Well, one of the questions, too, that I had to do with on page 511, you were talking about some of the long-term budget concerns, and one of them was correctional health costs and the issues around tort as well. And I guess this is, as we are talking here, the people who are in our care and custody, as I have heard it in other forums talked about, jails are the hospital that can't say no. Meaning that when people are in our care and custody, all of their medical, mental, behavioral health, substance use, all of that becomes our responsibility to make sure that they're getting what they need when they're with us. And I guess when we look at that, as it's been put into this long-term concern area, what should we be paying attention to? How do other counties do this? What are best practices? How do we make sure that we're doing right by the people who we are responsible for, and in a way that's responsible stewardship to our residents?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner Jepensing. So our correctional health program, we have nursing and medical staff within adult detention center, our correctional facility, and the juvenile detention center. We are finally getting up to kind of almost full staff. As you can imagine, it's a challenging job. So we do have a little bit of staff turnover, and we really try not to have to utilize our contracts for contracting for nursing and things like that. I do want to say some of the things we have done in the past and are continuing on is we are accredited for our correctional health within the adult detention center, and we are now pursuing that over in RCCF too. So with that, I mentioned like our public health department is accredited. It does hold us to some really high standards. What I did put in here is I think there's some work to do. And like I said, not only, number one, making sure that we are taking care of our residents that we have in custody, and giving them the medical care, the food, the clothing, everything that Director Long was talking about at our CCF. And so I think we need to make some inroads here and look at some of those gaps, and that's why the funding, we're putting some funding towards just doing an assessment, figuring out what some of those gaps are, and getting some training done amongst staff, and hopefully, with our nurses and our medical staff alongside with our correctional officers, so that we are all on one page and we're all doing this together. That's my hope.
Well, and I appreciate what we've been working on. I will continue to get updates on that. I will say I have kind of a broader question, and these are tough times. We're asking a lot from out of this budget, and I will say it could be that I'm new to this budget and that your particular department has a lot of different areas in it, a lot of different funding streams, a lot of different programs. But when I look at the public health budget with all of those different funding streams, it appears that there are increases in state, federal, grant, charges for services, and additional opioid settlement dollars. And I just wonder if we are leveraging those dollars enough and aligning our programmatic needs under those grants so that we can take less and more pressure off of the levy. When I look at the budget growth over the last few years from 24 to now, it's grown a lot. And I guess I'm wondering if we've asked all of our other colleagues across Ramsey County to really focus on county responsible services and to be as laser focused as they can be. I wonder if there's some work here, and I would leave that to your finance team and you programmatically to know where best that might be. But I wonder if there may be some room here for us to take some relief off of the property tax levy.
Madam Chair, Commissioner, one of the things that CFO Kutza and I have talked about is in 2026, we want to do what's called a deep dive into public health. We've already done one in social services and in financial assistance services, which I think helped them with the budget this year. The next department that we're going to look at will be public health to ensure all of those things that you just said, right? How is the money being spent? Anything we're leaving on the table, anything we can shift. And it's a great exercise, and it's a great exercise to do with the program areas too.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I really look forward to that. And I also would be thinking about, we've had other folks come up and have to make some tough choices. And I guess I don't quite see that here yet. So I'm just wondering if there are other programs that other providers in our community, other partners are doing that are maybe duplicative. Again, it's a tough year, but I see expansion in this department instead of focus.
True. You don't have to respond. You're looking to it, right?
Yes.
So we have Commissioner Miller and then Zone.
Okay, so I guess mine was, you touched on it about the assessment funding for the one-time funding for $100,000 in 2026. I'm curious at why there's nothing for 2027, or even just, what you will do when you come out with those findings. So if this assessment is returned and then there's recommendations and findings, are you going to act on those, or will they just sit dormant until the next budget cycle? And at that time, it might be time to update the assessment again. So I guess I'm just curious at that area and the plan for that. And then I'll let you respond if you want to before I move on to my next one.
Okay. Chair Moran and Commissioner Miller. So yes, that's a really good point. Obviously, we're in, constraints budget-wise, so I'm hoping some things will come out that won't be big cost indicator, cost a lot of money and things like that, because we just won't be able to implement everything that comes out, I am sure of that. We have had an assessment done in the past, and I've been looking through that. We have implemented many things from that past assessment. However, it depends on the resources with the rest of it. So until I see what those gaps are, I don't have a plan yet.
Kind of to go off of Commissioner Jevonsing's point here, like if this is for correctional health staffing and you just noted we're accredited in our correctional health as well. So is this assessment needed this year at this time? I mean, that's just something to consider. And then I also.
CFO has made that point.
Sorry, Madam Chair, Commissioner. I just wanted to add into that. I appreciate the question. And the reason I pushed for this a little bit in the budget is because I think if these costs continue to go up at the rate they're going up, we can't afford that. So in this case, for me, it's a way of thinking through, we do this one time, it's one-time money, right? It's an assessment of, hey, how are you doing this work? What do you need to look at? What improvements can you make? And then we say, okay, how do we do some of those things to try and contain the cost here, or see how we do this differently to not come back and say the same exact thing in 2 years? We're always striving to come back to you in those we won't wait 2 years. We will sit down, DCM Abdi will work with Director Karen, and they will come back here and say, hey, here's what we learned here. Here are some of the things we're implementing, and you should, we're trying to bend that cost curve down. Or look at other models if that makes more sense for us. So that's why it's one time, and that's why you see it here as a way for us to not repeat this 2 years from now. And you should hold me to that in this budget in 2 years.
Go ahead.
Do you want me, is it going off of this? Because my question's totally different. No, go ahead. Okay. And then
mine is actually just on this. Can you just, I love the question, Commissioner Miller. So there's an assessment and there's what the accreditation. So the accreditation manager identifies how you're doing what you're doing. But the assessment is maybe to say, how can we do it better? Is there a difference between these two a bit, right? And that's why you're pushing for one. We're pushing for one because we want to know how to do it differently. Accreditation is just a list of things that we were doing before. So I was just thinking in my head if that's a difference, and that's why you want the assessment.
So Madam Chair, Commissioner, I'll just answer. The $100,000 in here is for a study of correctional health and assessment of how we do that work. The accreditation, I'll leave that to Director Karen. That's different, and they do that separately as kind of an overall thing. But this is really to look at how are we doing this work. To your point, how are others doing this work? Do we align with best practices? Do we align with how our peers and other jurisdictions are doing it? And what opportunities do we have to try and, this is an expensive line of business, and we need to look at how we do it best and differently if possible.
Thank you. And then my next question just goes to the last bullet, or one of the bullet points you have on page 507. You note that there is no use of the solid waste fund balance included in this budget. I guess I'm a little bit curious, as maybe I misunderstood, but I thought the solid waste fund balance was our CEC dollars, and our CEC is what funds all of our R&E programming. And I think I want to make sure that maybe that is a typo, or that is just incorrectly put, because in this budget there is dollars to fund our R&E programming, and there is to fund our environmental health and all of that. So I'm just curious as to why that was noted, that there was no use.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, if you can turn to page 516. This says at the top, Public Health Waste Management Service Charge Fund. So this is a report on this fund. And so what you see, there are operating costs within this fund, which is what you're talking about. That's the cost of doing business in there. We used fund balance, like one-time money, to do certain things once in a while, exactly, like the environmental center or something like that. All of those costs on here are included here. That's just not fund balance. It's kind of a nuanced thing.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarification.
Okay.
I think we have Commissioner Zone.
Yes, thank you. I want to just point to page 511, item number 3, where you share about clinic services at 555 Cedar. I know that that's been kind of the pain point of public health since I started, but also just given the landscape of where things are with both the state and also here. I'm really glad that you're working with property management to figure out locations. One of the thought I have is just also about do we operate like extended hours? And also just the type of need, and if you've had conversations with nonprofit providers who do serve the target population as well.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Zhang, yes, so we do have a few of what I'm sure you're familiar with federally qualified health centers. They are also, obviously, federally is in the name, they are also having some pinches, which I think are probably going to maybe increase our services. That's just me guessing. And so, yes, and property management has been a great partner in this, just looking at existing spaces that maybe don't need to be renovated, like existing clinical spaces that are being vacated. We're looking to both meet our needs, and we've really drilled down, we've really looked really hard at our current space and how we, possibly might be able to shrink that and some of those things. So I don't know if I fully answered your question, but I sure can bring some more information back to you.
I guess it's more about partnerships and collaborations with other providers out there too. Yeah.
Oftentimes, I like to refer to our clinical services as we're a safety net for some of our most vulnerable populations. So yes, we do have some extended hours just with the populations that we serve. And oftentimes, this is uninsured, underinsured people. And I don't see that landscape getting any better in the near future, unfortunately. So it's really about, yes, there are services out there that would be provided out in the community that we provide, but it's really about the populations that we're serving, if that makes sense. People that don't have primary care providers that wouldn't go seek services other places.
Right.
This is, Chair?
Yeah, thank you for bringing this up, because I was just thinking too about 55 Cedar. I know last session or 2 sessions ago, that was one of our legislative priorities, and since that's not going to happen. I keep going back to 402 University Avenue. I don't know why, because I don't know what that space even looked like. But it's good to know that we are at least thinking about property that we already own and to utilize that.
Can I speak to 555?
Yes.
Are you going to talk about
Yeah,
555?
I just wanted to,
Okay.
just to piggyback off of what Commissioner Zhang just said. I think for me, talking about being able to partner in community and meeting people where they're at and all of that, the idea of if there's any of these services that make sense to co-locate, I guess is what I was thinking. When we were in Philadelphia, we actually visited, for the NACO conference, we visited a co-located clinic, and basically it was a library, much like a Rondo Community Library, which is the heart of the neighborhoods that most would be accessing services. They partnered with one of like a Fairview, right, clinic, and they had their regular insurance, not public services on one floor, and then their public co-located with their public health on the other floor, and basically you just floated back and forth between the services as need to be, and it was a really lovely model. So the idea of being able to co-locate and meet people where they're at is something I think is something to consider, because not only do we want to be able to make those bridges and make our resources go, but we want to boost up the ecosystem within our community. So we can't do everything, but we want to make sure that we have partners left when all of this is over too.
Madam Chair, can I say?
Right. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, Madam Chair, this is a great conversation. I just want to put a pin in the 555 buildings. We haven't talked publicly about it as much. I appreciate the work that, actually I had asked Chief of Staff Sarabia to help play a bigger lead, because I wanted this to have a more holistic approach as we think about where we're going to be locating. Unfortunately, with the 555 situation, we are in an urgent situation to get out of a building while we are trying to think strategically about our long-term spaces. So Director Kruger has identified a couple of places, possible locations in the proximity of the areas that I think are agreeable with public health as to their populations. The plan would be to lease just for a couple of years while we get a plan. I actually don't think we should be a county that actually has standalone buildings for certain departments anymore. Like, that's not the one Ramsey County model. That's not the way our residents live. And so when I went out to, again, Washington County to the service center, they had a WIC clinic, their service center, people were paying property taxes. I mean, not the same layers that you were talking, but a different makeup. And I think we constantly should be pushing ourselves to be more really to save money for our residents and serve holistically. And in addition, including some of our community partners perhaps in those conversations. So that is the forward of the future. I think there's going to be a functional team again that will continue to build out that model as we go forward while we try to solve the situation for 555 in the immediate, because when Gene Kruger came to me and said, do you want to put $1 million into that roof? I said, absolutely not. So I just think that's not a good investment for us. At this time, when it's a prime piece of real estate. So back to our sustaining fiscal health and trying to bring down our property taxes, we're doing a lot of things at the same time. I've talked to a lot of people who are, active in downtown that says that is a prime location. The county has a nice piece of property there. So we need to just think about all those things as we are again, making sure we're serving our residents in the places that they need holistically, while keeping the increasing that tax base. So there's a lot, So I appreciate your work with Director Kruger. More things to come, but I know you're on a path to hopefully get out of that space sooner than later. So thank you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, County Manager. And we want to support you getting out that space.
Yeah.
We did tour it, so it's a need. And so good luck as you figure out, and as the team figure out what that next space would be. So today has been a really, really great day. A lot of good information, a lot of good sharing. We got a vision that we're seeing. I'm hearing some consistent things about one Ramsey County working together collaboratively, getting out of silos. And so I'm really, I really am impressed with the work that we're doing together. And so as we end today, I'm just going to go over a few things just to remind us all in the public. Let's see here.
Do they
So-
want to make any closing remarks on our agenda? It says closing remarks.
Oh, that would have been,
DCM
But no,
Abdi.
DCM, Abdi,
Or Deputy
or
County Manager.
let's do that. Let's have our DCM do us some closing remarks, and then we'll talk about next steps. Thank you. Thank you for the reminder.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Commissioners, County Manager Becker, and those of you who are here and those of you who are watching virtually. I just want to say thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here today. Someone asked me, are you presenting on a Friday? I said yes, but they're looking forward to seeing us because we have some great information about the Health and Wellness Service team and the work that we're doing in each of the departments. You heard from different directors today about the work that is being done. First, I'd like to just thank the staff that are watching virtually and the ones that were here today. This work cannot be done without the dedicated staff. One of the first things I do whenever I join an organization is I ask people, why did you choose to do the work that you're doing? 9 out of 10, the answer I get is because I want to serve my community. I want to do this for the residents of the community that I either live with or represent. But then they start in their job, they get training, they go through the process, and there's a dump truck of paperwork that is, waiting for them. And they're like, well, I didn't sign up for this. And that's the systematic issues that we have that we got to get better at. And I feel like oftentimes we don't realize how much work they have to do and how much they have to pivot, get into to the world that they're in now. So I just want to say thank you. I also want to thank the residents that are watching. Please give us grace when we are not able to provide the services that you desperately need in a timely manner. Some of it is just the lack of technology. Some of it is the lack of capacity, training, turnover, all of those things. But I assure you that the people that are working in any of these areas really have a strong feelings about making sure that they provide a great service delivery to the county residents. I also want to thank DCM Joanna Burke for the organizational structure that she gave us in the opening. The One Ramsey County approach that our county manager has talked to us about, it really kind of just breaks out all the silo work that we're doing. It doesn't matter where you come in the facilities, like we want to make sure that we provide a great service to the folks that are coming in, because to them, they have no idea what this all means, all these bureaucracies that we're going through. And it's bad when it's on us as well internally. We're like, well, I can't do this until this person does this. Mm-hmm. So we got to really do a better job at that, and I think that's an internal thing that we got to work on. As you heard the themes today, county responsible has been the theme that you heard multiple times. It is a difficult budget when Ramsey County has been at the forefront of doing a lot of innovative things that are not mandated. And now we're looking at a budget that is going to be difficult because we have to focus on our core components and the mandated work that we have to get through this budget process. Things will get more difficult as you go through the next budget process and a lot of the uncertainties that are going to be in front of us. So I just want to say this is kind of the beginning, but we're going to get there. One of my mentors once taught me that the day you present your budget, you start beginning working on your next budget. So I want to put a little bit of a plug. We can't hire our way out of these situations. Technology is something we need to look into, and it's probably something that you'll be hearing from me in the next budget cycle. So I'm giving you some fair warning now. But that's what we have to focus on, making sure that we have some great technology to couple with the work that our staff is doing, and they're not looking at the dump truck of paperwork at all times. So thank you, and just want to say, CFO Kutz, if you have any last remarks. I know you played a dual role, and I know that you work with this team very closely, which I'm very appreciative and very gracious for the work that you have done with them. So I'll hand it over if you want to just say a few words.
Thank you. It's Friday. Have a good weekend, everybody.
All right.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you for thanking me today. It's been a joy, but I think everybody wants to go. Yeah, it's all yours. Now this is all yours. That's right.
We're done. No.
Thank you.
So let's close with just some final remarks about, again, just want to say to the public that the county board encouraged resident participation in the budget process, and we want to hear your voice. There will be 2 public hearings that are scheduled. Both public hearings will be held in this building, and free parking will be provided to residents who attend in person. Residents are also welcome to submit your written comments at any time. All written comments received are shared with each commissioner. Written comments are considered as carefully as comments made verbally in the public hearing. You can sign up to comment at a hearing as well as submit written comments on the ramseycounty.us website. The first public hearing will be held on Monday, this Monday, September the 22nd at 5 p.m. Parking vouchers will be provided for Victory Ramp located at 344 Wabasha Street. On Tuesday, September the 23rd, the board will set the 2026 maximum property tax levy. That is the day after public hearing. The second public hearing will be held on Thursday, December 11th at 6 p.m. Prior to that hearing, residents and business will receive their proposed property tax statement. This will include details on the proposed levy for all taxing jurisdictions, the county, the city, school board, and others, and provide details on how these proposals impact your property.
Resident and business owners should look for that information in the mail in mid to late November. At a board meeting in November, the board would discuss changes to the 26-27 requested by board members, if any. And on Tuesday, December 16th, the county board will give final approval of the 26-27 budget, including any changes approved by the committee, and set the final 2026 property tax levy. We will be back here on Monday at 9 o'clock for our last service team hearing, which would be safety and justice. See you on Monday at 9 o'clock. Come around for the public hearing at 5 o'clock on Monday evening. Have a great weekend and be kind to each other. Thank you.
Nice job.